book," Carl said as he handed over a small cardboard box. "Made my wife's entire summer. I was happy to do it." He looked around and gave a whistle. "All this commotion caused by one bad man. It's hard to believe." "Yes, it is," I said, taking a package and a stack of letters from the mailman. He surprised me with a smile. "Does that mean you'd sign a book for me, too?" "Of course, any time." I did my best to look like I meant it. "That's mighty nice of you," he said. "A good friend of mine delivers the mail down by Edgewood High School, and he says you're the talk of the town." "I can vouch for that," Carl said. "My Aunt Thelma lives in Harford Square, and she was talking about you just last night at dinner." "Okay. Good things, I hope." His smile faltered just for a second, and I immediately regretted keeping the conversation going. "Of course, Mr. Chiz. All good things. You're a full-fledged celebrity around here." What he said next made my stomach roil. Heck, you and the Boogeyman put Edgewood on the map. 4. The good folks of Edgewood had their hands full. By late that Wednesday evening, not quite 48 hours since the news of Peyton Bear's murder had gone public, it felt like the town was ready to implode. The previous night, a 13-year-old boy, tall for his age, the starting center on his summer league basketball team, had been escorted home by police after being held at gunpoint by a frightened homeowner. The boy had exercised poor judgment by taking his older brother's Boogeyman mask from a dresser drawer in his bedroom, slipping it over his head, and proceeding to scare half the neighborhood by peering into a number of first-floor windows. Between 9:15 and 10 o'clock, 6 residents of Larch Drive called 911 to report a masked man outside their homes. The 7th caller, a retired World War II veteran, called to say that he had a man wearing a mask in custody in his backyard. When police arrived and discovered the identity and age of the individual being held, the 91-year-old homeowner had to be helped back inside his house. "I was a split second away," he told his wife in tears. "One more beat of my heart, and as God is my witness, I would have pulled the trigger. He's just a damn kid. I don't know how I would have been able to live with myself." A 2-man crew from Fox News, acting on an anonymous tip, had been foolish enough to venture behind the old Giant shopping center after dark. Once they'd reached the rendezvous point, 3 armed men wearing ski masks emerged from the trees and beat and robbed them. The cameraman was currently in Upper Chesapeake Medical Center, suffering from broken ribs, a punctured lung, and numerous facial injuries that would require surgery. The on-air reporter was still unconscious and listed in critical condition at shock trauma in downtown Baltimore. Both men's wallets, as well as their vehicle and camera equipment, had been stolen. Police officials had yet to publicly comment on the incident, but Fox News was offering a $10,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of the assailants. The local police were critically overwhelmed. Calls to 911 were coming in at a record pace. Officers could barely drive down neighborhood streets without one or more of the residents stopping them to report suspicious activity or to provide them with the identity of Peyton Bear's killer. The fact that many of the men, and in 2 instances, the women, being accused of the girl's murder were former husbands, wives, boyfriends, and girlfriends surprised no one. Of the dozens of alleged sightings that took place within the town limits, there were a handful that stood out for a variety of reasons. The most credible report may have come from 19-year-old James Tasker. James and 2 friends had been walking home from 7-Eleven at approximately 10:50 p.m. last Monday night. As they'd crossed Edgewood Road, not far from the library, they'd noticed a man wearing a mask watching them from the tree line next to the gravel driveway leading up to the Myers house. One of James's friends called out to the masked man, but he didn't respond. James pulled out his cell phone and snapped a photograph. A moment later, the man disappeared into the shadows. The image James Tasker captured on his phone was a far cry from the high-definition security footage recorded outside our house, but it did show someone standing in the trees wearing what appeared to be a burlap mask. I later learned from Lieutenant McLaren that a woman who lived on Cherry Road, whose backyard abutted the Myers house property, called police at 10:44 p.m. to report a prowler. She was watching a movie in the den when she heard a thump against the air conditioner outside. A moment later, the dogs started barking. Peyton Bear's body had been discovered just 2 hours earlier, less than a mile away. An equally fascinating, albeit considerably less convincing, sighting occurred not far from my parents' old house on Hanson Road. Harold and Jessica Citro, both in their late 50s, had only lived on Tupelo Court for the past 3 years. Incredibly, neither of them had ever heard of the original Boogeyman murders, but on the night of Sunday, June 5th, 2022, Mr. Citro had gone into his backyard, having forgotten to turn off the propane tank to his grill, upon which he'd cooked steaks and baked potatoes for dinner, and come face to face with a masked intruder. The man, Mr. Citro described him as at least 6'3" and solidly built, had been dressed in dark clothing and was in the process of leaping down from the top of his 6-foot-tall fence. Mr. Citro picked up a rake that was leaning against the house and shouted for the man to stop, unintentionally drawing Mrs. Citro to the sliding glass door, where she, too, saw the man in the mask. Instead of stopping, the man slowly approached them. He did not appear to be carrying a weapon. Once he came within 12 or 15 feet of the terrified couple, the man stopped and appeared to study them. He cocked his head from one side to the other, real slow-like, the way a dog will do when it's deciding whether to attack or turn tail and run. And then he started making a kind of snorting sound, Mr. Citro told the police. His wife was a bit more explicit. He was sniffing us. The whole damn time I was yanking my husband into the house, that son of a bitch was watching us with those beady black eyes of his and smelling after us like some kind of wild animal. According to Mrs. Citro, once they'd backed into the house, her husband slid shut the glass door and locked the deadbolt. While she'd searched for the cordless telephone to call 911, he remained on guard at the door. By the time she'd returned, less than a minute later, the backyard was empty. "I never took my eyes off of him," Mr. Citro said. "Not even for a second. When I hollered that my wife was calling the police, I expected him to take off running the way he'd come, back over the fence. But instead, he took 2 or 3 big steps and leapt right up onto the roof. I know that's not possible, but I saw what I saw. I heard his footsteps over top of me. And then nothing. He was just gone." 5. The memorial for Annie Riggs, the only survivor of Joshua Gallagher's original reign of terror, had spread from a small circular patch of grass surrounding the fire hydrant to an expansive lawn stretching all the way back to the fence line. Each day, more stuffed animals, balloons, candles, and flowers were added to the display. I'd watched a news story the previous afternoon about a group of Harford Day School 8th graders who'd drawn homemade sympathy cards in art class and walked the not-quite-a-mile route to our house. Once they'd finished placing their cards at the memorial, the students linked hands and sang a surprisingly touching rendition of Amazing Grace. Then they'd walk back to the school together. Overnight, someone had scotch-taped a poster-sized photograph of Annie Riggs to the fence. In the photo, high school Annie was wearing a red bandana in her hair and holding a field hockey stick. A big smile was plastered on her face. Lieutenant McLaren made a point of telling us that we were within our rights to take the poster down. The entire makeshift memorial, for that matter. But we wanted nothing to do with that idea. The way we saw it, the memorial wasn't hurting anyone. And in some small way, it was probably helping people to grieve. Besides, the last thing I needed was Live at 5 news footage of me, the damnable scourge of Edgewood, tearing down such a heartfelt and personal tribute. I picked up an empty beer can from the shoulder of Southampton Road and did my best to ignore the half-dozen or so photographers snapping my picture from across the street. I could see the reporters' mouths moving as they shouted their questions, but thanks to the AirPods I was wearing, all I could hear was the gritty, melancholy strains of Bruce Springsteen's Blood Brothers. There had been an influx of younger faces amid the crowd. Most of these newcomers were attractive and tanned, and clearly from out of town. I didn't know their names, but I recognized a handful of them from their frequent posts on TikTok and Instagram. Making my way back to the house, I didn't bother looking over my shoulder to see if they were following me. I knew they were, like hungry vultures surrounding fresh roadkill. The song suddenly cut off in mid-chorus, and there was a beeping sound in my ears. I pulled out my cell phone. An Edgewood number. I hit accept. Hello? Silence. Hello? Rhythmic breathing. In stereo, thanks to my AirPods. Guess what, asshole? I'm not playing this game today. I waited a few more seconds, and when the caller didn't say anything, I hung up and went inside. 6. In the world of publishing, weekly bestseller lists are made available to the public on Thursday morning. However, the majority of industry insiders receive this information on Wednesday evening, usually right around dinner time. My agent texted me that night. Chasing the Boogeyman paperback once again on the lists. Number 4 on New York Times, number 3 on USA Today, number 2 on all of Amazon. Just wanted to let you know. There were no congrats or smiley faces. She knew better. 7. The Bullets and Brains podcast, arranged by my old friend and true crime writer extraordinaire James Renner, was scheduled for 8 o'clock to 9:30 p.m. Eastern. And it was pretty typical fare for the first 75 minutes. Billy and I set up the lights and microphones in my office, and after doing a best 2 out of 3 rock, paper, scissors to decide whose computer we were going to use, Billy won, so we went with his PC. I was a devout Apple guy. We were ready to go. The host, Warren Lovecraft, he swore it was his real name, was a retired private detective from Pensacola, Florida. He opened with an update on the 2 recent murders in Edgewood, tied them into Joshua Gallagher's 1988 killing spree, and then launched into an in-depth discussion of chasing the Boogeyman, all of which I had expected. Lovecraft was a fast talker with a buttery smooth voice and seemed like a straight shooter. He wasn't a huge fan of the Boogeyman movie, but had plenty of nice things to say about the book. After the first commercial break, he switched gears and focused on Billy for a while, talking about his writing process, his current work in progress, and what it had been like to grow up in the house of indie book and magazine publisher Cemetery Dance. Billy handled all of it with grace and good humor, and provided some terrific insights into what it was like to host a successful Patreon page. Another quick break, and Lovecraft moved on to Widow's Point, the haunted lighthouse novella that Billy and I had written together. The highlight of the night, for me, was listening to my son talk about how much fun he'd had writing alongside his old man, and his surprise reveal that we were planning to one day soon pen a sequel to the story. The trouble started not long after Lovecraft casually announced that he would be accepting live callers for the remainder of the show. That hadn't been part of the original agreement, and I was tempted to end the podcast interview right then and there. The problem with live callers was they were unpredictable. The problem with live callers on podcast shows was they were not only unpredictable, but also uncensored. They could pretty much say anything they wanted and get away with it. In the end, I stuck around, mostly out of some kind of misguided notion that if I cut and ran, I'd come across as nothing more than a second-rate prima donna. It started out well, as it often does. The first man who called into the show gave high praise to both the book and the movie, which he'd claimed to have already seen 3 times. The second caller, a middle school art teacher from York, Pennsylvania, said that she and her daughter had met me last fall at a Books A Million signing, and that she'd ordered a half-dozen extra copies to give away as Christmas gifts. All safe territory, but I was bracing myself for what I knew was coming. Next up was an older woman from South Carolina. "I don't mean to be rude," she said, "but you came across as kind of a brat in chasing the Boogeyman, throwing snowballs at cars, mooning people from the roofs of gas stations, stealing Bigfoot hairs from the library. I mean, goodness gracious, your poor parents." Billy had to mute his microphone as he was laughing so hard. Caller number 4 was a strange one right out of the gate. "Hey, Rich, it's David Boyd. From high school?" Sure. I think so. How are you, David?" "I'm actually not doing so well these days, but no one wants to hear about me. Let's talk about you." "Okay, what do you want to—" "I've been telling folks down here that I knew both you and Josh Gallagher, and how much alike you two used to be." Lovely, I thought. Just fucking lovely. Is that right? Yes, sir. Both of you was smart, sporty, on the quiet side. I wrestled with Josh for 3 years. Knew you from senior year homeroom in Mr. Griffin's business math class. Now I could picture him. Tall kid, greasy hair, grew up on a farm. Nice guy, but a little out there. You two are always nice to people. I remember that, too. Never looked down on or bullied anyone. Well, thanks, David. That was far from perfect, as our last caller so adroitly pointed out, but I appreciate the kind words. Do you remember that time I got jumped in the parking lot after school dance, and you and Josh were the first ones there to break it up? Can't say I do. Sorry. Anyway, listen, thanks for calling in. I hope you tell Josh that David Boyd from Edgewood says hello next time you talk to him. It was great catching up, David. Hope you have a good night. You too, Richard. 8. The fifth and final call of the night went like this. Caller. She never even cried. Chismar. I'm sorry, I missed what you just said. Caller. She never even cried. Chismar. Who never cried? Peyton Bear? Who is this? A friend? Okay, if you're a friend, then why don't you tell me your name? There's laughter. I don't think so. What do you want? I've been a fan of yours for quite some time, Mr. Chismar. I thought it would be nice to finally chat. The floor's yours. Chat away. Oh, don't get shy on me now. For the past year, you've had plenty to say to anyone who would listen. That's exactly my point. I'm a little tired of the sound of my own voice. Why don't you talk for a while instead? Just long enough for the police to trace this call, right? I seriously doubt that the police are monitoring Mr. Lovecraft's phone line. There will be others. Others? What do you mean? Dead girls. Hasn't there been enough already? No. Why don't you stop hiding behind a mask and tell me who you are? Why are you doing this? There will be others. Soon. Who knows? Maybe even you. The phone call ends. 9. Reddit thread. r/the Boogeyman. u/the Elder. 3 hours ago. How many of you were listening tonight? Holy shitballs! The killer called in. Hardo. 41 minutes ago. Sorry, but no way was that the real killer. Guy sounded like a stoner. Larry the Large. 39 minutes ago. Agree to disagree. I think it was the real deal. He was trying to disguise his voice. Cassandra XO. 27 minutes ago. Why didn't Lovecraft shut it down? Think they were tracing the call? A whole looper. 23 minutes ago. Bullshit. Whole thing's a setup to sell more books. Shit never ends. Rattlesnake Jake. 18 minutes ago. My BF recognized the voice. It was his old boss at the Burger King, where he used to work. I told him to call the police, but he's too freaked out. Lucifer 66. 11 minutes ago. If you slow down the audio of the phone call, you can hear a woman crying in the background. Swear to God. Excerpt from Edgewood, Looking Back, by Richard Chismar, pages 234 to 235. What do you see? Brian asked. Tell us. I can't see anything. I was standing on my tiptoes, straining to reach the window. I'm not high enough. There was a pile of old firewood stacked up against the side of the Myers house. It had been there for as long as any of us could remember. A little while ago, thanks to a heartbreaking last-minute defeat in a game of 3-on-3 football, Brian and Jimmy and I had lost the bet to John Sketch and the Balico brothers. That's why I was perched so precariously atop that wobbly woodpile with my fingers grasping for purchase on the windowsill above me. Jimmy, take off your jacket. Behind me, I heard a pair of zippers go down. Okay, Chiz. Move over a little bit, Brian said, and I knew from the tone of his voice that something dumb was about to happen. I'm going to get down on all fours. Jimmy, fold up our jackets and put them on my back. Chiz, you stand on top of them." He climbed onto the woodpile, knocking several of the logs to the ground. Backing up against the house, I glanced at Jimmy and raised my eyebrows. He shrugged his skinny shoulders. "Better you than me." "Hurry up," the others shouted from the safety of the apple orchard 30 yards away. "It's getting dark." Jimmy answered them with a pair of upright middle fingers. "I'm ready," Brian said. "Make sure you—" Before I could lose my nerve, I stepped onto his back and slowly straightened up. He grunted under the burden of my weight, and I heard another log tumble to the ground. I began to sway, first in one direction and then the other. Gripping the windowsill to steady myself, I whispered, "Can you hunch your back a little? I need 2 or 3 more inches." Whatever he did gave me twice that, and suddenly I was looking through the window at someone's bedroom. There was a huge bed centered against the far wall. It was covered with a mound of blankets and a fancy flowered canopy overhead. 2 large dressers, a hulking wardrobe, and a pair of sitting chairs surrounded it. Tucked in the corner was a vanity with an ornately designed mirror. An old woman was sitting on a stool in front of it, brushing her long gray hair. As I watched, she put down the brush, stood, and walked over to the only other window in the room. She was wearing a nightgown, and the November dusk seeping through the open drapes instantly rendered it transparent. With her back to me, I could see the outline of her naked body underneath. She looked like a skeleton. "You see anything?" Jimmy asked. "Shh." The woman turned her head in my direction. I ducked and held my breath. I'd only had a glimpse of the woman's face, but what I'd seen had shocked me. Her eyes were the color of emeralds, a deep, sparkling, otherworldly green, and there were no wrinkles anywhere on her face. I slowly raised up and peered into the window, half expecting the old woman to be standing right in front of me, our faces only separated by dusty panes of glass. Instead, she was dancing. I immediately recognized the step, slide, and step from my 7th grade music class. In the center of the room, the old woman was dancing the waltz with an invisible partner. Her head was tilted back, and her eyes were closed. Her nightgown billowed around her bony hips as she moved with the grace of a ballerina. Looking down, I realized why. Her bare feet weren't touching the ground. 10. Boring until it's not. That's when I found my voice and screamed. 1. At approximately 11:05 a.m. on Saturday, June 11th, 2022, 43-year-old Wint Singleton walked into Halligan's Furniture Showplace on Route 1 in Falston and opened fire with an illegally purchased AR-15 rifle, killing 3 people and critically wounding 4 others. All of the fatalities were store employees, as was one of the injured. The remaining wounded, a husband, wife, and young daughter, were store customers. After the shooting, Singleton crossed Bel Air Road on foot and fled into a wooded area adjacent to Amy's playground. The 14-acre park was immediately evacuated. A 2-hour standoff with members of the Maryland State Police and the Harford County Sheriff's Department ensued, after which it appeared that Singleton was ready to surrender. Multiple news footage showed Singleton emerging from the woods with his hands in the air. The AR-15 was nowhere in sight. As tactical unit officers approached, Singleton pulled his shirt over his head, allegedly to demonstrate that he wasn't hiding any weapons. He then dropped his shirt to the ground in front of him and detonated a hidden fragmentary explosive device. The resulting blast killed Singleton and 2 police officers, and injured a 3rd. Singleton, a Forest Hill resident, was a disgruntled former employee at Halligan's Furniture Showplace. He had been fired from his job 3 weeks earlier for undisclosed reasons. 2. By 11:25 on Saturday morning, the field across the street from my house was empty. 3. Even before the shooting occurred, It had been a quiet couple of days on Southampton Road. The ominous phone call I'd received during the Bullets and Brains podcast had quickly been determined to be a hoax. After consulting with the phone company, police were able to identify the caller as 19-year-old Nikki McLean, a second-year student at Howard Community College in Columbia, Maryland. Not only had McLean been foolish enough to make threatening remarks on a public forum, but he'd also been bold enough to make the call from the main business extension of the smoke shop at which he worked. If all that hadn't been bad enough, in-store security cameras had captured the ill-fated phone call from start to finish. Nikki McLean was in a hell of a lot of trouble. On Thursday morning, Ken Klein from across the street waved me down as I was fetching the newspaper from the driveway. He'd watched the podcast live online and wanted to know if we had any weapons in the house. "You need to be able to protect yourself and your family," he said. "You've become a public target." When I told him that we were in good shape in that regard, he gave me a look like he didn't quite believe me, and went back to washing his car. Peyton Bear's funeral service was held on Friday afternoon at the Prince of Peace Church on Willoughby Beach Road. Immediately after, there was a graveside gathering at Bel Air Memorial Gardens, which was located within walking distance of my house. Police closed down several roads and posted online travel delays due to the funeral procession. According to local newscasts, as many as 500 people attended the service, many of them Peyton's classmates from Edgewood High School. I wasn't one of them. Instead, I watched with a heavy heart on television, as Peyton's 3 older brothers helped carry her casket from inside the church to a waiting hearse parked at the curb. Before Channel 11 cut back to the studio, I caught a glimpse of Lieutenant McLaren and Detective Gonzalez in the crowd of mourners. Other than a brief conversation with the lieutenant, during which she'd confirmed that the trail cam located at the Peyton Bear crime scene had purposely been disabled. I hadn't heard much of anything about the ongoing investigation. I was anxious to find out if they'd discovered anything of interest on my property, but I was determined not to bother them with any more phone calls. I knew they were understaffed and drowning in work. There was also a ticking clock hanging over their heads. A brief flurry of excitement for the media and dread for the rest of us erupted later that Saturday afternoon, when Edgewood resident Loretta Glover reported her 13-year-old daughter Renee missing. The girl, who didn't have a cell phone, had gone to the local Rite Aid for her mother and never returned. Ms. Glover, who'd been distracted by one of her television shows, hadn't noticed until more than an hour had passed. Normally, the round trip took no more than 20 or 30 minutes. After driving to Rite Aid and finding no sign of her daughter along the route or inside the store, Ms. Glover asked an employee to call the police. At this point, it had only been an hour and a half since she'd last seen her daughter, but she wasn't taking any chances. Neither were the police. They immediately issued a bolo for Renee Glover and began searching the surrounding neighborhoods. Programming on several networks was interrupted by special reports featuring a detailed description of the missing girl, as well as a recent school photo, all in conjunction with a major social media push from the precinct. By late afternoon, the news was everywhere. As I watched Channel 13 report live from the Rite Aid parking lot, memories rushed back to me of staggered lines of police officers and private citizens searching the woods and open fields surrounding the schools. I closed my eyes and offered a silent prayer that today's search would end much differently than the one in the summer of 1988 had ended for Madeline Wilcox. A short time later, as Kara and I were sitting down for dinner, the news broke that Renee was safe and sound and back at home with her mother. Miss Glover, who'd collapsed to her knees and sobbed tears of joy when she first saw the police car with her daughter sitting in the front seat turn into her driveway, had already grounded the 13-year-old for the remainder of the summer. As it turned out, nothing at all nefarious had occurred. Renee Glover had been walking down the sidewalk en route to the store when something caught her eye. Nestled in the weeds, up against the chain-link fence where the summer winds had blown it, among fast food wrappers and cigarette butts and empty plastic bottles and an assortment of other trash, was a sun-faded, badly wrinkled $50 bill. At first, she thought it was pretend money from a board game like Life or Monopoly. No way was she that lucky. She'd never found so much as a single dollar bill before, much less a 50. But it didn't take her long to realize otherwise. She'd gotten so excited that she'd run 3 blocks in flip-flops to her best friend Letitia Warren's house to show her. Once there, Letitia had convinced her to make a detour to La Bella Pizzeria on Edgewood Road, where they'd gorged themselves on a large pepperoni pie and a double order of gravy fries. After that, they'd cut through the woods to 7-Eleven for candy and ice cream sandwiches, stopped back at Letitia's house to change into bathing suits, and gone swimming in Letitia's down-the-street neighbor's pool. The neighbors were vacationing at Rehoboth Beach and had given Letitia permission to use it in their absence. Hours later, $19 and change in her pocket, suffering from sunburn and a wicked stomachache, and still blissfully unaware of the ongoing search, Renee finally decided that she'd better hightail it to the drugstore to pick up the packet of rubber bands and plastic silverware her mother needed. On her way to Rite Aid, a police officer drove by and spotted her hurrying along the sidewalk. After confirming her identity and notifying dispatch, the officer escorted Renee home. The emotional homecoming was captured by a freelance cameraman. The photos and short videos spread like wildfire all over the internet. For the first time in what felt like a long while, there had been a happy ending in Edgewood. 4. After dinner, my somber mood buoyed by news of Renee Glover's safe return, I took the dogs for a swim in the pond. In the rush to grab the dogs' collars, I accidentally left my cell phone behind on the counter in the mudroom. When I returned, I saw that I'd missed a call from Joshua Gallagher, only the second time that had ever happened in the nearly 3 years since his arrest. I couldn't say I was disappointed. 5. Not to be overshadowed by the girls' dramatic homecoming was Channel 2 reporter Stuart Farris's breaking news announcement that police officials were currently questioning 2 local men in connection with the murders of Ann Riggs and Peyton Bear. The initial suspect was identified as Jonathan Russell, the motorcycle-driving man whom Lieutenant McLernan had already asked me about. A video of Russell walking out of the Maryland State Police Barracks flashed on the screen. He looked different on television than he did in the headshot the lieutenant had shown me. Older and thinner and not quite as menacing. Nevertheless, I still couldn't place him as anyone I'd ever seen in public, much less driving by my house. The second suspect was identified as 58-year-old Stephen Grant, and he wasn't a stranger to me. I hadn't seen his face in over 30 years, but I recognized him the moment they showed his photo. He was a little fleshier around the eyes and chin, and his hair was lighter and shorter, but otherwise he looked the same. Grant had graduated from Joppatown High School in 1981, 2 years before me at Edgewood. At the time, we'd shared a number of mutual friends and often socialized at parties and ball games, but once I'd moved away to college, I'd pretty much forgotten all about him. Just one of those people. Years later, when I was in my early 30s, I'd been shocked to hear from a friend that Grant had been arrested the previous summer for the rape and attempted murder of his coworker's girlfriend. That December, after a jury found him guilty of all charges, Grant began serving a 13-and-a-half-year sentence at the Jessup Correctional Institution. Stephen Grant now resided on Rumsey Island in Joppatown, not far from where Joshua Gallagher had once rented a townhouse. Grant had a live-in girlfriend and worked as a laborer for a local construction company. In 2018, he'd been suspected of breaking into a Churchville home and raping a 22-year-old woman, but no charges had been brought due to a lack of evidence. More recently, he'd been questioned in relation to a string of residential break-ins in Joppatown and Rosedale, but once again, no charges were made. As soon as the news segment was over, I texted Lieutenant McLernan and let her know about the connection. 2 minutes later, she wrote back, "I know. On my list to talk to you about. His name wasn't supposed to go public." 6. In most active criminal investigations, there is a lull. Veteran detectives often speak of the ebb and flow of the process. One week, they might spend dawn to dusk knocking on doors, manning the phones at their desks, or sifting through box after box of paperwork and receipts, all the while searching for that one nugget of evidence that might help turn the case. The next week, their current leads exhausted and close to losing their minds waiting on results from the lab. They might be resigned to re-interviewing old witnesses or sniffing around past crime scenes, hoping for something, anything, to shake loose. The general public often views those down periods as a no news is good news scenario, and embraces them as a sign to be hopeful. Nothing much is happening, so perhaps the bad guy has moved on, and the dark days are over. It usually doesn't work that way. Earlier, I claimed that many crime investigations reached a point where they were considered boring until they're not. Credit for that astute bit of phrasing belonged to my old friend Detective Lyle Harper, who, more than any other person I'd ever met, knew his way around a criminal investigation. 3 years ago, he'd suffered a stroke while on the job and took his final breaths in a rat-infested Baltimore City alleyway. Even now, I missed him terribly and thought of him often. Whether anyone recognized it at the time or not, the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of that second week of June was our lull. By late Saturday night, all hell would break loose. 7. The state trooper assigned to our house was not to blame. At approximately 10 o'clock on Saturday night, June 11th, a major accident occurred at the intersection of Route 543 and Route 22. Locals referred to that particular traffic light as the Gauntlet because of its dangerous nature, involving a tractor-trailer and 2 passenger cars. One of the vehicles, a late-model Jeep Cherokee, rolled several times, trapping the driver and a lone passenger inside the wreckage. Because the trooper stationed in our driveway was so close to the scene, less than a half-mile away, and because it was considered a life-threatening situation, he had no other choice but to respond. 8. The following transcription represents Kara Chismar's official unabridged statement, recorded via audio file on her personal cell phone, which she turned over to Detective Tony Gonzalez of the Maryland State Police Department at 12:55 a.m. on Sunday, June 12, 2022. It is reprinted here with her permission. Billy was spending the weekend with friends at a music festival in Delaware, so Rich and I were alone for the night. We'd just finished watching a movie in the family room. It was Rich's turn to pick this time, and he chose The Northman. Too long, too weird, too violent. He loved it. Me, not so much. The detective asked me to be as specific as possible, so there you go. The movie ended at around 11. I dumped the leftover popcorn into the trash can and pulled out the garbage bag because it was full. Rich offered to take it out to the driveway, but I told him I was going out anyway to get the mail. So while Rich loaded the dishwasher, I took the trash outside, dumped it in the can, and proceeded to walk down the driveway to the mailbox. Ever since all of this started, we'd waited until it was dark to go out and get the mail, because it was more difficult for the photographers to see us coming. That night, because of the furniture store shooting in Fallston, there were no reporters set up across the street. Southampton Road was quiet and dark. No cars, that I noticed, drove by while I was outside. By this time, it was pretty late, probably around 11:10 p.m. Trooper Parker had knocked on the door about an hour earlier and told us that he'd be gone for a short time due to a car accident. He was in a big hurry, so it must have been a bad one. It didn't bother me at all that he was gone. In a way, it felt good to have the house all to ourselves again. No press and no police. Just us. The walk to the mailbox is fairly long, maybe 70 or 80 yards, and mostly well lit. I don't remember seeing or hearing anything unusual or out of the ordinary. Just lots of crickets and the bullfrogs from the pond. Everything else was still and peaceful. I remember seeing fireflies under the trees and in the road where the light didn't reach. As I took our mail from inside the box, I remember thinking how happy I was that there were no reporters yelling at me from across the street, and wondering if they would be back again by morning. That's when I noticed that the lamppost by the opposite entrance of the driveway was dark. You can usually see a good portion of the side yard by the pond, but not tonight. There was nothing over there but shadows. Standing by the mailbox, I suddenly felt nervous and on guard. I patted my pockets for my cell phone, but it wasn't there. For the first time, I wished that Trooper Parker was back in our driveway. I tried to think of when we'd last changed the light bulb in the lamppost, but my brain wouldn't work fast enough. All of a sudden, all I could see was that awful mask peering out from behind the spring house. The mask made me think about the security cameras and for some reason, that made me feel a little safer and helped me get moving. I started walking back to the house. For a second, I thought about running, but that's all it came to. Just a flash of a thought. It came and went. I've talked to Rich about that scene in Chasing the Boogeyman, the one that everyone always brings up at book signings, where he takes out the trash at his parents' house and feels Gallagher's presence lurking in the darkness. I didn't feel like evil was there with me, as Rich described, but I did feel like someone was watching me. I can't tell you exactly what it felt like, other than I was suddenly sure I wasn't alone. I scanned the darkness up ahead by the garage. I looked over my shoulder behind me, and even high up in the trees. I was halfway to the house when I saw something move on the other side of the driveway and heard what sounded like someone moaning. I almost took off running. If I hadn't been so frightened, I think I would have, and all of this would have had a completely different ending. But I didn't. Instead, I sucked in my breath and started walking faster, never taking my eyes off the side yard, certain by this point that someone was going to explode out of the darkness and start chasing after me. And then I saw something move again, something tall and pale, and for a moment, as crazy as it sounds, I thought it was a naked person walking toward me. Then, I realized it wasn't walking. It was swinging in the breeze. I started to get angry and a little embarrassed, because I had seen something like this before, in the daylight. It was a mannequin. That's when I knew someone was playing a prank on us, and I'd fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. I immediately headed for the side yard, feeling more ticked off with every step. As I got closer, I saw that there was more than one mannequin hanging from the sycamore tree. There were at least 3 of them, gently swaying back and forth, and they were all dressed in wigs. The moaning I'd heard was the sound of the ropes looped around their necks, rubbing against the branches they were tied to. I reached up and was about to give one of the mannequins a good yank when I suddenly froze. The sensation of being watched was back, much stronger this time. I could feel goosebumps rise all over my legs and arms. My skin went cold. The crickets and frogs had gone silent. The only sound was the ropes scraping against the tree. I backed up and prepared to run. I wasn't going to freeze this time. I heard a branch snap somewhere in the darkness. I slowly backed up another step. And suddenly, I knew. The boogeyman was hiding in the tree above me. I was going to look up, and he would be right there, squatting on one of the lower branches, face hidden beneath that awful mask, and he was going to pounce out of the tree and take me to the ground, where he would choke the life out of me and sink his teeth into my flesh over and over again. Suddenly, the night got brighter. "Kara, you okay?" The front door was standing open, the light spilling out from inside the foyer, and Rich was standing on the porch. "Kara?" I tried to answer, but no words would come. I heard that moaning sound again. Louder this time. It was the mannequins dancing in a sudden gust of wind. Seizing my courage, I stepped forward and looked up into the tree, and Annie Riggs was staring back at me. Her severed head had been attached to the mannequin's body. The flesh was rotting from her skull, her limp hair falling out in tangled clumps. Something small and dark skittered across her sunken cheek. That's when I finally found my voice and screamed. Excerpt from in-person interview with Joshua Gallagher, age 56, inmate number AC4311920 at Cumberland Penitentiary. Recorded on February 10th, 2022. Chismar. Growing up, were you ever mistreated by your parents or any of the other adult figures in your life? Gallagher. No, never. Chismar. Surely you were reprimanded and punished as a child? Gallagher. Only when I deserved it. Did you ever feel unloved or uncared for? Never. What is your earliest memory? He takes a long pause. I remember walking around the kitchen at our new house in Edgewood. Everything felt so big. I leaned back against one of the cabinets, and it moved. It was just a lazy Susan, but I had no idea it was there. I had no idea such things even existed. It felt like some kind of a secret doorway to me. I was fascinated. Did you like secrets when you were a child? Oh, yeah. I loved them. Why do you think you loved them so much? Because my whole life has been a secret. 11. The copycat effect. The killer had slithered unseen into frame. 1. None of us got any sleep that night. After getting Kara back inside and calmed down, I called Lieutenant McLernan on her cell phone and woke her up. By the time she arrived at the house, 35 minutes later, Detective Gonzalez and his crew were already hard at work. The lieutenant had instructed everyone to avoid using their radios, if at all possible, so as not to alert the press. So far, her plan seemed to be working, and they had the side yard to themselves. As McLernan interviewed my wife in the family room, Gonzalez and the other detectives worked the crime scene. Lights on tripods were assembled, as was a large screen, blocking the mannequins from view. Men with flashlights searched the grassy meadow surrounding the pond. Even with the windows closed, I could hear the geese honking their displeasure. Back at the station, technicians were poring over tonight's security footage. I was anxious to take a look myself, but that would have to wait. After a while, Gonzalez came into the house with a notebook full of questions for Kara. McLernan left them to it and joined me in the kitchen. Her hair was arranged in a messy ponytail, and she was wearing gray sweatpants, a gray hoodie, and Adidas sneakers. She looked like one of the moms at the gym. She's a tough chick, isn't she? My head felt like it was filled with sand. I nodded anyway. Yes, she is. Always has been. McLernan sighed. What a clusterfuck. You're telling me. On one hand, this guy's a mess. He's all over the damn place. And on the other hand, I asked, he's incredibly resourceful. The logistics necessary to make this work, she gestured out the window, are extremely complicated. Somehow, he had to have eyes on the house. How else did he know there was no one standing guard? Then there's the light bulb. It was unscrewed. When did he manage to do that without being seen? Not to mention the risk and time involved with hauling in 3 mannequins. Those things aren't light. And hanging them up in your tree. And we won't even get into how the head was attached. What bothers me is that he had to be somewhere nearby all this time, I said. He obviously wasn't responsible for the shooting that got rid of the media, but he was close enough to move in as soon as the trooper left our driveway. That's a seriously narrow time frame. So he either got very lucky with the timing, which I don't believe even for a minute, or he's been watching us and waiting. We'll check out every possible sightline in the morning once it's light outside. Your neighbors probably won't be happy, but fuck 'em. We'll also get to work tracking down where the mannequins came from. That's not the kind of item you can pick up at Target or Dollar Tree. What about the press? We'll frame it as a prank and send a strong message to the public that if anything like it happens again, there'll be dire consequences. Any chance it's one of the suspects I saw on television? Possible, but unlikely. We're still checking them out. Stephen Grant. How did you find out we knew each other? Grant told us before we even had a chance to ask. He's followed your story over the years. He's quite a fan. The Stevie Grant I grew up with barely knew how to read. I guess he had plenty of time to learn in prison. I almost didn't ask, then thought, what the hell? After tonight, everything was back on the table. How about the spring house? Anything? Not really, she said. No usable prints, no fibers, nothing on the ground except for a couple of snakes. They love the woodpile back there. She paused. Well, there was one thing. What? It's probably nothing, but based on measurements the techs made, the individual hiding behind your spring house appeared to be considerably shorter than the man we saw carrying the trash bag on Southampton Road. A lot of factors could be responsible for that. He could have been stooped down. It could have been the angle of the camera. Only a small portion of him is visible in the footage. Or, the most likely scenario in my mind, it was someone playing a prank. Pretty risky prank. That's a good way to get yourself shot. There was a loud knock at the front door. I got up to answer it, but before I was halfway across the kitchen, a uniformed trooper opened it and poked her head inside. "Hey, boss." Detective Gonzalez looked over at her. "What's up?" "We've got press outside." Behind me, the lieutenant muttered something under her breath. "If anyone comes on the property, arrest them," Gonzalez said. "Will do. And one more thing. You told me to check out the camera on the roof." "That's right." "There's no camera up there," she said, "but there is a piece of gutter hanging loose on the corner. I think maybe someone took it." 2. The killer approached our house on foot. He came in from the woods by the pond. Only the geese saw him pass, a shadow among many. Even they avoided his presence. Once he reached the split-rail fence. He slipped over the top rail, dropped low to the ground, and crawled on his stomach until he reached the lattice panel that disguised the front porch's foundation. The security cameras captured none of this. It was all merely speculation. The killer had somehow known that there was a blind spot in the system. That meant he knew our property. What could be seen by the camera's watchful eye was this: a dark figure wearing a mask emerging from a deep pool of darkness at the bottom of the screen. The killer had slithered unseen into frame, and then simply stood up. The first time I watched it on Kara's laptop, it gave me chills. It was as if death itself were rising from the depths of hell. That awful mask drawing ever closer to the camera. What happened next was a point of contention among the small group of detectives and technicians who viewed the footage. The picture momentarily blurred, rippling from left to right across the frame. And as the intruder lifted his arms into the air, the screen suddenly went blank. The majority of the viewers claimed that the man in the mask had thrown something, most likely some type of heavy object that knocked the camera from its perch, or even a length of rope designed to lasso the camera and yank it down. Yet neither an object nor any rope was visible in the footage. Others were convinced that something extraordinary had taken place. Despite the fact that the camera was attached to a corner of the roof some 18 feet off the ground, they believed that the man in the mask had simply jumped straight up into the air and torn off the camera with his bare hands. 3. "Are you sure?" Kara nodded and pulled the covers up to her chin. She looked very small lying in the bed next to me. "Just say the word and we can go," I continued. "I mean it this time." "I know you do, but I'm not going anywhere." Hearing my wife say those words should have made me feel better, but it didn't. All this time I've been so afraid of her picking up and leaving, and now that it was probably the right thing to do, she was being stubborn. It was 6 a.m., and already light outside. The police were still working in the yard, although the mannequins in Annie Riggs's severed head had been taken away hours ago. And once again they had an audience watching their every move from across the street. Despite the radio silence, the media currently outnumbered nosy neighbors by about a 5-to-1 ratio, but I expected that gap to close as more residents woke up to greet the day. Once word got out about why the police were really here, this whole thing was going to turn into a complete and total shit show. No matter how jaded the world had become, an innocent victim's missing head hanging in a suburban front yard tree was pretty much the point of no return. "Do you think you can sleep?" I asked. "Every time I close my eyes, I see her face." I didn't say it to her then, but I knew exactly how she felt. Every time a moment of prolonged silence fell over the house, I heard my wife's screams echoing inside my head. And then I relived the moment when I'd sprinted off the porch and found her on her knees in the side yard. I looked at the dark circles under her eyes and started to lose it. Turning away, I wiped a tear from my face. "I'm okay, I promise. I just need to rest for a while." "Want me to turn on a movie?" She thought about it. "I'll put my headphones on and listen to some music. Maybe that'll help." "Think about what I said. We can go anywhere you want." I told you. I'm not letting him drive us out of our own house. Besides, we're probably safer here than anywhere else. At least that's what Clara said. Clara? Huh. The lieutenant was very kind to me today. I squeezed her hand. Get some rest. I'll be right here. I love you. She paused, long enough so that I didn't think she was going to say it. I love you too. She started to put in her earbuds, then turned and looked at me. Are all the doors locked? 4. Zach Willett, at Zach Willett. 1 hour ago. Ha 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 ha! Saw the mannequins on the news. I wish I'd thought of it. Falling Stars and Applejacks, at Clay Wagner. So funny. My best friend was the one who hung the mannequins on Chismar's fence 2 years ago. TJ Suspiria, at Thomas Reagan. Dude, you may want to delete that tweet. 5. News of the mannequin prank hit the internet with the ferocity of a tornado and made it on the air in time for the Sunday afternoon broadcasts. But still, the furniture store shooting remained the lead story. That would all change later that Sunday evening, when Channel 2 interrupted an episode of Celebrity Wheel of Fortune to reveal exclusive crime scene photos of the hangman figure on Peyton Bear's palm. A somber anchorwoman explained to viewers that the killer had used a fine-point Sharpie with black ink and made the connection between the number 7 written on Peyton Bear's hand and the sequence of numbers Joshua Gallagher had used in 1988 to differentiate his victims. Surprisingly, there was no speculation as to what the missing word could be. Most likely because they were in such a hurry to get to their next jaw-dropping revelation. The anchorwoman, who was new to the Baltimore area and looked as if she wanted to go back to wherever it was she'd come from, crossed her hands in front of her and said, "And now we have Reed McNulty with a live report from Edgewood." "Thanks, Brandy." Reed McNulty was in his early 30s, John Lennon glasses, carefully tousled blonde hair, chin that could slice an apple. He was standing in front of Winter's Run, the wooden bridge where Peyton Bear's body was discovered, looming in the spotlit background. In what is already a very sad day for the Bear family, and in fact this entire Edgewood community, I'm afraid we have even more tragic news to report. If you have young children present in the room, you may want to ask them to leave. He lowered his eyes from the camera for a moment before continuing. In this Channel 2 exclusive, we learned a short time ago that Peyton Bear's killer used either a thin-bladed knife or a scalpel to slice off the young girl's left ear. Detectives indicated that this almost certainly occurred post-mortem. There was no sign of the severed ear at the crime scene, indicating that the killer took it with him. He turned and slowly walked across the bridge. You may remember that Joshua Gallagher, the serial murderer known as the Boogeyman, sliced off the ears of his victims during his infamous 1988 killing spree. And with that information now public, the dam had officially broken. 6. "The Boogeyman is back!" came the media's rallying cry, and by the time most families were sitting down for dinner that Sunday evening, Edgewood's dark history repeats itself. A copycat killer on the loose was the lead story on CNN. You couldn't scroll for more than a few seconds on Facebook, Twitter, or TikTok without being bombarded with news of the Edgewood Boogeyman copycat killer. The close-up image of the hangman on Peyton Bear's lifeless palm was viewed more than 2 million times in the first hour it appeared online. The lull was over. The circus was back in town. 7. I read and reread all the articles I could find about copycat killers until I could practically repeat them verbatim. I watched the documentaries and studied the textbooks and journals. And each time I finished, I always circled back to the same troubling question. How much of the responsibility for what was happening was my own? 8. A summer evening on Main Street in historic downtown Bel Air was normally a scene straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting. Small shops lined both sides of the narrow 2-lane street. storefront windows painted gold and red by the rays of the setting sun. There were clothing boutiques, outdoor cafes, coffee shops, florists, and a pair of family-owned bakeries. There was a comic book store, a watch repair shop, and a hardware store that had laid down its roots here at the turn of the 20th century. Even the handful of banks, law offices, and real estate companies made an effort to fit in, with their 4-screen canopies and old-fashioned wooden benches out front. Potted plants and hand-painted signs decorated most of the storefronts. Miniature American flags and bright red ribbons adorned the lampposts. A red, white, and blue banner advertising the upcoming 4th of July Carnival hung over the busy intersection at Main and 3rd. On Monday nights, large pizzas were 2 for $1 at Buen Tempo Brothers, and the takeout line usually stretched all the way out the door. Sean Boland's Pub was the only place in town where you could get a $5 pitcher of dark beer and a steaming hot plate of corned beef and cabbage. Every day was St. Patty's Day at Boland's. Most summer nights, the sidewalks were swarming with families on their way to or from dinner, giggling packs of children eating ice cream cones, and hand-holding couples of all ages out for a romantic stroll. Smiling dogs on leashes, double-decker baby strollers, and little kids on scooters were everywhere you looked. But on the Sunday night that the world learned about the horrific details of Peyton Bear's death, the scene on Main Street was quite a bit different. The stores and restaurants were open, but mostly empty. The sidewalks were strangely bare. There was no music or laughter, just a breathless tension in the air, a foreboding sense of waiting for the other shoe to drop. At the south end of Main Street, a large crowd had gathered in front of the courthouse, overflowing the sidewalk and spilling out onto the road. A frazzled Bel Air town cop, who couldn't have been more than a year or two away from retirement, tried his best to corral people back to safety, while his partner blew his whistle and directed traffic around them. Car horns blew and tempers flared. The mood within the crowd wasn't much better. People were scared and angry. The media had assembled in a roped-off area at the front of the throng of people, an undulating mass of cameras and microphones and blinding lights. At the top of the courthouse steps, Lieutenant McLaren stood ramrod straight in front of the podium. Dressed in her uniform, she cut an impressive figure. Detective Gonzalez, who had already given his statement, stood at her side. Either he'd trimmed his mustache for the press conference, or he'd used some kind of shaping gel. I stood a few feet behind them, doing my best not to pass out or vomit. And I'd just like to reiterate what Detective Gonzalez said a short time ago. In an effort to remain vigilant and safe, we are asking residents to lock their doors and windows at all times, and to avoid walking anywhere alone, day or night. When we say anywhere, we mean that in a literal sense. An example. Even if you need to simply walk outside to get something from your car, take someone else with you. Don't take any unnecessary chances. And finally, if you see something, say something. Anything at all out of the ordinary, please call it in. The lieutenant picked up the sheet of paper in front of her, folded it, and stuffed it into her pocket. Now, we'll take a handful of questions. Everyone began shouting at once. A forest of waving hands shot high into the air. Lieutenant McLaren searched the crowd for a friendly face. I had attended a number of these things over the years, and I knew from experience that the first question or two were usually prearranged softballs. She finally settled on a woman with short curly hair and glasses in the second row. "Kendra," the lieutenant said into the microphone, pointing. The crowd noise dropped to an uneasy murmur. "Has Joshua Gallagher assisted in any way with this investigation?" Tough question. Definitely not a plant. "He has not," the lieutenant answered. The same lady. "Do you believe he could be involved in the murders of Ann Riggs or Peyton Bear?" "At this point, we do not believe that is the case. Joshua Gallagher is being held in a maximum security prison. He's only allowed out of his cell for a total of 90 minutes a day. His mail and phone calls are carefully screened." The cacophony of shouting returned. Lieutenant McLaren pointed at a man wearing an expensive suit in the front row. I recognized him from the Channel 11 Evening News. "This question is for Richard Chismar." I took a deep breath and stepped up to the podium. "This is why you're here, Rich. Let folks see you're as concerned as they are." When you were 22 years old and first sat down to write a book about Joshua Gallagher, did you ever think that—" A booming voice sounded from somewhere in the crowd, drowning out the rest of the question. "Is it true that you've been expecting these murders for some time now? And that you're going to write a book about them?" My mouth dropped open in surprise. When I saw myself later on television, I immediately knew that the screenshot would become a meme and go viral. It was just too perfect. With the crowd and the lights and my wide, startled eyes, I looked like a bad actor playing an idiot on TV. "What about your recent visit with Joshua Gallagher?" I don't have any plans to write another true crime book." My mouth was nowhere near the microphone. Other than the lieutenant and Detective Gonzalez, I'm almost certain no one heard me. "What's the real reason the police were at your house last night?" Lieutenant McLaren stepped in front of me and leaned close to the microphone. "I'm sorry, but that's all for tonight." She took me by the arm and escorted me inside the courthouse. 9. The following posts were excerpted from a 39-page thread entitled Peyton Bear News from the Boogeyman Lives message board. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:34 p.m. Central Time. Beelzebub. I was right. He cut off her fucking ear. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:34 p.m. Central Time. The Final Girl. Any guesses on the hangman word? Phantom? Haunted? Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:35 p.m. Central Time. The Night Stalker. Chismar's the one. I'll bet you anything. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:37 p.m. Central Time. Dark Angel. It makes me sick how girls keep dying and he keeps making money. Someone should do something about it. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:39 p.m. Central Time. Last Chance Charlie. Gallagher is innocent. These murders prove it. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:41 p.m. Central Time. Bundy's bitch. I saw Chismar in his front yard the other day. I think him and Gallagher are working together. Just wait and see. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:42 p.m. Central Time. Rank and file flight risk. There's no way Josh Gallagher's in jail. It's got to be a body double or something. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:44 p.m. Central Time. The Final Girl. Any guesses on when the next murder will occur? Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:47 p.m. Central Time. Lewis Creed. I drove by Chismar's house last night. Cops fucking everywhere. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:49 p.m. Central Time. Jordan Peele rocks and rolls. Heard that Joshua Gallagher is going to make a public statement soon. Be ready for a bombshell. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:51 p.m. Central Time. Flying Monkeys. Was anyone at the press conference tonight? Link's here. Was a shit show. Sunday, June 12, 2022, 10:52 p.m. Central Time. Prez of the Michael Myers Fan Club. Listen to Chismar talk for a while. I'm telling you, something's not right with that guy. Excerpt from Edgewood Looking Back by Richard Chismar, pages 119 to 120. Despite being the youngest of 5 children and having the best friends a boy could have, I spent a lot of time by myself. Usually, this was by choice. I had library books and comics to keep me company, daydreams to dream, and important things to think about. My family was a loving bunch, but far from perfect, and I longed to figure out why. I couldn't understand even basic algebra, not a lick of it, no matter how hard I tried. Some of my friends were changing, and it troubled me. The world, in many ways, troubled me. And then there were girls. They were a complete and total mystery, and all of a sudden, they were everywhere. So yes, you could say my 12-year-old brain was busy. But there was another reason I so often chose such a solitary existence. I'd learned that it was easier to find magic when no one else was around. And when I was a kid, growing up in Edgewood, Maryland, magic was everywhere. It was shooting stars and four-leaf clovers and birds' nests so tiny and delicate you could cradle them in the palm of your hand. It was rainbows after a thunderstorm and full moons that followed you home and snowflakes melting on your tongue. It was bottle rockets and fireflies, pocket knives and fishing poles. It was finding an arrowhead buried in a creek bank and a feather that could tell the future. It was a bird that came close enough to eat from your hand. A squirrel that played tag with you at the playground. Magic was plunging your hands into a swift-moving stream and watching the sunlight dance between your fingertips. It was catching a fish on your last cast of the day and finding a frog in your window well. It was discovering a rock buried in your backyard that was so shiny and so perfectly round that it had to have come from another planet. It was pulling 3 Baltimore Orioles from a single pack of baseball cards. Sometimes, magic was a person. The man who looked like Santa Claus in line at the grocery store. The teenage girl buying a snow cone whose hair was the color of an October sunset. A soldier in uniform home on leave, hugging his crying mother on a street corner. These things were easier for me to see and feel when I was all by myself. 12. Surprise visitor. I'll be your Hannibal Lecter if you'll be my Clarice Starling. 1. The next morning was pure chaos. Overnight, the field across the street had transformed into a miniature Woodstock. Tents had been erected, clusters of lawn chairs arranged, and coolers of every imaginable size hauled in. A hammock hung between 2 trees. A man was shaving, and a woman was brushing her hair in front of a lighted vanity mirror that had been set up on top of a folding table. A Lady Gaga song was playing from an unseen stereo speaker, while 2 young men wearing NBC baseball caps tossed a football back and forth. There were even a couple of food vendors in box trucks selling coffee and donuts and breakfast sandwiches. Earlier this morning, the police had had no choice but to finally close down Southampton Road from the traffic circle on Moore's Mill to the light on Route 543. After taking in the view from our bedroom window, Kara hadn't said a single word to me all morning, and I couldn't really blame her. It felt as if we were living a nightmare. Several deputies waved back a surge of photographers as I pulled out of the driveway. I had an appointment in Forest Hill at 8 a.m., and I was already running late. Wasn't that the way it was going? I made a fool of myself on national television the night before, and had to wake up early the next morning for a stupid dentist appointment. Should have canceled, but go figure. Mike and Molly Peel were the reasons I was late. When I'd walked outside to my car, I'd heard voices coming from next door, and noticed a flurry of activity in their driveway, peeking between the neat row of juniper trees that separated our houses. I'd watched as the 2 of them, along with their daughters, loaded suitcases and backpacks and plastic bags of groceries into 2 cars parked side by side with their hatchbacks standing open. They were going somewhere in a hurry. After a minute, the oldest daughter, Maggie, saw me standing there. She nudged her father. "Hey, Rich," Mike said, a sheepish look on his face. "Look, we're bailing out of here. Going to Jersey for a little while." Molly's family had a place in Avalon. They went every summer, but not like this. It looked like they were fleeing a hurricane, and maybe they were. "I'm really sorry." "About everything," I said. "Are you taking the dogs?" "Oh, yeah. The whole gang's going," Mike said, trying hard to smile. Molly walked outside with an armful of beach towels. "Please don't be sorry." She placed them in the back seat of one of the cars. "None of this is your fault." "I'm not so sure about that." I felt awful. Kara was going to feel even worse when I told her. "Just be safe," Molly said, crossing her arms over her chest. "Take care of yourself and your family." I nodded, unsure if I could trust my voice, and retreated to my car. 2. The man in the crowd yelling questions had been identified as Jeremy Hollister, Peyton Bear's stepfather. He wasn't in any kind of trouble. Technically, he'd done nothing wrong, but Detective Gonzalez had tracked him down just the same and had a chat with him. Trust issues aside, Mr. Mustache was good at his job. Or maybe that's why he was good at his job. Suffice to say, Jeremy Hollister was not a fan of mine. As evidenced by the aggressive nature of his questioning, Hollister was convinced that I was a low-life hustler and charlatan, exploiting people's bad fortune and, at the very least, partially responsible for the death of his stepdaughter. Gonzalez assured me that he'd given the man a not-so-subtle warning to stay away from me and my family, and that he didn't believe it would be any further issue. Hollister and his wife had been drinking last night at a Bel Air restaurant and had stumbled upon the press conference by accident. Hearing the detectives talk about their daughter in front of all those strangers had brought a lot of private emotions to the boiling point. The press conference had been Lieutenant McLaren's idea, and it had gone relatively smooth right up until it had been my turn at the podium, which was precisely what I'd been afraid of. I'd sensed it from the crowd even before Detective Gonzalez had started talking. I'd seen it dancing around the edges of their eyes. In a matter of days, I'd gone from the feel-good success story of hometown boy makes good to what do we really know about this guy, and what kind of monster has he invited into our community? If only they'd known that Annie Riggs's missing head had turned up in a tree in my side yard Saturday night, they probably would have shown up at the house with torches and pitchforks and run me out of town. The detectives had been busy since Saturday night. Every inch of our property had been poked and prodded and meticulously combed over. The woods had been thoroughly searched. The security footage had been viewed numerous times. All their investigative work pointed to one likely, yet also highly unlikely, scenario. The killer had snuck into our yard by way of a blind spot in the security system, which none of us had known existed, allowed himself to appear on camera for exactly 3.5 seconds, just long enough to disable said camera, unscrewed the light bulb in the lamppost, hauled in 3 mannequins weighing just over 30 pounds each, hung them from a tree using 3-foot lengths of 3/8 of an inch manila rope, in clear view of Southampton Road and multiple neighbors, and then disappeared into the night, leaving behind not a trace of physical evidence. All within a window of approximately 57 minutes, and with Trooper Parker's imminent return possible at any moment. The mannequins remained the biggest question mark in a great big pile of question marks. At 31 pounds each, and awkward as hell to carry, the killer would have most likely had to drag them behind him. Yet detectives have been unable to find a single drag mark in the grass, dirt, or mud. Plus, even during the driest of months, which this hadn't been, a good portion of the woods were swampy. The killer would have had to carry the mannequins, perhaps one at a time, in order to cross that particular area. Unless he'd had help, of course. A sobering point that had surely been dancing on the edge of everyone's suspicions for some time now. And that very real possibility opened up a whole new can of headaches for the detectives. 2 probable hiding spots had been identified as having clear enough sightlines with which to surveil my house and driveway. The first was located in the Stevenson side yard across the street, a cramped space sandwiched in between a chest-high row of shrubbery and a copse of tall pines. The view was a good one, especially at night, but there was a logistics problem. Unless the person hiding there was relatively short and wearing full-body camouflage, remaining unseen during the daytime hours presented a difficult challenge. The house directly behind them stood at an angle on a moderate hillside, and 2 of the master bedroom windows looked down upon the hideaway with a relatively clear view. The second spot was in Ken Klein's backyard. Several adult sycamore trees provided a natural border between his property and the residence behind him, as well as ample shade for both of their lawns. The middle tree was the tallest of the 3, and approximately 25 feet above the ground, detectives discovered a natural perch formed by the juncture of several large branches. Portions of bark on 2 of the branches were rubbed or worn away by what they believed to be the bottom of someone's shoes. A few smaller twigs higher up in the tree, where the person's handholds might be located, were bent and broken. As expected, Ken Klein was very cooperative with the police. He allowed them to use the extension ladder from his garage, and one of the detectives told Lieutenant McLaren that when he'd stood in the tree, using a quality pair of binoculars, he could see right into our bedroom window. I left that little tidbit out when repeating the story to Kara. Before the lieutenant dropped me off at the house last night, she'd shared one final piece of interesting news. The techs had almost completed their examination of Joshua Gallagher's fan mail, and it looked as if I would finally be able to visit with him later this week. At the time, numb and embarrassed from my performance at the press conference, I hadn't known what to think or how to feel about the news. When I woke up this morning, I still didn't. 3. An hour later, teeth still tingling from my annual cleaning, I gave a half-hearted wave to Carl the UPS man as he was pulling away, and turned into the driveway. There was a black Hummer I'd never seen before parked on my spot in front of the garage. It dwarfed my pickup as I pulled up alongside it. On my way to the house, I stopped and peered into one of the windows. There was a heap of wrinkled clothes piled on the passenger seat. The floor was littered with empty Diet Coke cans. All of a sudden, I had a feeling I knew who was waiting inside for me. As the gate clanged shut, the dogs came running and swarmed around my ankles. "We're down here!" Kara yelled from the backyard. A little excited, despite myself, I took the steps 2 at a time, almost tripping on the last one. My guess had been a good one. Carly Albright was sitting next to Kara at the edge of the swimming pool, their legs dangling in the water. They both got up as I approached. "Surprise!" Kara said, with a big smile on her face. "I can't believe it," I said, giving Carly a hug. "How long's it been?" She squeezed me so hard I could feel my ribs bending. "Wouldn't have been nearly this long if you'd bothered answering my messages." Uh-oh. I glanced at Kara. She gave me a look that said, "You have some explaining to do, mister." "Wow, you look great," I said to Carly, my eyes already stinging from the potency of her perfume. "Thanks. You look like shit." Same old Carly. Nothing had changed. "Nice ride, by the way. Good on gas, and even better for the environment." "Shut up and give me another hug," she said, and I happily obliged. 4. We made ourselves comfortable on the back porch. When I'd complimented her earlier by the pool, I'd merely been trying to change the subject, but I had to hand it to Carly. She really did look good. She dropped an alarming amount of weight immediately after the funeral, and her skin had taken on a sickly pale appearance. Probably because, for weeks after, she'd refused to leave the house. Since mid-December, the last time I'd seen her in person, she'd gained all the weight back. She looked healthy and fit. Her eyes were clear and sharp, and she was the tannest I'd ever seen her. She'd also opted for a new hairstyle and color. The old ginger Tower of Power beehive was gone, replaced by a uniformly dark, curled-under bob. I couldn't believe I was saying it, but it made her look years younger and kind of trendy. "That's because Antonio was a stylist for the stores," she said in a really bad Joan Rivers imitation. "He does Anderson Cooper's and Margot Robbie's hair." "Who?" I asked. She dismissed me with a haughty flip of her hand. "As for the weight, I just finally decided to start eating again." "Well, we're glad you did," Kara said. "We missed you so much." "I've missed you too," Carly said, her eyes suddenly glistening. "When you called and left a message last week." Now it was my turn to give Kara a look. "I was in the Australian outback with the girls, blissfully unaware of all the drama unfolding back here in Maryland. Hearing your voice was such a wonderful surprise." "How's Australia?" I asked. "Beautiful but buggy. Too many spiders and snakes." "And how's work?" "I quit," she said. My mouth dropped open. "You quit the Post?" "Why?" "The day after Christmas. When the girls went to sleep that night, I sat in my study and typed up my letter of resignation." She shrugged. "I was dying inside. I had to do something." "You're amazing," Kara said. As luck would have it, my boss refused to even look at the letter. He offered me a 1-year sabbatical on the spot. That's why there was never a public announcement. The job's still mine if I want it. I tried to keep the shock out of my voice. "Are you going back?" "I haven't decided yet. Some days I miss it like hell. Other days, not even a little bit. What have you been doing with yourself since December? Reading books, something I was never able to do while working all the time. Playing a little golf. I started writing a novel, but decided it was too soon, so I put it aside for later. Mostly, I've been spending Walter's pension and traveling around the world. She paused. Home. Man, home was too many painful memories for me, especially during the holidays. So I packed my suitcase and left. The girls even took off work and joined me on a couple of trips. That sounds like time well spent, I said. It has been. You'll learn a lot about yourself on the road. She looked at me and Kara. Sorry, I sound like a self-help seminar. So how about you two? Are you kidding? Kara said. I spread my arms in front of me. I mean, hey, the Boogeyman's back. That's not funny, Kara said, scolding me. It's a little funny, Carly said. That's because you don't live with this guy every day. He's still obsessed with Gallagher? Worse than ever. I'm right here, you two. Carly leaned closer to Kara. Explain. You already know most of it. He's still trying to find answers where there are none to be found, and he just won't let it go. The only difference now is Gallagher's practically part of the family. Oh my God, I said, sitting up. That is so not true. I hate it when he calls the house. I hate it when he calls him rich, like they're old friends. Most of all, I hate that people think they are old friends. I understand, Carly said, nodding. Not everyone thinks that. I hated how whiny my voice sounded. Even just one person is too many. Carly turned to me. Are you still making regular visits to Cumberland to see him in person? I haven't been there since February or March. Too busy promoting the book. I didn't say a word about what the lieutenant had told me last night. I mean, I guess some things have gotten better, Kara said, glaring at me. You don't stay up all night staring at those photos anymore. And I haven't heard you listening to the interview tapes nearly as often as you used to. What photos? I waited for Kara to answer, and when she didn't, I went ahead. I have a box of old photographs and videotapes of Gallagher. Family cookouts, vacations, school pictures and graduation, a handful of wrestling matches, a bonfire down by the post office, that sort of thing. For a while there, if he wasn't watching videos or looking at pictures, Kara went on, he was fixated on those ridiculous message boards or sitting there in a trance staring at social media posts 24/7. You wouldn't believe the things some people write for all the world to see. Twirling her hair between her fingers, something I'd seen her do hundreds of times before, Carly processed everything we'd just told her. And now, all these years later, we suddenly have a copycat. Looks like it, I said. I assume there's more than what I've been seeing out there. Lots more, Kara said. Tell her what happened Saturday. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and looked. Holding it up for Carly to see, I said, Looks like you already made the news. TMZ had tweeted a photo of Carly sitting behind the wheel of her Hummer, and it was already going viral. She was wearing sunglasses and smiling for the camera. Her teeth looked very white. The bright red triple-decker headline centered above the photograph read, Veteran journalist Carly Albright visits old friend in Bel Air, Maryland. Back on the hunt? On that note, Kara said, getting to her feet, I'm running to the store. You're staying for dinner, Carly, and I won't accept no for an answer. I was actually kind of hoping I could crash in your guest room for a night or two. Kara's smile was brighter than the sun. Are you kidding me? You can stay as long as you want. Do you think you might whip up those amazing brownies of yours for dessert? Done, Kara said, heading for the door. She stopped and looked back. I don't suppose either of you want to tag along. I have a better idea. I turned to Carly. You want to go for a ride? 5. How long's it been? We were sitting in front of Carly's old house on Banyan Road. Much like the split level I'd grown up in, it looked smaller, faded, diminished somehow. 4 or 5 years at least. She glanced at me. Don't look so surprised. I live in D.C., Rich, not just down the road. Plus, I'm not a hopeless romantic like you. What does that have to do with anything? You know you've always romanticized the past. In life and in your books. Maybe, I said. No maybes about it. And then there's that Catholic side of you, where you believe that if you don't come back and pay tribute every few months, you're dishonoring your childhood and the memory of your parents. I had forgotten how much I truly hated when Carly Albright was right and I was wrong. I grunted and pulled away from the curb, checking the rearview mirror to make sure no one was following us. On the way here, I'd noticed a dark SUV a couple of cars behind us on Route 40. It had made the left turn onto Edgewood Road along with us, but I'd lost sight of it after the traffic light and hadn't seen it since. It wouldn't have surprised me if it had been a reporter. During the 15-minute drive to Edgewood, I'd filled Carly in on the investigation. She'd listened in silence and twirled her hair like a madwoman. When I'd told her what had happened to Kara on Saturday night, she shook her head and said, "The boogeyman done pissed off the wrong woman." Ain't that the truth? As we drove down Willoughby Beach Road, I'd promised myself that I wouldn't bitch and moan about the new high school, and I didn't. Carly's questions began. "So, you've told me what the police think. What do you think?" I honestly don't know. My head's all screwed up. Every day feels like crisis mode. Does it feel that much different than it did back in '88? I thought about it. I was so young then. I was almost more offended that someone was killing people in my hometown than I actually was scared. It felt like, I don't know, a movie I was watching back then. Now, I have a family and a career, and we're right in the goddamn middle of it. You scared this time? Hell yes, I'm scared. I can't figure out what my role in all this is. The guy's obviously a psycho, but is he killing people and playing games with me in order to impress Gallagher? To use your words, to pay tribute to him? Or is it all just a shortcut to getting headlines? Maybe it's both. Okay, right. Maybe both. So then what's the end game? Am I really in danger? Is my family? Or does this sick fuck just need me around to write his version of the boogeyman? His own version of immortality, you mean? Exactly. Look at Gallagher. He's practically a celebrity now, and I'm partially to blame. I slowed down and pointed out the passenger window. That's Annie Riggs's house. Carly craned her neck for a better look. The gate was closed. The driveway was empty. The shades were drawn on the windows. It had only been a week and a half, but the house already had an abandoned feel to it. Have you spoken to anyone in her family? Oh, God, no. I've stayed out of that one. You think they blame you? Probably. Everyone else seems to. She gave me the hairy eyeball. Aw, poor baby Rich, the tortured best-selling author. I started to protest, but stopped. She was right again. See, that's the bitch of it, Carly. I feel selfish as hell for saying it, and don't you start with me. But I can't help feeling like a victim in all of this. How can I not? I've got a psycho watching my every move and leaving fucking body parts in my yard. Body parts! Everything I've worked so hard to build in my career suddenly feels wrong. Oh, they're buying the book like crazy, and the movie crushed at the box office. But people are looking at me like I'm just another one of those wacko serial killer groupies. Hell, even my own wife thinks I invited this into our lives, and she's starting to hate me for it. She doesn't hate you. She's just worried about you. I know she is. I get that. I'm just all twisted up inside. I don't even know what to do anymore, except wait around for something else to hit me from left field. I'm pretty sure that's a normal reaction to everything that's happened. Maybe. But like you said, boo-hoo-hoo, poor baby Rich. 2 innocent people are dead. The whole community's in mourning. But hey, I'm back on the bestseller lists. And still I can't stop thinking, why me? And not in a good way. I know I'm horrible. I'm sorry. This time, she didn't have an answer. We drove past Flying Point Park and the marina in silence. The skies were clear, and the temperature was hovering in the mid-80s. Summer was finally here. The playground was packed with children. The dock lined with crabbers and fishermen. A fleet of boats motored up and down the river. Our windows were down, and I could hear squeals of distant laughter and music playing from somewhere inside the park. Life kept on going when the sun was out, no matter what happened in the shadows. "Have you done any snooping around yourself?" Carly asked as we turned onto Willoughby and headed back toward the heart of town. "Or are you letting the police handle everything like a good boy?" "You know, I wouldn't even know where to start. It's all been such a whirlwind." "That doesn't sound like the Joe Hardy I know." I smiled. McLaren called me that the other day. "Aha! So you were doing some poking around where you didn't belong." "Not really. I just gave my opinion on something, and she pretty much laughed in my face. I don't even remember what it was." Carly looked disappointed. "I mean, I've done a couple things, I guess. I kept a file of weird emails and letters I've received since Boogeyman came out. I made copies before I handed them over to the detectives, but there really wasn't anything there." "What else?" "I've watched most of the security footage." "I heard that." "My wife's a blabbermouth." "Your wife didn't say a word. Your son did. He was on his way out this morning when I pulled in. By the way, he told me he wants a Hummer for Christmas." "Excellent. You can give him yours." "Don't tempt me." "What else?" "Nothing, really. I check out the memorial in our front yard every day in case the killer decides to leave a message, but I think he's too smart for that." "Now that's one of the things I remember from back in the day." "What is?" "You always gave Gallagher too much credit. Remember what I told you that time? That's because you just finished reading The Silence of the Lambs. You wanted the Boogeyman to be a genius like Hannibal Lecter." "I remember." "But in the end, he wasn't even close. Gallagher was no genius. He was just the quiet kid who sat in the corner and ended up killing a bunch of girls that reminded him of the one that broke his heart." She looked at me closely, and I knew what she was going to say before she opened her mouth. "You think Gallagher might have the answer to all this, don't you?" I didn't respond right away, so she kept going. "You going to see him?" "Later this week." "Don't tell Kara." "I wouldn't dream of it." "That's all on you." "I don't know if he has any answers. They've searched his cell, his mail, found nothing. But still." I didn't like the way she was staring at me. "That's something else I remember from back then," she said. "You never really believed Gallagher was a monster like the rest of us did. A part of you always felt sorry for him." She shook her head at me. "I just hope you're being careful, Rich. This could all blow up in your face." If she only knew. 6. As we drove past the old Santoni's shopping center, I noticed a look of somber contemplation on Carly's face. For the past 10 minutes, she'd been staring out the passenger window and not saying much. It wasn't at all like her. "It's changed," I finally said. She looked at me. "What? Santoni's?" "Everything. The whole town." "Yeah, it has," she said, nodding. "Everything always does." I stopped at the traffic light on Edgewood Road. There was a hangman spray-painted on the side of the Texaco station. Someone with a warped sense of humor had filled in the blanks. Boogeyman. Sometimes I don't even recognize it anymore. "It's strange, though," she said, and for a moment she looked genuinely perplexed. "With the risk of sounding like a sappy old sentimental fart like you, it still feels like home to me." "It does? Really?" I didn't even bother trying to hide my surprise. "My first job was mopping floors at Santoni's. $4 an hour. My second job was right across the street at the library." She pointed out the window. "My best friend Val Gallagher lived just down the road." She looked around, and I could see tears shimmering in her eyes. "My mother and father have been gone a long time, but I feel close to them here. They loved living in Edgewood. I didn't mean to make you sad. Despite growing up with 3 sisters, I'd never done well with crying women. They scared me. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you here. I'm sorry." "Don't be." She wiped her eyes and gave me a smile that reminded me of the Carly Albright I'd first met nearly 35 years ago. "I've traveled all over the world these past 6 months, and honestly, if you can believe it, this just might be my favorite place of all. I'd forgotten that until today. Right now," I sat up a little taller in the driver's seat. "I guess it does feel like home, doesn't it? I'd like to bring the girls back here sometime. Give them a little tour." I raised my eyebrows at her. She gave my shoulder a pat. "Hush up and drive." Smiling, that's what I did. 7. "Maybe you shouldn't have given those photographers the middle finger." Carly undid her seatbelt. "Maybe those sons of whores shouldn't have blocked your driveway." McLaren's gonna love that. We got out of the truck and started for the house. "Can I ask you something before we go inside?" she said. I stopped and looked at her. "Sure." "My texts and voicemails. Why didn't you answer me?" Frankly, I was surprised she'd waited this long to ask. "From last week, you mean?" "No, before that." I took a deep breath, let it out. At the funeral, and even before that, I felt like I kept saying the wrong thing. You were so sad and angry and distant, and I was making everything worse. I was grieving, you idiot. I know you were, but what? But you're my friend, and you were hurting so bad, and I was the one who was supposed to make everything better. I didn't bother wiping the tears that were suddenly filling my eyes. "Rich, your job as my friend was to be there, to listen, to remind me that there were still good things left in the world. And you did that. You were there for me, every day, until suddenly you weren't. And that's what I don't understand." I felt like I'd failed you. Now she was crying too, really crying. Mascara ran down her cheeks in dark rivulets. She looked like a demented clown. "Kara's right. You really are an imbecile." I nodded. "I know I am." "She's also right that you have the biggest heart of anyone in this awful, awful world." She pulled me into her arms. My ribs immediately started to ache again. "You didn't fail me, Rich, or anyone else. You need to remember that, no matter what happens going forward, okay? Fuck what anybody else thinks." I didn't say anything. I just tugged her back. And in the end, goddamn if it wasn't exactly what I needed. 8. "You're right. That's creepy as hell." Carly rewound the surveillance footage and watched it again. "The way he walks by and stares at the house, Jesus, that's big-time Michael Myers vibes. I still can't stop thinking about what's inside the bag." Kara came into the family room. "When you 2 ghouls are finished, dinner's ready on the back porch." "I'm starving." I started to close the laptop, but Carly stopped me. "Wait." She tapped the keyboard, rewinding again. She'd gotten the hang of it a lot quicker than I had. And then she hit the space bar. Once again, the man in the mask walked slowly across the screen. When he was gone, she looked up at me. "I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but there's something familiar about this guy. I just can't quite put my finger on what it is." "Seriously?" "Yeah. I need to think about this." 9. After wolfing down 3 large servings of lasagna and half a loaf of homemade bread, I had saved room by skipping the salad. I crashed on the love seat while Kara and Carly polished off a bottle of wine and blabbed about the new season of Ozark. Within minutes, I dozed off to the sound of their happy voices. I'd left my cell phone next to the pillow on which my head was resting, and when it vibrated a short time later, I startled awake and answered without even bothering to check the caller ID. Hello? How was dinner? I sat up. Too fast. My head swam. How the hell did you get a direct line? He chuckled. Do you know what one of my rudimentary sketches goes for on eBay these days? I ignored the question. You saw the news about the hangman? Talk about rudimentary. Made mine look like a Picasso. It appears you have an admirer. He took Peyton Bear's ear. Kara and Carly had stopped talking. They were staring at me. I suspect he's as much of an admirer of yours as he is mine. Any idea why he's doing this? Why not? Kara got up and started pacing. Can you help us find him? I'll be your Hannibal Lecter if you'll be my Clarice Starling. I sighed. Why are you calling me? I've missed you. Do you realize it's been 97 days since we last sat across from each other? I didn't know that. And because I heard that you'll be coming to see me soon, I wanted to give you something to think about during that long, tiresome drive. Kara's cheeks had gone red, and not because of the wine. She looked like she wanted to strangle me. And what would that be? Tell the lieutenant to run my DNA again. If they do that, I'll give you a fourth name. Why would she do that? Just tell her. There was a scraping sound, like he'd pushed a chair away and stood up. Oh, and Rich? Yes? Please give Carly Albright my very best. The phone went dead. Excerpt from in-person interview with Brendan Watts, age 57, Parkersburg, West Virginia, recorded on June 16, 2020. Chismar. Mr. Watts, you were teammates with Joshua Gallagher on the wrestling team at Penn State University, correct? Watts. For one semester. Yes. Chismar. Did you consider Gallagher a friend or merely a teammate? Watts. Usually those two things are one and the same. You spend a lot of time together, and you get to know each other really well. But Gallagher didn't even last a year, so it was different with him. I wouldn't say any of the guys were actually friends with him. Any specific memories that you can share? The more detail, the better. He was a strong wrestler. Even injured, he put other guys on their backs. If he would have stuck it out, he might have made a name for himself, in a different way than he did. Do you remember anything about his personality? Sense of humor? Temper? Any particular quirks or habits? He read aloud. I remember that. Some of the guys used to make fun of him. Nothing mean, just being typical jock wise-asses. Bennett Brown, he was one of the captains, used to call Gallagher the Professor, because he always had a book with him. What else? He pauses. I don't remember anything about his sense of humor. He was pretty quiet. He was more of a listener than a talker. Sometimes you'd catch him staring at you, but a lot of freshmen did that. Most of the first years were scared to death. D1 wrestling is no joke, and being away from home for the first time isn't easy. Did you ever meet his girlfriend, Anna Garfield? Yeah, a few times. Man, she was gorgeous. And nice enough, but kind of controlling. The guys gave him hell for that, too. In what ways was she controlling? Maybe bossy would be a better word to describe her. One time, she made him leave a party early just because someone spilled beer on her sweater. I was sitting right next to her when it happened, and you could barely see the wet spot on her shoulder. It probably would have dried in like 5 minutes. But nope, that was it. Take me home, that sort of thing. Another time, back in the dorm, we were all going out, and she made him change his shirt because the one he was wearing was all wrinkled and didn't have a collar. How did Gallagher react when these things happened? He didn't say much, but you could tell that he didn't like it. You know, being told what to do. 13. How monsters are made. It was also around this time that Henry began stalking humans. 1. The March 1993 issue of Psychology Journal featured a 19-page article entitled How Monsters Are Made, written by prominent New York psychiatrist James L. Largent. Published almost a decade after Henry Matheny's arrest, the article was the result of a year-long series of interviews Largent conducted with Matheny at Ware State Prison in Waycross, Georgia. Convicted of the first-degree murders of Brennan Lloyd, 1978, Carlton Bowers, 1978, Patricia Cotter, 1982, Noel Stockton, 1983, and Bernadette Pauletto, 1983. Matheny was extradited to the state of Georgia and sentenced to prison in December 1984 for 5 consecutive life terms. As of summer 2022, Henry Matheny was 74 years old and in charge of the Ware State Prison Library. 2. The following narratives have been culled from James L. Largent's extraordinary account of Henry Matheny's formative years. They are recounted here, summarized in my own words, with the author's written permission. 3. When Henry Matheny was 8 years old, he moved to Parsons, Georgia, a small town on the shoreline of the Chattahoochee River, to live with his grandparents. Henry's father, Stuart, had abandoned his family earlier that summer and would never be heard from again. It was later learned that Stuart Matheny was killed by police in 1963 during an armed robbery standoff somewhere in East Texas. Henry's mother, Jean, suffered from a variety of ailments, both physical and mental, and felt she was no longer able to care for her only child, so she asked her parents to take him in until her health improved. Evidently, that improvement occurred a mere 6 months later, when she ran away with a traveling salesman named John Derry. She, too, was never heard from again. Henry Matheny's grandparents, Alan and Nancy Opitz, were church-going, God-fearing people with a singularly harsh outlook on life. They believed that hard work and fervent prayer were the only ingredients necessary for contentment, and the earlier you got started, the better. Within a week of Henry's arrival, he was laboring in the Opitz's family butchery, where he was responsible for hosing down blood and viscera matter from the killing stalls. By the time school began in the fall, he was slaughtering chickens. Alan and Nancy Opitz also believed in severe punishment. When 8-year-old Henry brought home a C grade on a spelling quiz, he was forbidden to eat for 2 days. When 10-year-old Henry was caught smoking a hand-rolled cigarette with a classmate, he was beaten with a rake. A spiderweb of scars still covers his upper back and shoulders to this day. And when 11-year-old Henry was found behind the Larsons' shed with his pants down around his ankles and Trudy Larson's dress hiked up around her hips, he was locked in a dark, uncleaned killing stall for 72 consecutive hours. When they finally let him out, he was naked and his entire body was smeared with dried blood and gore. He didn't utter a single word for the next 2 weeks. By the time Henry Matheny was 13, he was killing small animals and runaway pets in the woods for pleasure, usually with a hunting knife he had received for his 10th birthday, but sometimes with a ham reed stolen from a neighbor's truck. He kept a collection of their bones in a shoebox hidden at the bottom of his closet. It was also around this time that Henry began stalking people. Jennifer Hamill was the first. Jenny was 14, blonde, and a tomboy who loved fishing and frogging and hiking on the dirt trails that ran alongside the river. Whether she was alone or with friends, Henry watched her partake in all these activities and more on a near-daily basis. He learned where she would be and when she would be there. He found out where she lived, which second-floor window belonged to her bedroom, and at what time she usually showered and returned to her room, wearing only a towel to brush her hair in front of the mirror. Henry never once made his presence known to Jenny Hamill. He never once spoke to her, or so much as waved to her in passing. He never caused her a single moment of harm or concern. But for nearly a month, most of his waking moments were spent fantasizing about what it would feel like to repeatedly stab her in the face with his hunting knife, and then slather her naked body with her own blood before having sex with her corpse. He kept a journal containing these thoughts hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the barn. There were also drawings and detailed diagrams. In Henry Matheny's fantasy world, he cooked and ate Jenny Hamill's flesh before disposing of her body in the swamp. 4. There were many others after Jennifer Hamill, a middle-aged housewife from nearby Rock Mills who had accidentally bumped fenders with a 17-year-old Henry Matheny at a traffic light. She'd had the prettiest smile and wavy auburn hair that reminded Matheny of his mother. They'd exchanged information on the side of the road and gone their separate ways. Matheny watched her from afar for almost 2 months before finally breaking into her house and masturbating in her bedroom closet while she slept. Her husband was out of town on a business trip. Before he snuck away, Matheny stole an expensive hairbrush from the top drawer of her vanity. For the next 2 weeks, at dinner each night, he ate strands of the woman's hair and washed it down with beer. A year later, there was a man who called balls and strikes at a church league baseball game Matheny played in. There was something about the man's deep voice that made Matheny's heart beat a little quicker. For the next 2 weeks, he followed the man to and from the hardware store he worked at, and even attended Sunday morning worship at the Fellows Baptist Church. While attempting to pick the lock on the man's basement door late one night, Matheny was attacked and bitten on the leg by the man's angry German shepherd. He managed to fight off the dog, but as he scrambled over the backyard fence, a series of gunshots rang out behind him. One of the bullets grazed his hip, leaving him with an ugly knot of scar tissue. Matheny never followed the man again after that. On his 18th birthday, Matheny went out with a couple of friends for burgers and beers. Their waitress that night was new. Her name was Jody, and she just moved there from Florida with her older sister. Less than 2 weeks passed before Matheny slipped through her bedroom window while she was at work and stole a pair of dirty pink panties from her hamper. A week later, it was a toothbrush. And on it went. 5. Henry Matheny was 29 years old in 1978 when he committed his first murder, that of his best friend, Brennan Lloyd, in Macon, Georgia. During his confession 6 years later, he told detectives that he'd killed Lloyd because of a drunken kiss and an argument about fishing tackle. The argument came first. Henry and Brennan got off work that night around 6. They both loaded boxes onto tractor-trailers for the same warehouse company and carpooled to save gas. After clocking out, they drove to a local bar, drank their dinner, and then went night fishing at a nearby creek. According to Henry, Brennan was in a bad mood right from the start. The whole way there, he was griping about my driving. "Slow down. Speed up. You drive like my Aunt Sally." I let him run his mouth because I was tired and drunk. And then once we got to the fishing hole, he started in on the bait. Henry had brought along a Ziploc bag of cheese balls, a 5-star delicacy to Georgia catfish. But Brennan preferred to use night crawlers because they didn't stink so much. I told him that if he wanted to use worms instead of cheese balls, he was welcome to dig some up himself, because I wasn't gonna. He grumbled about it some more, and then proceeded to slide the biggest cheese ball in the bag onto his hook without so much as a thank you or I'm sorry. And wouldn't you know it, he snagged a big one on his first cast. Had to be at least a 10-pounder. I saw its tail flapping around in the mud as he hauled it up the bank, and then snap, splash. It was gone. The line had broken. That's when he called me a jackass and accused me of bringing the wrong fishing rod. But the thing was, that was the only rod and reel Brennan had left. He'd lost the Daiwa with the 20-pound test 2 weeks earlier in a dice game. I reminded him of that. But by that point, he was too far gone to give a hoot, and off he went to sulk and drink some more. He was like that sometimes, a big baby. 2 things happened next that led to Brennan Lloyd's imminent death. For the next half hour or so, Brennan sat on his ass about 20 yards downstream and pretended to fish. His line was in the water, but his hook was emptier than a church pew on Friday night. What Brennan was really doing was sipping away on a pint of whiskey he'd hidden in his waistband with no intention of sharing. By the time he'd polished off the bottle, he was approaching falling down drunk territory and feeling mischievous. The next thing I know, a bottle comes flying out of nowhere and conks me on the back of the head. It hurt bad, but the worst of it was it surprised me, and I let out a little squeal, like a piggy on a farm. Well, that got Brennan laughing, And when I cussed him out, he started laughing even harder and called me a pussy. The bump on my head made me mad. But being called a pussy? That made me a whole lot madder. So I cussed him out some more and eventually went back to fishing, telling him this was the last time I was bringing him along with me. But even after all that, he wasn't done. He snuck up and tackled me, and we started wrestling, something we did a lot of back in those days. Usually it was a coin flip to see who ended up on top. But not that night. Brennan was pissed drunk, and I was just pissed off. It took about 30 seconds for me to pin him. That's when things got weird. Brennan was lying underneath me on his back, trying to catch his breath, dirt and spit all over his face, and he had this strange look in his eyes, like he'd just woken up from a dream. Before I knew what was happening, he lifted his head off the ground and kissed me, right on the lips. I scrambled up as fast as I could, wiped my mouth with my sleeve, but he just laid there with that goofy look on his face. Henry Matheny then climbed into his truck and drove away, leaving his friend alone at the creek. During one of the interview sessions, he admitted to James L. Largent that he had a bone the size of a wrench in his pants, and felt sick and angry and confused, both at Brennan Lloyd and himself. Instead of driving home, he went straight to Brennan's garage apartment on Henderson Lane. Once there, he used the spare key from underneath the doormat to unlock the door, hid inside a closet, and waited. It took Brennan 45 minutes to walk the nearly 3 miles home. Once inside, he urinated all over the toilet seat in the bathroom and then collapsed onto the bed. He didn't notice the closet door was ajar. Minutes later, Henry Matheny crept out of the closet, an 8-inch pearl-handle hunting knife clutched in his hand, and stabbed his friend by his own estimation more than 50 times in the face and torso. Then he castrated him. He threw the severed penis in the creek for the catfish. "How's that for a motherfucking cheeseball?" he muttered as he did the dirty deed, and buried the body deep in the woods. It would be 6 long years before Brennan Lloyd's family learned the truth of what really happened that night. 6. The Internet was in its infancy in 1993, when Largent's article was first published in Psychology Journal. I didn't stumble upon it until 4 years later, when, on a whim, I did a Google search for Henry Matheny. It was one of only 5 articles that were listed. The day I found it, heart racing, I immediately scanned the piece for mentions of Aberdeen Proving Ground, Edgewood Arsenal, and, based on completely illogical reasoning, my own name. APG and Edgewood popped up a handful of times, but that was all. The meat of Largent's story focused on Henry Matheny's formative years and the many types of abuse he had suffered. For years following the incident, I'd feared that I would one day open the door to find a stone-faced detective bearing news that Matheny had confessed to attacking me that long ago August night, and spewing a succession of rapid-fire questions and condemnations as to why I had failed to report him. In another nightmare scenario, I opened that same door to find an unshaven veteran reporter who had tracked down a number of Matheny's Aberdeen co-workers, and to a man, they had all named me as Henry Matheny's closest friend. If you were his best friend, the reporter conjured by my imagination asked, why didn't you stop him? Eventually, I began to realize, not without some relief, that none of these things were going to happen. My actions from back then would never be questioned. My name would never be mentioned, in print or otherwise, in relation to Henry Matheny. My darkest secret would never be revealed. If the passage of time had taught me anything, it was this. Henry Matheny had forgotten all about me. Excerpt from Edgewood Looking Back by Richard Chismar, pages 220 to 221. The landmarks of our youth were etched in my memory like sacred words upon a gravestone. The winds of time might smooth their edges, but they would never disappear. At least not in my lifetime. The house on Hanson Road, the center of my universe. The weeping willow tree in the side yard, my safe haven. The half-moon-shaped section of sidewalk at the junction of Hanson and Tupelo, home to my lemonade stand and guardian of my initials. The bright yellow fire hydrant at the corner of Tupelo and Cherry Court, our official launching point for jumping ramps, and our secret rendezvous spot long before cell phones made it easy to find each other. The witchgrass-covered hills of Cedar Drive. While only 2 blocks away from my house, it might as well have been an ocean's voyage, a kind of no-man's land where few rules existed and time seemed to stand still on long summer afternoons. The manhole cover in Bayberry Court, home plate, and a monument to glory. The library, the quiet oasis where I fell in love with words. Bullen Field, the patch of dirt and rocks where I learned to turn a double play. The Myers house, brooding, patient, eternally haunted. And then there was Water Tower Hill, maybe the most special of them all, where I'd learned how to sled and hurl snowballs and dream the impossible, where my father had once slung his strong arm around my shoulders, the December air cold enough to see his breath, and told me to, "Look around, son. The world is a magical place, if only you believe enough to search for it. We are surrounded by miracles." And in that moment, it had felt like we were the only 2 people alive in the world. And where, on the verge of making my college decision, I had once sat upon the tower's rusting metal spokes, legs dangling, sipping a warm beer, and staring out at the shrinking town in which I'd grown up as the streetlights blinked on. Tired mothers opening and closing screen doors, calling in their children for supper. A melancholy, lonely feeling hanging heavy in the air all around me, thinking, "You'll be okay, Rich. Don't be scared. It's time to go. You'll be okay." 14. Face to face. I want the world to see. 1. Traffic was light on Tuesday morning, and the drive to the Cumberland Penitentiary in western Maryland took only 2 hours and 45 minutes. Normally, it was a 3-hour-plus slog, so I took that as a good sign. My brain was on overload, and even after having not made the trip in several months, it felt like my truck was steering itself. I ate pistachios to stay awake, and listened to an old Nebraska CD during the first half of the drive, Springsteen's storyteller's voice soothing my frazzled nerves. The rest of the time, I drove in silence. The note card reading, "He's wearing a mask underneath his mask," was taped to my dashboard above the radio. From time to time, I found myself mouthing the words. Lieutenant McLaren had called late last night to tell me that I'd been given the official go-ahead to meet with Joshua Gallagher at 11 this morning. If I couldn't swing that, I would have to wait until Thursday afternoon. No explanation was offered as to why that was the case. After agreeing to take the meeting, only after Carly offered to stick around the house all day with Kara, I told the lieutenant what Gallagher had said to me on the phone about retesting his DNA, but she didn't seem very interested. I once had a guy swear up and down to me that he wasn't human, and that if we x-rayed his head, we would see the proof because his skull was shaped differently than any other person on Earth. Gallagher's just playing games with you, like he always does. You really need to understand that about him. And then she'd asked if I could compile a list of all the people I knew who were experienced hunters. Because of the disabled trail cam and the likely surveillance perch discovered in Ken Klein's backyard tree, they felt it was an avenue worth exploring. I had to admit it was a pretty brilliant deduction, and I mentally kicked myself for not having thought of it earlier. I made the list as I drove. It was a short one. The McGurks, Todd Simmons, Dave Pruitt, Pat Pollard, Alex Balico, Bob Martin. That was all I could think of off the top of my head. I'd known these people for most of my life. I couldn't imagine anything useful coming from it. There had been some interesting developments, though, in the past couple of days. A man from Michigan who mailed Gallagher lengthy handwritten letters on a weekly basis had scrawled a hangman figure at the end of one of his fawning missives. It was dated back in May, well before Peyton Bear was killed. When detectives questioned him, he told them it had been a joke, and that Gallagher and he were pen pals, and he was just trying to jumpstart a game. The Flint Police Department was giving the guy a closer look. There was a Connecticut woman who often sent Gallagher half-nude sketches of herself. 6 months ago, she'd professed her love for him in a Hallmark greeting card and hinted at seeking revenge in his name. When detectives paid the woman a visit at her home, they'd found 2 framed photographs on the mantel above her fireplace. The first photo was of NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt. The second was Joshua Gallagher. In many ways, the woman was an unlikely suspect. She was 43 years old and widowed. A substitute teacher and respected member of the PTA, she was a mother to 2 well-behaved teenage sons. Then again, she was also an accomplished triathlete in peak physical condition, towered over most women and many men at 6'1", and had a lengthy arrest record that included charges of breaking and entering, assault and battery, and stalking and harassment. Drawing a direct parallel to Joshua Gallagher, she had once been kicked out of college for behavioral issues involving a former lover. Closer to home, detectives had discovered that one of the most active and provocative participants on the Boogeyman Lives message board was a 19-year-old Fallston resident named Tucker Hipson. He lived in his parents' basement and went by the screen name Chismar Sucks. Detective Gonzalez had spoken with the young man and his parents on 2 separate occasions, and although Hipson had said all the right things and appeared to have solid alibis for the nights of Annie Riggs's and Peyton Bear's murders, Gonzalez still felt something wasn't quite right about him. Hipson's arrest record was clean. He did, however, have a valid state of Maryland hunting license. Gonzalez planned to speak with him again in the near future. 2. Cumberland Penitentiary was a federally funded maximum security prison that housed an all-male population of just over 1,200 inmates. More than 90% of the prisoners had been convicted of violent crimes. Approximately 22% were serving life sentences. Accessing the interview rooms was much like entering a busy airport shortly after 9/11. I showed my identification and signed the logbook, and the guard at the main entrance, a bearded man I didn't recognize, gave me the customary pat-down. After placing my cell phone and keys in a secure locker and removing my shoes for inspection, another guard, this one I did know. His name was Elgin, and he was a hoot with a never-ending supply of dirty jokes, guided me through a full body scanner. I was allowed 1 small notebook and 2 felt-tipped pens. The interviews were recorded by prison cameras mounted on the wall in each room. I had instant access to the digital files. Elgin asked if I'd heard the one about the horny nun and the alligator. I hadn't, as he escorted me down a long hallway with yellow-painted walls to Interrogation Room C, where I sat behind a metal desk that was bolted to the floor and waited for the prisoner to be brought in. 3. A short time later, 2 guards led Joshua Gallagher into the room. I vaguely remembered the tall guard with bad skin. The other man was a stranger. His eyes were wide, and his uniform buttons looked brand new. It could have been his first day, for all I knew. Joshua Gallagher had changed even more since the last time I'd seen him. I wouldn't call it a transformation. The changes were more subtle than that. But he looked stronger and brighter somehow. There was no red around his startling gray irises, and he wasn't squinting. He appeared well-rested. His teeth even looked whiter. Maybe it was his aura, if you believed in such things. All I knew was that for a brief moment, as he sat down in the chair opposite of me, I felt like I was looking at Gallagher's younger brother, the one he didn't actually have. And then he spoke, and he was the old Josh I knew so well. "It's good to see you, Rich. I'd shake your hand, but as you can see," he held up his shackled hands, "I'm a little tied up right now." It was a familiar greeting, Gallagher's way of breaking the ice. A serial killer dad joke. "It's been a while, Josh. How are you?" I noticed he wasn't wearing aftershave. That odd, earthy scent caressed me from across the table. There was nothing else like it. I'd say the more important question is, how are you? 4. The following is an abridged conversation between Richard Chismar and Joshua Gallagher, inmate number AC431120. It took place at the Cumberland Penitentiary on Tuesday, June 14th, 2022. Chismar. I've been better, but we're not here to talk about me. Gallagher. But that's not entirely true now, is it? We've always shared the intricacies of our lives with each other. Chismar. I guess so. Gallagher. So then, why would we stop now? Because someone you've inspired is killing innocent women? Based on the mannequins your wife found in the yard the other night, I'd wager that we each bear some measure of responsibility. After all, the mannequins came straight from your New York Times best-selling imagination, not mine. We're not going to get anywhere until I tell you everything, are we? He chuckles. Probably not. Okay, here goes. I'm a fucking mess. The guy knows where we live. He's watching us. He left Ann Riggs's body, what was left of it, in my front yard. The house is surrounded by press 24/7, and everyone's acting as if I'm the one who's responsible. Where's the investigation stand? Chismar pauses. The guy's been very careful. They don't have much to work with. That's all I really know. Or is that all you're willing to share with me? Look, I came here for your help. Whatever that might be. I can tell you anything you want to know to the best of my knowledge. But I don't have access to the case file. The police asked me their questions already. I answered truthfully. So, how can I help you? What did they ask you? If I knew who the killer was. Do you? No, I do not. Would you tell me if you did? He sighs. I'm honestly offended you would ask me that. Okay then, what else? They wanted to know if the killer had contacted me in any way. And? He has not. Although they stopped my mail, so I have no way of knowing as of now. What else did they ask you? If there was anyone in my past who I believed capable of killing these women. Again, I told them no. Then they asked if there was anyone I had corresponded with during my time here who I believed was capable. I gave them one name, but I think he's already been cleared. What was the name? He pauses. Benjamin Thacker. Interesting. Why him? He writes long letters that, on the surface, say very little. But something about the cadence of his prose is off. It's unsettled, and some of the words he chooses to describe certain things are very telling. His letters remind me of my old journal entries, like there are two different people writing them, wrestling for control. Can I read his letters? You would have to ask the lieutenant. I no longer have them. Did they ask you anything else? They asked if I thought you could be involved in any way. Chismar raises his voice. What? Who? Who asked that? One of the detectives. I don't remember his name. Gonzalez? Short. Mustache. I don't believe so. And what did you tell him? That you are certainly clever enough, but have no reason to do such a thing. What did they say to that? Nothing. Chismar pauses. Why do you think the killer dismembered Ann Riggs's body and then decided to pose Peyton bare after removing her ear? I think he was angry at Riggs. Because she'd escaped from you all those years ago? Presumably. What else is there? Do you believe I'm in any danger? My family? Probably not Kara and the boys. So just me, in other words. I'm really not sure. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say no. I think this is as much about you as it is me. But I'm a machinist. Or rather, I was a machinist. Not a psychiatrist. So what do I know? This isn't the movies, Rich. He pauses. Unless? It just dawned on me. Unless he's jealous in some way. Of what? Jealous of you for sharing such a close relationship with me. Jealous of me for having someone of your stature to tell my story. I have to say, that's an angle I hadn't really thought of. Chismar pauses. Do you have any thoughts about the hangman figure the killer left on Peyton Bear's hand? I thought it was amusing. And interesting. How so? That's another reason I thought about Benjamin Thacker. He's a man of words. Whoever drew the hangman game on that girl's hand is someone with a passion for words. Any thoughts on the 7 blank letters? I've actually given that a lot of consideration. And I assume someone has brought it to your attention that both your first and last names contain 7 letters? Of course. I don't think that's the winner, though. Too easy. One of the detectives suggested Copycat. Ridiculous. I agree. Whoever's doing this is much more than a mere imitator. The compulsion is real, and it's getting stronger. You think he'll do it again? Gallagher nods. Soon. How did you know Carly Albright was at my house when you called? How do you think? I think you saw her on the news. That's certainly the most likely explanation. So, did you tell Lieutenant McLernan what I asked you to tell her? I did. And her response? Chismar pauses. She said she would consider it. Did she really? She thinks you're playing games. Of course she does. Are you? Games keep us young at heart, Rich. They keep us sharp. Games get old and tiresome. Sometimes. And sometimes new rules are required to freshen things up a bit. Speaking of fresh, I have to say you look good. Well rested. They must have improved your diet. It's almost time. Time for what? I'm changing, Rich. I can see that. Oh, but I want the whole world to see. Excerpt from telephone interview with James L. Largent, retired psychiatrist, State of New York. Recorded October 14th, 2019. Largent. Atkinson was a lot like Bundy in that regard. A frenzy killer. Multiple victims within a short period of time, often during the same night. Extreme sexual compulsion and loss of control. Atkinson was a hunter, always searching for his next victim. Had he not made the mistake that led to his arrest, he would have gone on killing for decades. I'm sure of it. Chismar. I was surprised by how little you've written about Joshua Gallagher. How familiar were you with the Edgewood murders when they occurred in 1988? Largent. The Boogeyman murders captivated the entire country that summer, and I was no exception. But as luck would have it, someone beat me to the punch and wrote a real insider's view of the case. He laughs. All kidding aside, Richard, you did a terrific job with your book. I'm anxious to read the follow-up once you've completed it. I assume that's the reason for your email. Research for the sequel? Chismar. He pauses. Yes, exactly. What are your current thoughts regarding Gallagher? Joshua Gallagher is what I call an atypical visionary serial murderer. He believed, through his visions, that he was being instructed to kill. He most likely suffers from some form of psychosis that alters his perception of reality. Where Gallagher differs from other killers in this category, the Son of Sam, for example, is the fact that he went to great lengths to cover up his crimes and elude capture. Gallagher was a great many things, but a disorganized killer was not one of them. This is all textbook analysis, of course. I imagine you could teach me a thing or two about Mr. Gallagher. I read an article you wrote about a man named Henry Matheny. This was years ago, and I don't recall many of the details, but I've always been curious because Matheny lived in Maryland for a number of years. What can you tell me about him? Matheny was a fascinating subject, much more controlled than, say, Atkinson. Horribly abused as a child, physically, mentally, sexually. Beginning as a teenager, he experienced lengthy, extremely detailed fantasies that involved taking control over strangers. Somewhat surprisingly, it took him years to finally act upon these fantasies. It's my understanding that you interviewed Henry Matheny face-to-face on numerous occasions. What kind of impression did he make on you? Matheny was often talkative and could speak on a variety of subjects when he wanted to. He was also rather moody, Largent pauses. "Other than that, in person, I found him rather ordinary, I suppose. He'd killed 5 people that the authorities knew of, yet he couldn't even begin to articulate why he'd done it. His facial expressions rarely changed. His voice was monotone. He had absolutely no remorse for his victims, no guilt whatsoever for his actions. Even after all those hours of research, Henry Matheny remained very much a mystery to me." 15. Chisapalooza. A dark shadow fell upon me. 1. The drive home that afternoon felt endless. I kept replaying my conversation with Joshua Gallagher inside my head. As usual, I was left with the nagging suspicion that he had tiptoed around something of vital importance, all while saying nothing at all. It was like that with him. He was a puzzle. Some days the pieces fit. Other times, no matter how much you twisted and turned them, it was like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. He liked to dance around things, answer questions with questions of his own. It was maddening. He had to keep pushing and prodding, but at the same time, he had to remain patient and not show weakness, the one thing he craved, even now. I was barely out of the correctional facility's parking lot when Lieutenant McLaren called to ask how the meeting had gone. I didn't know what to tell her, so I pulled a Gallagher and encouraged her to watch the interview video and get back to me with what she thought. McLaren promised she would and hurried off the phone before I could ask the 2 questions that were weighing the most heavily on my mind. Who was the detective that had asked Gallagher if he thought I was involved with the murders? And why in the hell would he ask such a thing? I almost called her back once I got on the freeway, but decided against it. She had more important things to deal with today. The 3 mannequins that had been hung from the sycamore tree in my side yard had been traced back to a flea market superstore in Hanover, Pennsylvania, called the Black Rose. The cashier who had rung up the purchase was 70 years old and remembered very little of the person who had bought them. He was male, Caucasian, somewhere between 25 and 40, and unshaven. That was about it, narrowing it down to countless individuals. McLaren didn't believe it was a coincidence, nor did I, for that matter, that the mannequins had been obtained in the same town where Joshua Gallagher and his family had lived at the time of his arrest. The Black Rose was a sprawling 200,000-square-foot maze of independently leased booths and display lots, most of which were not under any type of video surveillance. There were, however, security cameras positioned outside in the parking lot. Detectives were currently in the process of tracking down the appropriate footage. After all, those mannequins weren't transported out to the lot in little gift bags meant for artisanal soap. Detective Gonzalez called a short time later. I have to admit I almost didn't answer the call. But he never once mentioned my meeting with Gallagher. "What can you tell me about your neighbor, Ken Klein?" He was on speakerphone in his car. There was an annoying echo. "Not much. Seems like a nice enough guy. He's a talker." "That he is. Anything about him strike you as unusual?" I thought about it. "I mean, no more than the next guy. Like I said, he's a talker. He tends to show up when I'm outside doing yard work, bends my ear for a while, and goes back home again. Kara thinks he's lonely." "You think he watches for you?" I shrugged my shoulders, even though Gonzalez couldn't see me. "I don't know if he's watching, but he sure knows when I'm out there. I wouldn't be surprised if his other neighbors say the same thing." I hesitated for a moment, then said, "He asked the other day if we had a gun in the house." "Why did he ask that?" "He said I needed to protect my family." "When was this?" "A few days ago, I think." "What did you tell him?" "That we were good." I didn't go into any details. Gonzalez was quiet for a moment. I was about to ask if I'd lost him when he spoke again. "Klein was in the crowd videos we took on the day you discovered Ann Riggs's body. People came and went, but not Klein. The guy never left. He's also a regular visitor at the memorial in your front yard. My detectives tell me he hasn't missed a single day. That doesn't surprise me." I wondered what his detectives said about my daily visits to Annie Riggs's memorial. He also has quite the library in his home. A whole row of shelves devoted to true crime and serial killer books. Appears to be a special interest of his. Is he... Do you consider him a suspect? I consider him a person of interest, Gonzalez said without hesitation. I can't see him climbing that tree in his backyard and spying on your house, much less murdering 2 people. Then again, stranger things have happened. I will say he definitely has an unhealthy interest in the case, and you in particular. Me? Another pause. You should know that he practically has a shrine set up in the corner of his library. Copies of all of your books with those little autographed stickers on the covers and what looks like a bunch of promotional items. He even has a stack of magazines and some photographs. Of me? A couple from a book signing. I asked, and he said they were taken at the Bel Air Barnes & Noble. There was another one from what looked like a movie premiere. I guess he's a big fan. I had no idea. My voice sounded calm enough, but just the thought of what Gonzalez was saying gave me the creeps. So what happens next? Not much. We'll keep eyes on him for a while. If he comes over again and chats you up, let me know. Will do, I said, and we ended the call. 2. After saying goodbye to the detective, I connected to Bluetooth and listened to a podcast for a while to pass the time. Bad idea. 15 minutes in, a guy I'd barely known in high school was interviewed. He claimed I was a loner and obsessed with horror even back then. And then he told a story about me bringing a Jason Voorhees hockey mask to school one day and scaring my classmates. What he failed to mention was that it was Halloween, and all the kids in my homeroom had dressed up for a class photo. Shortly after, when the podcast host started referring to me as creepy chiz, I turned it off and called my wife. All this time, I'd been stalling, but I knew I couldn't put it off any longer. She answered on the first ring. Hey, how did it go? Okay, I guess. Glad it's over. Me too, she said. Even gladder if you hadn't gone in the first place. Well, hopefully I won't need to go back for a while. She sighed. I wish I could believe you mean that. I do, I said. The whole thing was exhausting. It's always exhausting, Rich. And then you come home a different person. Distant, distracted, quiet. I hate it. Trying to change the subject. Anyway, I'm on 70 around Frederick, so I should be there in less than an hour and a half. Unless I run into traffic. There was a long pause. Then, did he say anything? Anything at all that might help the police? I wanted to lie to her, to claim that my visit had been helpful to the investigation, that by talking to Gallagher today, I had uncovered crucial information that would help catch a killer and save innocent lives. But in the end, I simply told her the truth. I didn't really know anything. 3. For the second evening in a row, we ate dinner on the screened-in back porch. Spicy fish tacos, fresh salsa and guacamole, and a frosty pitcher of margaritas. Suffice to say, there were no leftovers. Billy was playing poker at a friend's house and wouldn't be home until late, so it was just the 3 of us again. Kara and Carly were sunburned and chatty. Mostly we talked about their day. They'd binge-watched the first few episodes of a series called Hightown and lounged by the pool catching up on gossip. But eventually, the conversation turned to the big event scheduled for tomorrow night. In the spring of 2017, when Gwendy's Button Box, a novella I'd co-written with my friend Stephen King, became a surprise bestseller, I'd celebrated by inviting over a handful of good friends for a bonfire. Beers were consumed, stories were told, car keys were hidden, and the bonfire soon became a sleepover in the grassy field beside our pond. The next June, we did it all over again, this time with tents and food and a few more guests. And it was promptly christened, not by me, Chizapalooza. Tomorrow night would mark our 5-year anniversary. We'd skipped 2020 due to COVID, and the confirmed guest list included such beloved childhood friends as Jimmy and Jeffrey Kavanaugh, Brian Anderson, Steve Sines, Bill Coffin, and Bob Eyring. Sadly, regular attendees, the Pruitts and the Crawfords, were out of town on family vacations. I'd initially argued, for the better part of the past week, that this year's soiree should be canceled because of everything that was going on. Wouldn't it be in seriously bad taste to host a party when 2 people were dead and the local community was in such turmoil? But Kara had disagreed and made repeated arguments that this year, more than ever, the show needed to go on. It wasn't hard to figure out her reasoning. Anything that might distract me from Joshua Gallagher and the recent murders, even for just one night, was a good thing. "You know how much everyone looks forward to this," she said. "The Kavanaughs can't cancel their airline tickets this late. And besides, Brian's already on his way from West Virginia. He's staying at his parents' tonight." "I'm really not in the mood," I said. "All the more reason to do it. If the press finds out, they'll crucify me." "They won't find out," Carly said. "I'll pick up all the goodies you need. We can have the guys park at the school, and I'll taxi them right up to your gate. No one will even know they're here." "You need to do something fun for a change," Kara said. "It's like you're being held hostage in your own house." I slouched in my chair and let out a deep breath. As usual, when Kara and Carly teamed up against me, I didn't stand a fighting chance. 4. I was in the garage looking for camping gear when my phone buzzed. I slid it out of my pocket and checked the screen, figuring it was one of the guys letting me know their travel plans. It wasn't. It was an Edgewood number that looked familiar. "Hello?" Someone breathing on the other end. "Okay, I'm hanging up." "Mr. Chismar?" He sounded different, but I recognized the voice of my mentee right away. "Sam? Hey, what's up? Are you okay?" "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but my parents don't want me to see you for a while, so I can't come to lunch next week." I could tell he was upset. We'd both been looking forward to the next writing session. "What did they say exactly?" "That it was best if we took a break until things calmed down." He lowered his voice. "I think it's because of those stupid cops." "What stupid cops?" "The ones who came to my house. They were here twice." I already knew that Detective Gonzalez had spoken with Sam's parents, but I hadn't heard anything about a repeat visit. "It's okay. You can still email me your stories, Sam." "It's not okay." He coughed into the phone, and I could tell he was trying not to cry. "I finished the first chapter of what I think could be a novel. I really wanted to show you. So send it right over. I'll read it tonight." "I appreciate that, but it's not the same." I heard someone talking in the background, and then, "I have to go now, Mr. Chismar." "Okay. Thanks for calling to—" But he was already gone. 5. That night in bed, the television playing, my laptop open in front of me. "I'm glad you changed your mind about the bonfire." Did I have a choice? "Of course," Kara said. "You always have a choice." "If you say so." It was nice of Carly to offer to stay and help. Europe, Alaska, Australia, our guest room. She's really making the rounds. She seems to have found some peace. I hope so. I hope she still feels it when she goes home again. I think that's what she's working toward, finding her place in the world again. At least that's how I see it. Kara shuddered and hugged herself. "I can't even imagine what I would do if I lost you." "No need to. You're stuck with me for a long time." "I better be." I closed the laptop and placed it on the nightstand. "Any sign of the boogeyman?" I looked at her in the glow of the TV screen. "Did you really just say that?" It was a serious question. Kind of. Uh-huh. No sign of him on the security cameras, if that's what you mean. I'm sure he's far away from here by now." "That's what you said last time." She rolled onto her side, facing me. "What was it like today?" "Seeing Gallagher?" "Yes." "Pretty much the same as it always is. Frustrating." "Were you scared?" "No." "Why not?" "He's all chained up. The guards are there. You know that. If he wasn't chained, would you be scared? I gave it some thought. I don't know. Probably. Sometimes, when I think about you being so close to him, I worry that you might catch something. Some kind of germ that'll make you turn into someone like him. Her eyes were closing. I have nightmares about it, sometimes. 5 seconds later, she was asleep. 6. Carly caught up with me the next morning after breakfast. I was dying to ask about it during dinner, but I knew better than to bring it up. She was sitting outside in the breezeway, drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. I figured as much. I sat down across from her. Well, tell me how it really went, and not the Kara version. It went. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. I really need to watch the video. Sometimes it's like that. A blur. Can I watch it with you? Sure. Would he approve of that? Gallagher? I honestly don't know. Might depend on his mood. What kind of mood was he in yesterday? I thought about it. Playful. She made a face. Playful sounds like such a dirty word when you use it to describe someone like Joshua Gallagher. You asked. Okay. Playful how? Just some of the things he said. The way he said them. He was trying to keep me off balance. Was he any help at all? I don't think so. I don't think he knows anything. I shrugged. I could be wrong, though. I really need to watch the tape. Today? Tomorrow, probably. I have phone calls with sales and marketing and the publicity folks at Simon & Schuster. They want to talk about new dates for the appearances we postponed. I have a feeling it's going to take most of the afternoon. They're not wasting any time, huh? They've actually been pretty great. They're looking at dates in August and September now, so it's not like they're rushing me. Well, that's good to hear. She took a sip of coffee. I was surprised Kara asked about Gallagher when you called yesterday. She told me she hasn't done that in a long time. She used to in the beginning. JJ burst out of the doggy door and waddled over to be petted. But that initial curiosity is long gone. She says he's poison. Most of the time, she doesn't even want to hear his name. You know that day will come, right? What do you mean? The day when it's not just Kara, but pretty much the whole world who isn't interested in hearing his name anymore. And then he'll just fade away into history like all the others. Have you thought about what you're going to do when that happens? I didn't even try to disguise my irritation. I've written 2 books about the guy, that's it. Do you remember a long time ago when you told me that a fiction writer is always writing, even when they're not? That you might spend 5 or 6 months writing a book, but that didn't account for the other 2 or 3 months you walked around with the story forming itself inside your head? I remember. All these years, ever since you were 22 and living with your folks, all this time, you've never stopped writing the Boogeyman story inside your head. 7. The gang started showing up at around 4 that afternoon. One by one, they texted to say that they were pulling into the parking lot at Southampton Middle School, a mile down the road. Each time they did, Carly hopped into her Hummer and played shuttle driver, the guys taking turns lying down in the back seat to avoid being seen by any press. Brian Anderson brought a box of bright pink T-shirts with Chisapalooza 2022 printed on the back. Bob Eyring carried with him a Tupperware container full of homemade Cajun smoked sausage. Bill Coffrin showed up with 3 fishing poles and a telescope. Having arrived at the school just minutes apart, Steve Sines and Jeff Kavanaugh shared a ride to the house. While ducking down in Carly's back seat, they accidentally knocked heads together. Hard. Steve had a bump the size of a walnut on his forehead. Jeff's left eye was swollen halfway shut and was already turning an ugly shade of black and blue. True to form, Jimmy Kavanaugh was the last to arrive, rolling in at just past 6 o'clock. He'd gotten lost coming from the airport. Again. It had become a yearly occurrence, so none of us were worried. Once we were all gathered together in the family room, beers were passed around, and the conversation quickly turned to the murders. "I think it's someone you know," Steve said. Brian rolled his eyes. "See, that's why you're a fireman and not a cop." "I'd be a great cop." "You'd be Barney fucking Fife." "Hey," I said, "I love Barney Fife." "Are they any closer to catching someone?" Jimmy asked. "I honestly have no idea." "I think Steve's right," Bill said. "It's definitely someone you know. That would fit the pattern from the last time this happened." Bill Coffin had 2 nicknames growing up. The first was Cliffy, inspired by the obnoxious know-it-all mailman from the 1980 sitcom Cheers. Like Cliff Clavin, Bill Coffin was a self-proclaimed expert on pretty much everything and anything, and he wasn't shy about letting folks know it. When someone asked him how he knew so much about rare birds or forensic science or the mating habits of South American reptiles, the answer was always the same: "I read about it somewhere." Over the years, we'd learned to take everything he said with a grain of salt. But the nickname that had stuck with Bill Coffin from the early days of middle school, and which would probably be etched upon his gravestone, was the supremely indelicate Fat Bill. As kids, he earned this rather unkind moniker by simply being taller and bigger than the rest of us. It wasn't until we were all together at the same event last summer that the nickname finally received its proper scrutiny. When Bill announced that he had to take a leak and headed for the woods, I watched him make his way over to the tree line and said to the others, "You know what, guys? I hate to say it, but I'm not sure Bill ever was fat." Jimmy nodded thoughtfully and said, "I've often thought the same thing. I'm pretty sure he's just big-boned." Bob agreed and asked, "Should we stop calling him Fat Bill?" Brian answered for all of us with typical Brian Anderson grace, "Fuck no." And that was that. Discussion over. The killer could even be one of us. We all turned and looked at Bob Eyring. The expression on his face was deadpan. I couldn't tell if he was serious or not. "Now that would be a hell of a plot twist," Billy said. "My vote goes to Brian," Jeff said. "He tried to drown me when we were kids. How many times do I have to tell you? That was an accident. I had a cramp." "I'm thinking Chiz." Bob started pacing back and forth in front of me. "It's always the quiet ones you have to worry about." I laughed, but inside I was cringing. Bob's comment hit a little too close to home. "What if he shows up tonight?" Bill said. "Who?" I asked. "The killer?" "Yeah." "Let's hope he doesn't." Jimmy flexed a flabby bicep. "He shows up, he's all mine." $20 you run and hide in the house," Brian said, and belched. "I'll take it," Jimmy said. $20 is all it costs to bang your mom these days." "That's funny," Brian said, not missing a beat. "I heard $20 is all it costs to bang your mom and your sister." Back and forth they went. Sisters, wives, even grandmothers entering the mix, until the front door suddenly swung wide open, and the dogs erupted in a cacophony of frenzied barking. The banter halted mid-sentence, and all heads turned in time to watch my son Noah stroll into the foyer, a knapsack slung over his shoulder, and a big goofy grin on his face. "I see you started the party without me." 8. While Billy and Noah drove off in the Ranger to set up the tents, the rest of us headed to the swimming pool. A spirited game of knockout commenced, but it didn't last very long. After 2 near fights and the second black eye of the day, this time it was Bob Eyring, who caught a flying elbow while going up for a rebound, we gave up and moved on to a diving contest. Kara and Carly volunteered to be judges, and in between bouts of hysterical laughter, they held up our scores on dry erase boards. Bill Coffin won the opening round with a pair of 9.5s for a spectacular front flip into a belly flop that hurt just to watch it. A short time later, Steve Sines emerged from behind the pool house and performed a naked swan dive. And that was the end of the contest, as both Kara and Carly retreated to the house in disgust. As a result, Bill was crowned winner by default. We then tried to get a game of pool volleyball going, but it quickly turned into full-contact dodgeball. After the 3rd or 4th time the ball landed outside the pool, everyone was too tired to get out and retrieve it. So we just floated around for a while, talking about our kids and our jobs and how much improved the Orioles' pitching staff was this year. Eventually, Brian Anderson announced that he just peed in the pool, and we all made a mass exodus. By the time we toweled off and changed into dry clothes, dusk had fallen over the land. Walking side by side, our shadows chasing us in the moonlight, we made our way to the grassy field beyond the pond. We didn't say much because, at that moment, not much of anything needed to be said. Most of us hadn't seen each other in close to a year. But that didn't matter. By coming here today, we had stepped into a time machine. For one night, we were kids again. And we were all together. The Hanson Road Boys. 9. "This is the life," Jimmy said, poking the fire with a stick. "Next year, we should do this for a long weekend instead of just one night." "We'd end up killing each other," Steve said to murmurs of agreement. The 9 of us were sitting in a circle around the fire. It had taken nearly an hour for us to be able to get this close. When we'd first lit it, using balls of crumpled newspaper soaked in gasoline, the fire had reached as high as 20 feet into the sky, sparks and ashes swirling everywhere in fiery tornadoes. I took another bite of Cajun sausage and chased it with a swallow of beer. My stomach protested, but I ignored it. The sausage was from Bob's late mother's secret recipe. She'd always cooked it for us at sleepovers when we were kids, and it tasted like a slice of heaven wrapped in a toasted bun. Bob had already polished off 3 of them and been rewarded with a desperate sprint to the woods. Luckily, he'd planned ahead and stolen a roll of toilet paper from our foyer bathroom. "I've been trying to figure it out all night," Brian said, staring at Steve, "and I finally got it. With that bump on your head, you look like a fucking unicorn." "Don't make me come over there," Steve threatened, never taking his eyes off the fire. Brian stood up and began spraying bug repellent all over his arms and legs and neck. After using what appeared to be half the can, he sat down again, now enveloped in a thick gray mist. "Christ," Steve said, waving his hands in the air. "That stuff stinks." Before Brian could manage a response, Jimmy lifted his leg and farted. For at least 5 seconds. It sounded like a machine gun firing underwater. When he was finished, half the guys groaned in disgust, and the other half applauded. Brian sprayed Jimmy with mosquito repellent. Jeff crumpled a beer can and hurled it at his older brother. It hit him on the back of the head and knocked off his baseball cap. Jimmy threatened to fart on both of them in retaliation. And that's pretty much how the next couple of hours passed. Bob wolfed down 2 more sausages and made a return trip to the woods. Steve showed Noah how to shotgun a beer. Billy showed Steve how to light a fart. Brian accidentally lit his own shoes on fire. Brian purposely lit my shoes on fire. Steve took a kayak out on the pond. Billy and Noah and I bombarded Steve with rocks. Jimmy lit his brother's pants on fire. Steve gave Noah a wedgie and ripped his underwear. Fat Bill caught a catfish and slapped Brian in the face with it. Brian tackled Fat Bill and shoved the catfish down his pants. Billy pulled a banjo out of his tent and played a few songs. Noah stole Billy's banjo and hid it in the woods. Bob swam out to the island to win a $30 bet. Fat Bill chased a deer, tripped, and did a somersault. Brian and Steve climbed a tree. Steve pushed Brian out of the tree. Marshmallows were roasted and eaten and thrown. Jimmy learned the hard way that a red-hot marshmallow sticks to chest hair like Elmer's glue. A 4-on-4 football game broke out with a full can of beer filling in as the ball. Billy picked teams and was all-time quarterback. I twisted my ankle on the first play. Steve tackled Jeff into the pond on the second play. Jimmy leg-whipped Brian on the third. Noah scored the only touchdown. Game was called early due to numerous injuries, including a chipped tooth. Jimmy summoned his brother to the edge of the pond to look at a humongous bullfrog. And when he leaned over, Jimmy planted a foot on his brother's backside and pushed him in face first. Jeff seemed to be the only person there who didn't know this was going to happen. A 15-minute wrestling match resulted. Testicles were smashed, hair was pulled, and eyes were poked. It was like watching a fight scene from Gangs of New York. A fragile peace was finally restored when Jimmy apologized and promised to jump in the pond the next morning as reparation. It was a promise I knew he had no intention of keeping. Eventually, we all got tired. 10. "What do you think your parents would have said about all of this?" Brian asked. It was past midnight. A bloated moon hung high in the sky. The beer was gone, and the fire was down to glowing embers. Bob Eyring and Jeff Kavanaugh had already retreated to the sleeping bags inside their tents. Someone had used red magic marker to draw penises on each of their foreheads. Billy was slumped in a lawn chair, his hat pulled down over his eyes. The rest of us were spread out around the dying fire, none of us quite ready to call it a night. The murders? No. Your book, the bestseller list, the movie. They would have loved every minute of it. I'd thought about it a lot, actually. I'd even gone to the cemetery to talk with them about it. They wouldn't have understood half of what was going on, especially my mom. But man, they would have loved it. No one spoke for a while after that, each of us lost in our own private thoughts. Brian bent down and stoked the fire. It snapped and hissed, and threw pinwheeling spirals of sparks into the darkness. I watched them flare and flutter and drift away like distant fireworks on the 4th of July. "They were really proud of you," Steve said, finally breaking the silence. "We all are." "I'm proud of all of us," I said, looking around. "We did good." "Who would have guessed it?" Bill said. "Bunch of Edgewood degenerates." "We took a lot of shit for being from the wood, didn't we?" Brian asked. "Still do," I said. "Some things never change." Steve got up and stretched. The bump on his head looked enormous in the silhouette of the moon. He actually did look a little bit like a unicorn. "I'll tell you what, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Growing up in Edgewood taught us how to put our heads down and do the work. That and the example our parents set for us. We were damn lucky." Brian nodded his head. "Yes, we were. Still are lucky," I said. "You know how many people are still tight with the guys they grew up with?" I shook my head. "Not many." "That's a fact." Steve cleared his throat. "You might all be idiots, but you're my idiots. I'd give every damn one of you a kidney if you needed it." "Don't need a kidney," Brian said. "But you sure could use some ice for that bump, you Quasimodo-looking motherfucker." We all cracked up laughing. And as another wrestling match broke out, I made my way to the woods to pee. 11. Stephen King once wrote, "I never had any friends later on like the ones I had when I was 12. Jesus, did you? Sometimes in life, you got very lucky. The Hanson Road boys were proof of that. 12. I almost peed on Billy's banjo. No, I had stashed it underneath a tangle of thorn bushes just off the path, maybe 15 or 20 yards inside the tree line, and I'd spotted it just in the nick of time. 2 or 3 more seconds, and it would have gotten soaked. Instead, I spun around and did my business in the opposite direction. After zipping up, I freed the banjo and gave it a good look. There were several deep scratches in the wood, and one of the strings was broken. Noah was going to be in a heap of trouble tomorrow morning when Billy found out. I just started making my way back to camp when I heard something move in the nearby brush. A chill touched me. My first instinct was to run, but I knew I'd never hear the end of it if the guys saw me booking it from a rabbit or a squirrel. I stopped and listened. The woods around me were silent and still. Bill's voice crept, uninvited, into my head. What if he shows up tonight? Then he's a dumbass, I thought. There's a small army gathered out there around the fire, not to mention a trooper parked in the driveway. Maybe, another voice whispered in my ear, but they're not here right now, are they? No one is. You're all alone. In the woods. In the dark. The wind sighed through the trees. I started walking, holding the banjo out in front of me like a shield. The noise came again. Closer this time, and on the opposite side of the path. I thought, I should have brought the flashlight, and picked up my pace. I could see a break in the trees ahead. I broke into a jog. Suddenly, from behind me, "Is that you, Chismar?" Relief flooded my body. I stopped and spun around. "Jesus, you scared the hell out—" There was no one there. As the words left my mouth, I realized that I hadn't recognized the voice that had called out to me. And besides, none of these guys ever called me by my last name. I raised the banjo and ducked, but it was too late. A dark shadow fell upon me. My head exploded in pain, and the ground rushed up to meet me. I landed on my face with a thud. Heavy footsteps approached in the darkness. I felt a steel-tipped boot nudge me in the ribs. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. I could taste blood and dirt in the back of my throat. Grunting in pain, I rolled over onto my back and slowly opened my eyes. Through a veil of blood, I recognized the monster standing over me. I tried to speak, but whatever words I managed, I have no memory of them now, were drowned out by the drunken battle cries of my friends coming to the rescue. A swarm of bodies took down my attacker. 13. Voices in the darkness. All that blood on his face. I thought for sure Chiz was a goner. Hide that beer before a nurse sees it. That son of a bitch is lucky we took it easy on him. Bastard kicked me in the balls. I think they're still swollen. Billy and Noah got there first. They're the real heroes. Keep your voices down before we get thrown out again. Good thing I woke up and had to take another shit, or we never would have known. I recognized the last voice as Bob Iring's. Thank God for his mother's Cajun sausage, I thought, in a haze of painkillers. It was a few minutes past 7 o'clock on Thursday morning, and I was lying in a hospital bed at Upper Chesapeake with my eyes closed and an ice pack on my head. Kara was sitting beside me, holding my hand. Billy and Noah stood by themselves in the corner of the room, while the rest of the guys gathered at the foot of the bed. They were trying their best to be quiet, but most of them were still drunk. An emergency room nurse named Rolanda had already kicked them out twice. Lieutenant McLaren had gone outside to talk to the press. Before she'd left, she'd promised not to mention the word Chisapalooza in any part of her statement. The man who attacked me in the woods was Peyton Bear's stepfather, Jeremy Hollister. When the police shoved him into the back of a squad car at 2:30 a.m., cameras clicking away across the street, Hollister reeked of alcohol and could barely walk. He was bleeding from the nose and mouth. The boys had done a real number on him. Initially, I'd told Detective Gonzalez that I didn't want to press charges, but he'd encouraged me to reconsider. Hollister had hit me on the side of my head with an axe handle. It was a good thing I still had decent reflexes and had managed to duck. A few inches to the left or right, and he may have killed me. As it was, I had a concussion and needed 33 stitches to close the gash on my scalp. My head felt like someone had used it as a golf ball. Ironically, the police had located Hollister's pickup truck in the Southampton Middle School parking lot. Inside the glove compartment, they'd found a legally registered semi-automatic handgun, as well as 2 hunting knives. Under the driver's seat were 2 empty whiskey bottles. Think about it, Gonzalez told me. If there had been a 3rd empty bottle under that seat, he may have decided to bring the gun with him instead of the axe handle. In the end, I went ahead with the charges. No reward for bad behavior, right? 14. Later that morning on Twitter. Dreadhead, at Timothy Dowell, 1 hour ago. You guys see the news? Chismar got jumped. He's in the hospital. Keith Jennings, at Keith Jennings 414, 1 hour ago. Whoever did it should never have to buy a drink again. Slasher Chick, at Lucy Luck KK6, 1 hour ago. I call bullshit. Chismar probably set the whole thing up to get sympathy. The Blunt Man, at Michelle Robinson 09, 1 hour ago. Or he's trying to throw the police off his trail. Larry Jones, at JonesyBoy3, 1 hour ago. Anyone know who did it? I heard it was a cop. Excerpt from Edgewood, Looking Back, by Richard Chismar, pages 311 to 312. Sometimes I dream about the future. All of us Hanson Road boys, old and wise and gray, still kicking, still friends. We get together for the weekend or a long dinner, or perhaps a golf trip. There are handshakes and hugs and tears. We laugh at who got fat, who got skinny, who got bald, and who got their ears pierced. After all these years, the midlife crisis sufferer. We talk about wives and sons and daughters. We remember mothers and fathers and friends we lost too soon. Mostly, we relive the stories of our childhood as each of us remembers them. I am amazed at how those memories differ, what time and wishful thinking have done to our youth. Once again, I'm reminded that the past is a tricky beast and not to be trusted. In one of these dreams, we sit around a great fire, our faces bathed in a flickering orange glow that brings whispers in the wind of front porch jack-o'-lanterns and the scent of wood smoke. Much time has passed. There have been weddings and divorces, funerals and births, cancers, goodbyes, and journeys to faraway places. Yet on this night, we are in the here and now, and we are all together again. I study my friends' faces in the firelight. Steadfast, loyal, wrinkled and worn by time and experience. And I see myself in each of them. 16. Mallory. His eyes were the color of hell. 1. 17-year-old Mallory Tucker knew the rules, but she was in love. Ricky Ford was handsome, funny, and successful. 3 months shy of his 20th birthday, he already ran his own landscaping business and lived by himself in a second-floor apartment in downtown Bel Air. In addition to a fleet of riding mowers, he owned 2 work trucks and a convertible BMW that he'd bought used and had repainted candy apple red. He was also the lead guitarist for Dragon Tears, a popular local band. 2 weeks earlier, Ricky and Mallory had met at a backyard party where the band was playing in Joppatown. Mallory had known about Ricky, of course, and had seen him before at a number of parties, but they'd never actually spoken until that night. During one of the band's breaks, they'd bumped into each other in the crowd, and Mallory's Budweiser had gone all over the front of Ricky's Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers t-shirt. Instead of freaking out or getting pissed, he made a joke about it and cut the keg line to get her a refill. After he was finished playing for the night, they'd sat on the party host's pier and talked until after midnight, which also happened to be Mallory's curfew. Her father punished her for being late and smelling like beer. 2 weeks with no car. But it was worth it. After exchanging phone numbers on the pier, Ricky had walked Mallory to her car and given her the most amazing goodnight kiss of her entire life. For days afterward, her knees went weak and her stomach swam with butterflies every time she thought about it. The morning after the party, Mallory woke to find a text waiting for her. Ricky, saying that he couldn't stop thinking about her. Unable to stop smiling, she spent the next 10 minutes trying to come up with the perfect response. She finally just typed, "I was thinking of you too," and, after a moment's hesitation, added a heart emoji at the end. That afternoon, they met at the playground down the street from Mallory's house and held hands on the swings. Afterward, they walked to the Edgewood Creamery for milkshakes. The next day, Ricky picked up Mallory at the playground, and they drove to Flying Point Park and had a picnic on the beach. Mallory's parents were strict and old-fashioned, so she couldn't tell them about the whirlwind romance with her new boyfriend. First, they would want to meet him. And second, they would want to know how old he was. And third, Ricky Ford would then be history. So she kept him a secret. Only a week after meeting at the party, while making out at the drive-in, Mallory slipped and told Ricky that she loved him. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Guys like Ricky Ford didn't fall in love with girls like Mallory Tucker. Sure, she was blonde and sort of pretty, and the high school boys liked her just fine. But she wasn't very exciting, or interesting, or fun. She got A's and B's and played the clarinet in the Edgewood High School band. She took piano lessons and went to church on Sunday. She didn't dress like other girls her age, preferring a kind of hippie chic that she'd picked up from her older cousin. She was also a vegetarian, and while she downed the occasional beer or two, and sometimes got busted for it, like last weekend, she would never be mistaken for a party girl. When Ricky kissed her on the side of her neck, something that sent tingles down her entire body every time he did it, and told her that he loved her too, Mallory almost fainted in the front seat of his BMW. If she could have run away and been with him forever after that night, she would have happily done so. Which was why, at 8 p.m. on Friday, June 17th, Mallory Tucker came downstairs and told her parents that she was going out for pizza and a movie with her best friend, Yvonne Marino. The plan was for Yvonne to pick up Mallory in front of her house so that Mallory's parents would see her getting into her friend's car and driving away. Yvonne would then drop Mallory off at the playground, where Ricky would be waiting to take her to a party in Fallston at which Dragon Tears was scheduled to play. Mallory had already imagined, at least 100 times, if she was being honest with herself, what it would feel like to walk into the party on the arm of Ricky Ford. Every girl there would be green-eyed with envy. She couldn't wait. 2. But Ricky wasn't waiting for her at the playground. As they pulled up to the curb, her cell phone pinged. She looked at the text message. "Running 5-10 minutes late, sorry, babe." "I can wait," Yvonne said, checking the time. "No, you can't." Mallory opened the door. "Jason's waiting for you. Go. It's not even dark out yet." Yvonne stared doubtfully at her friend. "I don't know." "I do." She got out of the car. "Go. Have fun. And thank you for doing this. I owe you big." "If you say so." "You guys have fun, too." Mallory closed the door and waved goodbye to her friend. The car remained idling at the curb. The passenger window slid down. "I really don't mind waiting," Yvonne said. "I really don't need you to." Mallory pointed down the road. "Go, girl." "Fine," she huffed. "Don't be late getting home. It's your last night without a car. Don't blow it, Mal." "Thanks, Mom." "Whatever." The window went back up, and Yvonne drove away. Mallory checked the time on her phone. 8:14. Not dark yet, but the street lights were already winking on. So were the lights inside the two houses she could see from where she was standing. Speaking of which, she needed to get away from the road before one of her parents' nosy friends drove by and saw her. That would be just her luck. She walked over to the playground and sat on a swing. She'd always loved the swings. They made her feel like a little girl again. She pushed off with her feet. The chains squealed against the brackets that held them, startling her. If her father had been there, he would have remarked, "Those chains need some oiling." And then he probably would have driven straight home to get a ladder and a can of WD-40 to do it himself. Glancing over her shoulder, Mallory felt a sudden shiver of unease. Here in the playground, she was much closer to the trees and the pockets of gloomy darkness hidden within than she had been standing beside the road. She tapped on Ricky's name and typed, "Please hurry, I'm here by myself," and hit send. When she looked up from her phone, the breath caught in her throat. There was a man walking toward her. She immediately swiped the screen of her phone, the emergency 911 icon coming up. She poised her finger. The man was coming fast from the direction of the road. She glanced at the houses in the distance. They were too far away. Her only escape route was the trees behind her. "Hey there," the man said, raising his hand in a half-hearted wave and slowing his pace. "I didn't mean to frighten you." He was tall and broad across the shoulders. She couldn't quite make out his face in the dimming light. "You didn't," she said. and instantly hated how young she sounded. "Just taking a shortcut through the woods. I live right behind there." He was wearing jeans and a dark t-shirt. His arms were tan and muscular. She knew if she tapped the screen, her night would be over. There would be no party, no Ricky, and her parents would find out everything. She flexed her legs, preparing to run. She opened her mouth, ready to scream louder than she'd ever screamed before. And then he was striding right past her, barely even giving her a sideways glance. "Have yourself a good night," he said, and she turned and watched the man disappear into the woods. "You too," she called after him, heart thrumming in her chest. She giggled to herself, feeling equal measures giddy and foolish. He hadn't been dangerous after all. He hadn't even really been a stranger. After seeing him up close, Mallory was certain she'd seen the man somewhere before around town. She glanced down at her phone. 8:20. "Where in the heck are you, Ricky?" Suddenly, Mallory was sure that the man who'd passed her had circled back and was standing right behind her. She could hear his heavy breathing and feel the weight of his... She jumped off the swing and spun around. The field behind her was empty. Fireflies sparkled in the deepening darkness. Moonlight silvered the top of the trees. "Get a hold of yourself, girl." She took a deep, wavering breath and started walking toward the road. And her phone slipped out of her hand. Shit. Bending over to pick it up, she heard the unmistakable sound of stealthy footfalls coming closer in the grass. As she slowly rose, already knowing somewhere deep in the basement of her brain that she was never going to see Ricky again, the man was revealed from the ground up. Dark boots, jeans, a Grateful Dead belt buckle, black t-shirt, muscular arms, his face now concealed behind a burlap mask. His eyes were the color of hell. 3. After examining the wound on my head and administering a cognitive test, the emergency room doctor on duty at Upper Chesapeake Medical Center admitted me for a 24-hour observation period. Shortly after noon on Thursday, 2 nurses slid me onto a gurney and wheeled me to a private room on the 3rd floor. I was only allowed to sleep for short periods of time, so I mostly lay around in the dark with the television volume on low, watching news reports about the Jeremy Hollister assault and talking to Kara and the boys. I also ate about a half-dozen ice cream sandwiches from a nearby vending machine. Carly had stayed back at the house to take care of the dogs, and once my friends had been reassured that I was going to be okay, they'd said their goodbyes and returned to their own families. I'm pretty sure every last one of them walked a little taller to their cars in the parking lot, knowing that they had probably just saved my life. Lieutenant McLaren stopped by, as did Detective Gonzalez, which really surprised me. Gonzalez himself told me how terrible he felt because he'd misread Jeremy Hollister's intentions, and then he actually apologized for it. I told him not to bother. It was no one's fault but Hollister's. Who would have guessed that the man would become so unhinged? By the time Gonzalez left the hospital, my fascination with his facial hair had returned. I blamed it on the concussion. McLaren told me that Hollister had expressed remorse for the attack when she'd spoken with him earlier that morning, but that he'd also been sober at the time. An intoxicated Hollister would most likely be a whole different story. Fortunately, the judge had jacked up Hollister's bail, so he wasn't going anywhere for the foreseeable future. Before she went back to work, McLaren also told me that she'd finally watched the digital footage of my interview with Joshua Gallagher. She promised to discuss it with me later, once I was back on my feet, but the gist I got from our brief conversation was that she didn't think much of importance had been shared. Typical Gallagher, she complained on her way out the door. Playing stupid games. Even in my fuzzy condition, I was inclined to agree. 4. Shortly after lunch on Friday afternoon, my discharge papers showed up, and Kara signed me out and drove us home. McLaren had texted the troopers at our house ahead of time, so they were ready for our arrival. So was the media. I lowered my head and closed my eyes as we pulled into the driveway. Even with the windows closed, I could hear the swarm of cameras invading our privacy. The dogs greeted me at the gate like I'd been gone for a month instead of a single day. I was instantly reminded of a meme I'd recently seen that read, "We don't deserve dogs." Billy and Noah met us in the breezeway with hugs and kisses. Noah would be heading back to school first thing in the morning. Carly was waiting in the kitchen. She stared with dismay at the bandage on my head and gave me the most delicate of embraces, more of a wraparound two-handed pat on the back, as though she were afraid I might break apart in her arms. Coming from her, I found the gesture oddly touching. A blanket and pillow awaited me on the arm of my recliner. The television remote and a glass of ice water rested on the end table. The overhead lights were dimmed. Once I was settled in, Cujo and Ripley assumed their normal positions on either side of me, and Kara asked if I wanted a snack. When she brought me a bowl of vanilla ice cream topped with a freshly baked brownie and whipped cream, and tucked the blanket underneath my feet, I decided the gash on the side of my head was definitely worth it. 15 minutes later, my ice cream bowl licked clean by JJ, and a baseball game in extra innings on TV, I fell sound asleep. 5. While I was snoring in my recliner, the next wave of articles about the Jeremy Hollister attack appeared online. Most of the reports were accompanied by a wide-angle photograph of me exiting the car on our driveway, my head wrapped in bright white bandages like a wounded Civil War soldier, as well as Jeremy Hollister's official mugshot. Additional details of the attack, including the weapon used and the extent of my injuries, were revealed. Social media exploded with the news. The message boards went into a frenzy. I immediately began trending on both Twitter and Instagram, as did Peyton Bear and Jeremy Hollister, and of course, Joshua Gallagher. It had finally happened. The circus had become a spectacle. 6. Deputy George Fonda, no relation to Henry or Peter, as he liked to tell people, shone the spotlight into a cluster of bushes by the entrance to Cedar Drive Elementary School. Nothing stirred, not even a whisper of a breeze. After a moment, he drove on. The missing girl lived 3 blocks away on Box Elder Drive. If a man wearing a mask really had dragged her into the woods, as the witness who just happened to drive by the playground the moment the abduction took place had claimed, then it was Deputy Fonda's professional opinion that the girl was in a shitload of trouble right about now, and nowhere near Cedar Drive. But none of that mattered. An order was an order. Besides, if there really was a copycat killer on the loose, and he had his serious doubts about that, Cedar Drive might very well hold a special attraction for the sick bastard. Even though Deputy Fonda hadn't yet been born in 1988, he'd heard plenty of stories about the Boogeyman's grisly killing spree and the dead girl they'd found on the playground sliding board. There were only a handful of cars in the Boys and Girls Club parking lot. He pulled over and used his flashlight to check inside each of the vehicles. On the way back to his cruiser, he noticed that the club's front door was propped open with a traffic cone, a sort of bright light stabbing the darkness. He thought about going in and telling the workers that they should close and lock the door. But then he remembered the last time he'd dropped by. One of the women who worked the front desk had given him all kinds of hell for sneaking a soda out of the break-room fridge. One measly can of Coke. He hadn't even swiped a bag of pretzels like he usually did. The whole thing had been terribly embarrassing, and he felt his cheeks grow warm just thinking about it. He got in his car, slammed the door, and drove away. Using the spotlight attached to the car's roof, he searched the edge of the woods across the street. At the bottom of the hill, something shiny caught the light. The deputy tapped his brakes and readjusted the beam. There was a hubcap hanging from a branch in a tree. From the looks of it, some kids with a pellet gun had been using it for target practice. He was about to pull away when a family of deer emerged from the trees and crossed the road in front of him. The largest, a broad-chested buck with an impressive rack, stopped and stared at him, issuing a timeless challenge. The deputy leaned on the horn, and the deer sauntered away, as if it couldn't be bothered, disappearing into the darkness. Suddenly in a foul mood, and not entirely sure why, Deputy Fonda gunned the engine and laid rubber. The speedometer jumped from 0 to 50 in the blink of an eye. 55. 60. 65. Thoughts of his last performance review flooding his head. He eased off the gas and dropped back down to 40. As he rounded the corner where the old kindergarten building once stood, he noticed a flicker of light coming from high on the hill across the street. There it is again. He braked to a stop and quickly switched off his headlights. After maneuvering a blind three-point turn, he pulled into the grass and turned off the engine. The deputy knew the spotlight couldn't reach to the top of the ridge, so he radioed in and let dispatch know that he was exiting the vehicle. With his flashlight, still dark, in one hand and his other hand resting on the butt of his sidearm, Deputy Fonda started up the hill. Ever since the initial glimmer of light, he knew a flashlight beam when he saw one. The hill had remained cloaked in a blanket of darkness. If someone had been messing around up there, they'd most likely seen him coming, and either took off or were lying in wait. Fonda stopped walking, holding his breath. He listened. Nothing. He looked down at his hand holding the flashlight. Again, nothing. The darkness, like the silence, was complete. Moving ahead at a slower pace, careful to step as quietly as possible, the deputy made his way up the hill. In his heart, he didn't expect to find anything. He rarely did on nights like this. Instead, he felt like an actor playing a scene in a cop movie, the kind his father used to watch on television before the lung cancer killed him. Only the director would need a hell of a lot more light than this, and Fonda was A-OK with that, because he couldn't see a fucking thing in front of him. That's when he smelled it. Deputy Fonda stopped and pulled his weapon. In his 5.5 years with the sheriff's department, he'd only been on the scene of 2 murders. In both cases, the victim had vacated his bowels. That inimitable stench of blood, body fluids, and shit had plagued his memory for months afterward. It's what he was smelling now. Somewhere up ahead, close by, someone was dead. Steeling himself, Fonda lifted the hand holding the flashlight. With his other hand, he leveled his sidearm. His finger brushed against the trigger. He turned on the flashlight. What he saw would haunt him for the rest of his days. 7. When Kara shook me awake, the first thought that surfaced in my mind was, why am I in my recliner and not in a hospital bed? Then I remembered that I'd been discharged and had returned home. I glanced at the time on the corner of the television screen, 10:32 p.m. and evidently slept all day. Jesus, I mumbled. My mouth felt like a desert. Why'd you let me sleep so long? The doctor said you needed to catch up. She held up my cell phone. It's Lieutenant McLernan. Something's happened. I reached for the phone. She held it just out of my reach. She gets 5 minutes. You need to eat and go to bed. I just slept like 8 or 9 hours. I didn't say you had to sleep. Her voice had an edge to it. I knew better than to push it. You need to rest. She handed me the phone. This isn't good for you. Hello? He got another one. What? When? A witness saw a man wearing a mask dragging someone into the woods off Trimble Road. She called 911 at 8:22 p.m. Police flooded the area, found drag marks in the pine needles and a scrap of torn clothing on a tree branch. I could hear someone at the crime scene ask the lieutenant a question. She answered and continued. Half-hour later, another 911 came in from a Michael Tucker, Box Elder Drive. His 17-year-old daughter Mallory told him and his wife that she was going to a movie with a girlfriend. The friend picked her up and dropped her off at a playground on Trimble to meet her boyfriend. The boyfriend showed up late and found Mallory's cell phone in the grass. He panicked and went to see the parents. I looked at the clock again. 10:35 p.m. It's only been 2 hours. She might still be alive if they already found her. Ah, shit. Kara squeezed my shoulder. Where? Cedar Drive. The killer staked her up like a scarecrow. What do you mean? Just what I said. He mounted her with rope on a cross made by a couple of long 2x4s and staked her into the ground. My God. Strangled. Left ear gone. Ligature and bite marks. And this was different. He cut off a clump of her hair. Someone interrupted again. Hang on, I'll be right there. Sorry. She also has defensive wounds. She put up a hell of a fight. I hope she gouged that fucker's eye out. Both eyes. Sexually assaulted? Doesn't look like it. Another hangman? I asked. The number 8 written on both of her cheeks. That's all we could find. He was in a hurry. So it's a repeat of what happened with Peyton Bear. Take her, kill her, dump her. All within a narrow window of time. God damn it. I couldn't figure it out. For most serial murderers, it was about spending time with their victims. Possessing them. Why is this guy in such a rush? I'm starting to believe it's not about the killing with him, or even domination. It's all about the performance. For the record, that's not what Gallagher thinks, I said. He says the compulsion is real. Fuck what Gallagher thinks. Let's just say I have my doubts. Where in Cedar Drive did they find her? At the top of a hill. I can see her old house from where I'm standing. One of the sheriffs told me there used to be a water tower. Whatever strength I had left drained out of me. I slumped in the recliner. Oh, Jesus. That's it, Kara said, putting her hand out for the phone. 5 minutes are up. Stop, I snapped, leaning away from her. Lieutenant? I'm here. I'm going to email you a file. There's something you need to see. 8. It's all about the performance. An hour later, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the lieutenant's words were still rattling around inside my head. She'd been incredulous when I'd told her. Rich, what the hell is going on here? How could he possibly have a copy of your book when it hasn't even been published yet? Forget about being published, I'd said. It hasn't even gone anywhere yet. I just finished writing it a month ago. The only person I've sent it to is my literary agent. That's it. No one else. Other than that, it exists only on my hard drive and inside my head. And you wrote about both the bridge and the water tower? I wrote about a handful of places that I consider to be the sacred landmarks of my youth in Edgewood. Both the bridge and that hill are discussed in great detail. Have you ever written or talked about them publicly before? The bridge? Never. I mentioned the water tower in Chasing the Boogeyman, but it was just a passing reference. 2 sentences, maybe. No real significance. The lieutenant was quiet for a moment, letting the gravity of what I just told her sink in. Finally, email the file. I'll come by your house first thing in the morning. Excerpt from telephone interview with James L. Largent, retired psychiatrist, State of New York. Recorded October 14th, 2019. Chismar. The lack of remorse for Matheny's actions, wouldn't that make him a sociopath? Largent. Oh, he was most certainly a sociopath. Make no bones about it. He was an extremely dangerous individual. You asked me what kind of impression he made in person. And to be honest, he didn't make much of one. He had a rather sedate personality. On the other hand, I was only with him for 2 hours at a time, so I'm certain I didn't get the full picture. I remember our initial meeting had to be postponed because he was suffering from terrible migraines. Henry Matheny's brain scans were notable. There was considerable damage present, which is a common trait among modern-day serial murderers. He pauses. Now that I'm thinking about it, I do recall one rather odd incident. Chismar. What was that? Largent. When one of our final sessions was over, and he was being escorted out of the room, he began to speak gibberish. What did he say? In my younger days, I used to be somewhat of a Star Trek fan, and for a moment, I thought he was speaking some form of Klingon. I know how absolutely ridiculous that sounds. Was he talking to one of the guards? I'm not entirely sure. I imagine either one of the guards, or perhaps he was just talking to himself. Did he seem distressed? Happy? Sad?
It was a long time ago, but as best as I can remember, he sounded excited, almost childlike.
17. The Myers house. The house loomed above us like a sleeping giant. 1. I was sitting in the kitchen watching Mallory Tucker's parents, Michael and Cynthia, read from a prepared statement on my iPad screen when the doorbell rang. Carly called out from the family room,
"I'll get it."
The Tuckers were standing in front of their home on Box Elder Drive. A priest stood solemnly beside them. Mrs. Tucker went first, or at least she tried to. Before she was able to get out even a single word, she looked up at the crowd of reporters assembled in front of her and broke down in tears. She turned away from the microphone and buried her face in her husband's shoulder. The sound of her muffled sobs was heartrending. After a moment, the husband gently handed her off to the priest and stepped up to the podium.
"I want to thank everyone for coming," he said in a surprisingly strong voice as he stared down at the sheet of paper in his hand.
Mr. Tucker was a delicate-looking man in his early 40s. Slender, bespectacled, with a receding hairline. He looked like an accountant in an H&R Block commercial.
"Our daughter, Mallory Marie Tucker, was a very special girl. We will miss her every day for the rest of our lives. Only 17, she had already made a significant impact on this world. For the past 2 years, she volunteered at the Bright Oaks Nursing Home and the Humane Society in Falston. She also tutored students at Edgewood High School in mathematics and Spanish. Mallory loved to play the piano and ride horses. She was an avid reader and liked to write poetry. Mallory had a sweet tooth. She especially loved her mother's homemade apple pie and ice cream cake from Cold Stone Creamery. She was constantly singing around the house. I'll miss hearing her voice while I'm reading the morning paper or watching television. Mallory had the sweetest voice and the biggest heart." He looked up from the paper he was holding. His eyes had gone flinty. His jaw tightened. "To whoever took away our daughter, if you're watching this, the police are going to hunt you down and they will find you. May God have mercy on your sorry soul. To everyone else watching, my employer for the past 15 years, Stanley Black & Decker, has kindly offered a reward of $50,000 for any information leading to the arrest of the person responsible for our daughter's death. A hotline phone number has been set up and can be accessed by calling 2. Carly walked into the kitchen with Lieutenant McLernan and a man and woman I'd never seen before trailing behind her. The lieutenant had been up all night. Dark circles hung heavy beneath her eyes, and her normally confident stride was gone. She looked like she couldn't wait to get off her feet. A moment later, with a groan of relief, she settled onto the stool beside me. Gesturing to the man and woman, she said, "Richard Chismar, this is Officer Tim Bakewell and Officer Elise Hoffman from the Maryland State Police Cybercrime Unit." They both gave a polite nod. I'm not sure what I imagined computer cops would look like, but this wasn't it. Both officers were young and attractive and impeccably dressed. Their shoes probably cost more than the nicest suit hanging in my closet. The lieutenant explained the situation, Mr. Chismar. Officer Hoffman stepped forward and placed her briefcase on the island. "May I?" "Of course." She opened it and pulled out a sheaf of paperwork. "What we'd like to do today, with you and your wife's permission, is examine your electronic devices. Desktop, laptop, iPads, phones, the works." "You think we were hacked? For real?" "There's no way to tell until we run some diagnostic tests, but if you and your literary agent are the only two people with direct access to your manuscript, then we believe it's likely." "How would someone go about doing that?" "A number of ways. Lieutenant McLernan tells us you've had a large group of workers both inside and outside of your home during the past year.
It would only take a moment for someone with experience to install tracking software on one of your devices, especially if it was vulnerable. I guess that's possible, I said. You get used to having people around, and you eventually lower your guard. Or it could have been done remotely. For example, a phishing campaign where you're encouraged to click on a link or a file. It could also be handled via a vulnerable RDP. That's a remote desktop protocol. My head was aching, and it wasn't the concussion. My wife's outside with the dogs. I'll give her a shout, but I'm sure she'll be fine with whatever you need to do. Officer Hoffman gave her partner a nod, and he headed for the front door, presumably to retrieve their equipment. We would usually do this at the lab, but the lieutenant asked us to fast-track our analysis. I glanced at McLernan. "We don't have much time, Rich," she said. "Gallagher killed 4 girls before he was caught. This guy has 3. He's still hunting." 3. When the news hit late last night that a girl had been abducted, the town of Edgewood, long simmering in a stew of unease and suspicion, finally boiled over. A couple hours later, when word got out that the girl's mutilated body had been discovered at Cedar Drive, my hometown exploded. In Wingleaf Court, just down the street from Mallory Tucker's house, a father and son got into a fistfight right in their front yard. The father lost a tooth. The son's nose was broken, as were 2 of the fingers on his right hand. Several of their neighbors called the police, and when the responding officer asked the father what in the hell was going on, he told the officer that he suspected his 21-year-old son of being the Boogeyman copycat killer. The son had dropped out of college and had been living at home for the past 6 months. He had become increasingly withdrawn and secretive. On the night of Peyton Bear's murder, and again last night, the son had been acting strangely before disappearing for a period of several hours. The father had confronted his son when he'd gotten home shortly after midnight, but the young man, who had fresh scratches on his arm and smelled strongly of alcohol, refused to reveal his whereabouts. The father continued to press the issue, and a blowout fight ensued. When the officer questioned the son in private, the young man finally admitted that he was having an affair with a married woman who lived 2 blocks away on Larch Drive. Under the circumstances, both father and son declined to press charges, and the officer let them go with a stern warning. At the Quickie Mart on Edgewood Road, a woman named Bertha Barnhart was working the night shift. Shortly after midnight, 2 young males entered the store and proceeded to the fountain soda machine in the rear aisle. When they approached the register a few minutes later, one of the boys was wearing a burlap mask. He raised his arms at Ms. Barnhart in a threatening manner. She screamed, hit the panic button next to the register, summoning the police, and then pointed a stun gun at the boy in the mask. Before he could tell her it was all a joke, she blasted him, twice. He dropped to the ground, twitching and drooling, and urinated in his jeans. The other boy with him ran away. Claude Remy, the assistant manager of the Sunoco station, and his good buddy Owen LaSalle, simply grabbed their deer rifles and went looking for the killer. A longtime viewer of America's Most Wanted, Remy conducted the search using a complicated grid pattern strategy he'd learned from one of the reenactments he'd seen on the show. First, they covered a 10-block area behind the library, moving from east to west with overlapping rotations. Then they moved on to the other side of Edgewood Meadows and worked their way west to east, utilizing the same method until they reached the outskirts of the courts of Harvard Square. When that didn't turn up anything, they cut down Trimble and hopped onto Willoughby Beach Road to cover the numerous developments its windy route bisected. Again, they spotted nothing suspicious, although stone-cold sober and highly motivated. With Johnny Cash blaring from the cassette deck in Remy's classic Chevy Chevelle, by 1:15 a.m., both men were having a hard time keeping their eyes open. They decided to call it a night. Remy dropped LaSalle off at home on Bayberry Drive and continued on his way to his rancher on Rosewood. As he was making a left off Hornbeam, he spotted a man dressed in dark clothing disappear in between 2 houses. He slammed on the brakes and grabbed his rifle from the back seat, and promptly shot himself in the foot. In terrible pain and bleeding profusely, Remy managed to drive himself to the emergency room at Upper Chesapeake, sideswiping 2 parked cars and running down a mailbox on the way. Doctors were able to save 2 of the toes on his left foot. The numbers were staggering. Over a 10-hour period, there were 97 calls to 911. Residents reported hearing everything from screams in the distance to footsteps on rooftops. There were numerous panicked calls regarding the sudden appearance of mysterious footprints in flower beds located beneath windows, as well as broken fence posts and wide-open backyard gates that were always kept closed. One woman swore that the family photos in her living room had been moved, and a set of steak knives was missing from her kitchen counter. 2 homeowners, who lived miles apart, claimed that the light bulbs in their porch lights had been unscrewed and sliding glass doors had been tampered with. A teacher from the middle school told police that she'd been awakened by a noise. When she sat up in bed, she saw a flashlight beam probing her bedroom window. In all, 19 arrests were made for crimes ranging from assault and battery and trespassing to possession of illegal firearms and breaking and entering. The Edgewood Fire Company answered nearly a dozen emergencies, including 3 fires, one in a dumpster behind the Dunkin' Donuts on Route 40, another in an abandoned building on Edgewood Road, and a garage fire in Perry Court that spread to the main structure before the blaze was extinguished. In addition, someone vandalized Joshua Gallagher's former home on Hawthorne Drive. Bricks were thrown through several windows. The windshield of a vehicle parked in the driveway was smashed, and "Fuck you, Boogeyman" was spray-painted on the street in front of the house. Home security footage revealed that there were 3 assailants. They were all wearing burlap masks. 4. When Kara came in from the backyard, she took one look at Lieutenant McLaren and immediately started a pot of coffee. 10 minutes later, the lieutenant was already working on her second cup. While the cyber crew examined our laptops in the quiet of my office, she filled me in on the madness of the previous night. "They're testing the rope," McLaren said, "to see if it's a match for what was used on the mannequins in your tree. My hunch is it will be." I shook my head, unable to stop thinking about the crime scene as the lieutenant had described it. We used to sled on that hill every winter. I'm pretty sure we got her down before anyone in the media saw. Otherwise, we would have seen pictures by now. Trust me, it was a spectacle, as intended. And the water tower, I used to have dreams about it. He's claiming your special spots for himself. Gallagher told me he thought the killer was just as much a fan of mine as he was of his. But it sure doesn't feel that way. It feels like the guy's pissed off and wants to hurt me. Speaking of Gallagher, we received an anonymous tip that one of the guards has been pulling special favors for him. A convicted serial killer phoning you directly with no monitoring did not sit well with a lot of people on my end. The person who called it in didn't give up a name, but we're looking closely at 2 guards, both long-timers, which is a real shame. Hopefully Gonzalez will have some answers soon. My stomach roiled, and for a moment I thought I might get sick. I took a sip of water and did my best to play it off. "How much trouble are they in?" "Depends on what they've done. I'm guessing it was another guard that reported it." She glanced over her shoulder. "Listen, I've been thinking about this all morning." Lowering her voice, "If I was to get clearance, would you be willing to take a look at some of Gallagher's correspondence?" "Haven't your people already done that?" "They have, but they didn't have much luck. I'm hoping you might be able to spot something they missed, especially since you and Gallagher are since you're so familiar with him." "Especially since you and Gallagher are so close," she was about to say. I was prepared to come back with, "I'm only close to him because of you." But I stopped myself. As much as I wanted it to be true, it wasn't. Even now, my stomach in knots after what the lieutenant had just told me about the rogue prison guards, I had to admit that I was intrigued by the idea of poking around in Gallagher's personal mail. Intrigued? Who was I kidding? I couldn't wait to get my hands on it, and I was almost certain that meant something was very wrong with me. "Sure, I could do that," I told her. "I'll make a call. See if I can have it brought here to the house." "Today?" She nodded. "As soon as possible. It's only a matter of time until he kills again." 5. As soon as Lieutenant McLaren left, I stepped outside and made a call. It went right to voicemail. I waited for the beep and left a message. Delete everything. Get rid of your burner phone. Right away. I hung up, erased the number from my contacts, and went back inside. 6. Shortly before noon, 2 plainclothes detectives pulled up by the gate and took turns lugging in Joshua Gallagher's mail. I asked them to stack the cartons on the kitchen floor and began emptying their contents onto the island. Kara walked by and gave me the stink eye, but didn't say anything. She knew how important this was. Neither detective was particularly friendly. In fact, one of them refused to even make eye contact with me, and it didn't take long to figure out why. They were both members of the unit that had spent the past 7 days going over Gallagher's mail with a fine-tooth comb. Having to hand-deliver their work to someone I'm certain they viewed as a wannabe cop, or even worse, so he could look it over in order to spot something they might have missed, was a major case of adding insult to injury. It had to be at least a little bit humiliating. As soon as the grumpy detectives left, Carly joined me in the kitchen. The lieutenant hadn't said anything about Carly helping, and she certainly hadn't been granted clearance. But I wasn't too worried about that. With my head the way it was, I needed a second pair of eyes, and whether she wanted to admit it or not, Carly knew her stuff when it came to Joshua Gallagher. Lieutenant McLaren hadn't been exaggerating. Today's delivery was only a partial sampling of Gallagher's mail, but it was overwhelming to look at. There were piles upon piles of postcards and letters, greeting cards marking every imaginable occasion. Stacks of photographs featuring an eclectic range of subjects, people of all ages, many of them in various stages of undress, along with cats and dogs, gardens and mountains, sunsets and birthday cakes. There were books and magazines and newspapers from all over the country. 2 cartons stuffed entirely with Bibles, some of them family heirlooms, many with personalized messages scrawled inside. And they all had a distinctive smell to them, the cloying aroma of closed, locked-away spaces with not enough fresh air. Not necessarily musty, like when you first walk into a small-town antique shop, the little bell over the door tinkling your arrival. At least that odor came with a comforting familiarity that embraced you and immediately made you feel welcome. This smell was something different, somber, and filled with echoes of loneliness and regret. It was a forgotten smell, the kind you experienced when you stumbled upon a shoebox filled with old love letters at the bottom of your closet. The handwriting might still be a bit familiar, but the person who wrote those once meaningful words was a stranger to you now. The first couple hours of work was fascinating and much more entertaining than I ever would have imagined. Joshua Gallagher was currently one of the country's most infamous figures, and we were getting an unfiltered peek at the collective mindset of his legion of followers. These weren't comments on a public message board, or a series of vicious tweets, or anonymous ravings on a podcast hotline. These were passionate, private thoughts and emotions laid bare. These were secret missives from hearts and souls, intended exclusively for Gallagher's eyes. Supportive, often downright fawning, letters outnumbered the hate mail by a 10-to-1 ratio. I read several marriage proposals out loud. Carly read twice as many letters expressing undying love and admiration, some rather explicit. Kara popped into the kitchen just long enough to grab a container of yogurt and solidify our reputation as ghouls after Carly recited a poem about seashells that an 18-year-old girl from Long Beach, California, had mailed to the prison. The rest of the afternoon passed a bit slower and without as much fanfare. We were already beginning to notice a repetitiveness in the letters, especially those written by women. Most of them wanted to heal Gallagher by showering him with the love they felt he'd been denied. There were also a number of long-winded attempts at religious conversion. Baptists mostly, with Methodists and Catholics as close runners-up. Can you say an amen? The photographs, though, were the worst of it, at least for me. So many young people, dazed and unsmiling. The same with the dozens of self-taken portraits of lonely and forlorn men and women. the majority appearing to be in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. No one looked happy, and it wasn't difficult to figure out why. For one tantalizing moment, I thought that Mr. Schatz, my third-grade teacher, was part of the Gallagher fan base, but then I realized that he'd have to be in his late 70s these days, and it was merely a much younger look-alike. There were also missives scrawled on the backs of menus, church bulletins, promotional flyers, and junk mail envelopes. Carly and I took an especially close look at these to determine if there was any hidden messaging on the reverse sides, but failed to come up with anything even remotely usable. By 5:30, my stomach was growling, and my head was beginning to throb. I told myself just one more carton, and then I'd take a break. As luck would have it, that's when I came across a large stack of letters bound together with thick rubber bands. They were all from Benjamin Thacker, the man Josh Gallagher had told me about. I explained to Carly what Gallagher had said to me about Thacker, how the cadence was off in his writing. As I finished reading each handwritten page, I passed them across the island for her to review. When we were done with the letters, we made shrimp salad sandwiches and discussed our thoughts. "I don't know," Carly said in between bites. "I see what he means about the cadence, but it feels more like sloppy writing than anything else." "Maybe," I said, cramming a handful of barbecue chips into my mouth, "but there's definitely some kind of weird rhythm going on, too. It's like he's one person when he's writing about things that are happy or exciting, and he's completely different when he's writing about things that make him angry or sad." I picked up one of the letters and pointed at a paragraph break. "Even the handwriting is slightly off." Carly leaned closer for a better look. "Huh. You're right. Wow. I didn't notice that." "That's because I'm an ace investigator and you're not." "How about you're an ace moron and I'm not?" 7. "Hey, I think I might have found something." I looked up at Carly, and my eyes had trouble focusing. It was almost 8 o'clock, and we were spent. Only a carton and a half of mail remained on the kitchen island. "What is it?" "It might be nothing." She picked up a handful of letters and passed them over to me. "Look at these in the order that I have them. Tell me if you notice anything interesting." I read them one after the other. When I was finished, I read them again. The first letter was from a woman who lived in Crisfield, a tiny town located on the eastern shore of Maryland. It was handwritten in flawless script. The second, from a female college student in Reading, Pennsylvania, was generated by an old dot matrix printer. The words were blurry around the edges, but still readable. The final letter was laser printed on textured paper stock. The author was from my current home of Bel Air, although I didn't recognize the street name. "You see it yet?" I looked up at Carly. They all seemed to mention the name Myers. Myers Road, Myers Park. This one, Myers Manufacturing. Very good. What else? I looked down at the unfolded sheet of paper in my hand. This is the third mention in as many letters about window wells. This one, too. Why do they all bring up window wells at some point? Not normally such a popular topic, is it? I wrote in Chasing the Boogeyman about how we used to catch toads in window wells when we were kids. I remember. Do me a favor, I said, my brain suddenly switching gears. Google Myers Road in Crisfield. See if it actually exists. I picked up my phone. I'll look for Myers Park in Reading. It took less than 90 seconds. No Myers Road anywhere near Crisfield, she reported. I put my phone down. 3 parks in Reading, none of them Myers. So they made it up? But why? I picked up the letters and examined the envelopes in which they'd been delivered. They're all postmarked the 3rd or 4th week of May, right before the murders began. You think it's worth passing on to McLaren? I think so. I hesitated, something else hovering at the edge of my fried brain. Wait a minute. I flipped through the pages again. The first lady, she mentions that she's left-handed. The second one writes that she broke the thumb on her left hand when she was a little girl. And the third? I scanned the letter again. There it is, his nickname in the Navy,
was Lefty. "So are you going to tell me what it all means?" I got up and stretched. "It means we're going to the Myers house to look in a window well." 8. I did my best to drive the speed limit, but it wasn't easy. "I'm still not sure I get it," Carly said. "If you think there's something hidden in the window well, why would these people be giving clues to Gallagher? It's not like he can jump in a car and go look for himself." I think I was meant to find those clues, or at least the police were, but they missed it. "How in the... Why would Gallagher do that?" "You've been saying it yourself for years. So has McLaren. Gallagher's all about playing games. He's all about proving that he's smarter than the rest of us." She started twirling her hair. "So you're saying Gallagher set all this up weeks before Ann Riggs was killed?" "Based on the postmarks on those letters? Yes." "And how did he get these people to play along?" "I can't figure that part out." "Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean he knows who the killer is?" "Maybe. Probably." "What if we check the window wells and don't find anything?" "I guess it means I'm full of shit and wrong about all of this." I thought for a moment. Or someone else beat us to it. My cell phone buzzed. It was Lieutenant McLaren. "Hey, you're on speakerphone. Kara said you two went somewhere in a hurry, but she didn't know where you were headed." "I'm pretty sure she was lying. Anything I should be worried about?" "Not at all. Just taking a drive to clear our heads. It's been a long day." "You find anything?" "Maybe. We're not sure. We might have something to show you later tonight." "We, huh?" She made that tisking sound in the back of her throat. "So, Joe Hardy and Nancy Drew are back in the case? Remind me to flip you the bird next time I see you. I'm actually on my way to your house right now." I glanced at Carly. "Did something else happen?" "I just got off the phone with Officer Hoffman. Someone definitely infiltrated both of your laptops. Looks like it was done remotely. Whoever did it had access to your email accounts, your personal files, even the security system." She took a deep breath. "Not good, Rich." 9. The walk up the long gravel driveway in front of the Myers house felt like it took an eternity. But in reality, it was probably less than 5 minutes. My head was still spinning over Lieutenant McLaren's revelation that all my personal information had been compromised by a bad actor. One who wanted to do me serious harm. We'd just gotten started when Carly asked, "What if it's a trap, and someone's waiting up there in the dark to strangle us and cut off our ears?" "He won't get both of us. We'll be fine." "So what you're saying is the slowest runner is screwed?" She giggled nervously. "No one's going to be running. Now keep quiet." We walked for the next few minutes in silence. The only sounds the crunching of gravel beneath our shoes and the occasional passing car. Other than the scattering of trees that had grown so tall around it, shading windows that had once seen nothing but sunlight, the Myers house looked like a faded snapshot from our youth. Built in the mid-1800s, it was a massive Victorian structure with a wide, deeply shadowed front porch, twin gabled peaks, and dozens of windows that watched over the town with a foreboding intensity. We'd grown up believing that the house had once been home to a coven of 19th-century witches, but no one could remember if we'd made that story up or if it was true. Of course, we could have easily Googled it to find out, but none of us were really interested in that. I knew what I believed, and that's all that really mattered. It was only 8:50 p.m., but all the windows were dark and the porch light was off. Crickets chirped in the tall grass. The house loomed above us like a sleeping giant. "Is it the left side when we're facing the house?" Carly whispered. "Or when we're standing on the porch looking out?" Shit. Good question. Where are the visitors here? So I picked facing the house. The closer we got, the slower we walked, but eventually we made it to the end of the driveway. With me taking the lead, we tiptoed into the uncut grass until we reached the edge of the porch, and then we dropped down onto our bellies, clothes be damned, and crawled the rest of the way in. I should have felt foolish, but I didn't. Not even a little bit. I was too nervous and excited. Without using the flashlight on my cell phone,
It was impossible to see where the window wells were located on this side of the house. I tried to remember from when I was a kid, but I couldn't, and that ticked me off more than it should have. Small rocks and twigs nipped at my hands and knees. The grass itched my face and arms and made me want to sneeze. I caught a strong whiff of dog crap somewhere close by. I prayed whoever lived here didn't have a big dog, or any dog at all, for that matter. A moment later, a bed of mulch replaced the grassy lawn upon which we were crawling, and my outstretched hand brushed against the curved metal frame of a window well. I motioned for Carly to ease up alongside me, and with my heart pounding in my chest, I blindly reached down into the well. My fingers touched wet rocks, muddy earth, and a scattering of weeds. Holding my breath, I braced myself for the mottled, slick skin of a fat toad, or even a whole family of toads, squirming and hopping and spraying pee everywhere. A toad pissing all over my hand was one thing, but if a snake of any size so much as slithered against my fingers, I was going to scream like a child with skinned knees on a playground. I didn't care who the hell I woke up or how many guard dogs they had. Gritting my teeth, I dug around for another minute or so, but didn't find anything. I began crawling again, working my way further up the side of the house. The smell of dog shit grew stronger. Pausing momentarily to wipe the sweat out of my eyes, I accidentally kicked Carly in the side of her head. Behind me, I heard her hiss, "Ow! Watch it, you cocksucker." God, it was good to have her back. Sorry. Idiot. The next window well was filled with tiny pebbles. I dug deep, using both hands, and felt something with the tips of my fingers, maybe 5 or 6 inches down. I widened my hands and burrowed underneath the object until I felt it come loose. Finally, I scooped it out, a waterfall of pebbles raining down between my fingers into the well. "Shh," Carly whispered. It was too dark to see any details, but I could plainly feel 2 objects resting in the palms of my hands. The first was a baseball. I could tell by the raised stitches, and the memory of my father teaching me how to throw a curveball in the backyard after dinner rushed out of the darkness and filled my head. I pushed it away as quickly as I could. The second object was a pair of eyeglasses. Just the frames, really. Both of the lenses were missing. A thought suddenly came to me. 3 letters containing clues. 3 buried treasures. It makes sense, I decided, handing off the ball and glasses to Carly. Leaning forward again, I dug deeper this time, almost to my elbows. I wiggled my fingers and made contact with something almost immediately. From the shape and feel of it, I had no idea what I'd found. Carly suddenly poked me hard in the ribs. "What the? Someone's coming!" I listened and heard the distant crunch of car tires on gravel. A split second later, headlights emerged from the darkness halfway up the driveway. "What do we do?" Carly whispered. I looked around. It was too late to run. Any direction we fled, we would be seen. "Lay down flat," I said. "I'm going to bury you." "You're going to what?" "Shut up and lie down." She did, and I began covering her in mulch. If whoever was driving that car parked in front, we might be okay. But if they parked out back, they'd almost certainly get an up-close and personal view of our hiding spot on their way by. And we'd be toast. "Don't get into my eyes. I'm wearing contacts." "Be quiet and don't move." "Rich, it's going to look like someone buried a body in their garden. Not exactly the right vibe these days. For God's sake, please shut the fuck up." I crab-walked to the nearest window well and slid my legs inside. I used to hide in window wells all the time when I was a kid, but I wasn't 12 anymore. Nor was I skinny. The entire top half of my body was exposed. Feeling like a total jackass, I pulled my t-shirt up to my eyes and lowered my head, trying to will myself to disappear. Headlights washed over us and then abruptly swung toward the front of the porch, leaving us in darkness again. We were in luck. So far. The engine turned off. I heard the chirring of crickets and Carly's heavy breathing. Jesus. It sounded like she was hyperventilating. A car door slammed shut. Keys jangled. Noisy footfalls went silent as the driver stepped into the grass and coughed. A man. And then he began humming. The air around me suddenly went ice cold. Gooseflesh rose on my arms and legs. It was the same somber tune Joshua Gallagher always hummed when he was trying to remember something. The man out there in the dark was a little off-key, but I was sure of it. Heavy footsteps crossed the front porch. A key was inserted into a doorknob. A door opened and closed. Silence. I held my breath and waited for a light to come on inside the house. But it never did. I silently counted to 20 and shimmied out of the window well. "Let's go," I whispered, feeling around for Carly. "Try not to make any noise." She shrugged off a blanket of mulch, like a corpse erupting from a grave, and followed close behind me. Retracing our path, we crawled on our elbows to the corner of the porch. Then we got to our feet and ran as fast as we could back to the car, which was parked across the street in front of the bank. By the time we got there, we were both gasping for breath. The front of our shorts and T-shirts were stained and filthy. Carly's hair was a tangled mess of dirt and bits of mulch. One, or both of us, smelled like dog shit. An older couple coming out of the Chinese restaurant next door took one look at us, glaring with daggers of suspicion, and hurried to their car. Before we pulled out of the parking lot, I turned on the interior light and examined the objects we'd found. A baseball signed by Stephen King and dated on my birthday. It was smudged with dirt, and the autograph was barely visible. It normally sat on an overcrowded bookshelf in my office. A pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses belonging to my wife. They'd been missing now for weeks. And a small hand-carved ashtray my father had brought home from Italy after World War II. The last place I'd seen it was on the mantel of the fireplace in our living room. 10. Lieutenant McLaren's unmarked sedan was sitting in the driveway when we pulled in. As I steered around it, I glanced at the front of the house and did a double take. The lieutenant was standing on the porch with Detective Gonzalez at her side. In front of them was a uniformed trooper, my wife Kara, and Ken Klein. Uh-oh, I thought, getting out and hurrying over. Behind me, camera flashes transformed night into day. Jagged shadows danced all around me. "What's going on?" I asked, looking at Kara. "Everything okay?" "We just had a bit of excitement," the lieutenant answered. "But everything's fine." Carly bounded onto the porch. "What happened?" "I thought he was trying to sneak into the backyard," Ken Klein sputtered. "That's the only reason I tackled him." I looked at McLaren for an explanation. "About 40 minutes ago, Mr. Klein noticed a young male standing around Ann Riggs's memorial. The boy eventually drifted closer to the house and took a seat on the split-rail fence by your driveway. Mr. Klein approached him in an admittedly aggressive manner and asked him what he was doing. The boy fled over the fence into your side yard and was eventually tackled by Mr. Klein." Ken's face flushed a deep crimson. He stared down at the ground. I waited for the rest of the story. Mr. Klein took the boy over to Trooper Parker, who was sitting inside his cruiser on the opposite side of the driveway. The boy identified himself as one of your writing students. "Students?" I asked. "I don't—" "Oh, wait a minute. Is his name Sam?" Detective Gonzalez consulted his notebook. "Samuel English, yup. 15 years old." "Jesus," I said, looking around. "Is he still here? Is he okay?" "He's fine," the lieutenant said. "His parents picked him up about 10 minutes ago. They seemed very upset about all of this." No fucking wonder. "The poor kid called a few days ago to tell me he wasn't allowed to meet with me anymore about his writing." "You didn't tell me that," Kara said. "I forgot. Too much stuff crammed inside my head." "He told us he was spending the night with a friend a couple of blocks away from here," Gonzalez said. "He came by to make sure you were okay after your hospital visit." I glared at my neighbor. "And you decided to beat him up."
I didn't mean to. I was just trying to help. For fuck's sake, Ken. Next time, leave the helping to the police, will ya? I stormed past him into the house. 11. You were kinda rough on Ken tonight, Kara said, once we were settled in bed. Ken's an idiot, and you can quote me on that. She smiled and turned off the light. What did Sam's father have to say when you called? Not much. I'm persona non grata in the English household right now. They'll come around. I don't know about that. Maybe. If I ask you something, do you promise you'll tell the truth? Even if it doesn't make me feel good? Uh-oh. Yes, of course. Do you really think they're going to catch this guy? I've been thinking about it. Rich, it took almost 30 years to arrest Gallagher. Police investigations are a lot more sophisticated now than they were in the 80s. He'll make a mistake and they'll catch him. Before or after he kills another girl. That part I don't know. She sighed and put her hand on my chest. Today was really, really bad. I know. I'm sorry. Do you think our computers are safe now? To the best of my knowledge. At least that's what McLaren says. Officer Hoffman and her partner made sure of it. I still can't believe we were hacked. You read about it happening to other people, and you see it on television all the time. But it feels different when it happens to you. She shuddered. It's not like he even did it to steal money or our identities. He used it to spy on us. All this time we've been talking about this guy. He was right here with us, hiding in plain sight. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the Myers house. I didn't want you to worry. I cleared my throat. Or get mad. Oh, I'm plenty mad, she said, and pinched my nipple. Ow! What the hell? That's what you get for sneaking around that old house in the dark on some kind of ridiculous scavenger hunt. I had no choice. Did you ever think that it could have been a trick just to get you there? As a matter of fact, Carly and I both thought of that. Don't even say her name. She's just as bad as you are. And she can make her own damn breakfast tomorrow morning. This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you. McLaren was plenty pissed too, in case you didn't notice. I noticed. We lay in silence for a while. When Kara spoke again, her voice sounded very small. If I think about it long enough, someone sneaking around inside our house, in your office, taking those things, I just want to scream and break something. I rolled onto my side and hugged her close in the dark of our bedroom. It should have felt like the safest place in the world. But I knew better. Excerpt from Unsupervised Phone Interview with Joshua Gallagher, age 55, inmate number AC4311920 at Cumberland Penitentiary, recorded on June 1st, 2020. Chismar. Besides Ann Riggs, were there any other women who got away from you after you targeted them? Gallagher. Yes. Chismar. What can you tell me about them? Gallagher. There were only two, and I will always remember their faces. If you were set free tomorrow, would you try to find them? Would you kill again? I don't know. I think you do know. Just be honest with me, Josh. If you were set free in the world tomorrow, no strings attached, would you kill again? Gallagher pauses. I don't know. 18. A Cult of Personality. I really am the darkness. 1. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, pulling me up from the murky depths of a fragile sleep. I reached over and tried to silence it, thinking it was the alarm, but then I saw the notice for a front yard motion alert. I tapped a little arrow and watched Lieutenant McLaren climb out of her car. It was 7:15 a.m. Something was up. I slipped out of bed and padded quietly downstairs, hoping to reach her before she rang the bell.
sidestepping several of JJ's dog toys, I crossed the foyer and pulled open the door, offering the lieutenant a sleepy smile. We have to stop meeting like this. We need to talk. Now. Her face was granite. Uh-oh. My stomach sank as I suddenly realized why she was here. Dressed in my pajamas, I stepped onto the porch and closed the door behind me. "You didn't think we'd find out?" she asked, with barely contained rage. Her eyes were a forest fire. The veins in her neck were bulging. "Do you know what the hell you've done?" I struggled to look at her. "I fucked up. I'm sorry." She glanced at the handful of photographers standing across the street. "I just got off the phone with Gonzalez. Do you know how badly he wants to press charges? And not just against Ridgely and Runk. He wants you, too." "Runk? He had nothing to do with this." "I know that," she hissed, straining to keep her voice low. "He got caught up in your tail wash. He's been selling Gallagher's drawings for $500 a pop. In exchange for a regular supply, he smuggled Gallagher a burner phone. We took it out of his cell an hour ago, but there was no SIM card. We think he flushed it. Or swallowed it. Jesus. Gallagher in possession of a phone changed everything. How long did he have it? That's what we're trying to figure out. At least 2 weeks. Runk took it back when word got out that we were going to search Gallagher's cell." "And gave it back to him again?" "Sure did," she said, shaking her head in disgust. "Carl Runk's life is about to change. A whole pile of shit is coming his way." "What about Sharon? Will she lose her job because of this?" "Gee, you think, Rich? These are serious security breaches." She looked across the street again. "When those guys over there get wind of this, I'm not sure we can keep your name out of it." I hadn't even thought about that. I deserve whatever I get. One thing has been swirling around inside my head. Was it worth it? All of this mess, all of it. For a stupid book? I looked up at her in surprise. "It was never about a book." She laughed, and it was an ugly sound. "I trusted you, Rich. All this time. And you threw it away for what? Fortune and glory? The goddamn bestseller list?" "Listen to me," I said, walking closer to her. "I know I screwed up. Bad. I'll accept full responsibility for that. But you have to believe me. This was never about a book or a movie or anything like that." She looked down her nose at me, like an annoyed teacher studying a disobedient child. "Then what was it for, Rich? Why the hell else would you bribe a guard to get Gallagher's medical reports, psychiatrist notes, his family history? Why? Why else did you want to speak to him unsupervised?" It was all for me. I suddenly realized that I was fighting back tears. I was trying to understand why he was the way he was. I cleared my throat. And trying to understand myself. Why all this happened the way it did. And not just with Gallagher. What are you talking about? Can we sit down for a minute? I wiped my eyes and gestured to the front stoop. There's something I need to tell you. 2. I'm still pissed off. It had taken nearly an hour to tell Lieutenant McLaren the story of Henry Matheny and to come clean about all I had done. Just long enough for her to calm down. A little bit, anyway. Kara had poked her head out the door a while back, asked if everything was okay, and disappeared back into the house when we lied and said it was. Just wait until I tell my wife everything I just told you, and she finds out I told you first. You'll have to wait in line to kick my ass. It'll be worth it. She shouldered me, but not too hard. You've jeopardized the whole investigation. You realize that. And now Gonzalez is out for blood. I can try talking to him. Yeah. No. You might want to wait a few days for that. There should be phone records of all 3 of the unsupervised calls between me and Gallagher. Gonzalez will be able to see that they occurred over a year ago. That's the thing. He's a hell of an investigator, and he'll believe there's more to the story. Because in our experience, there usually is once something like this is uncovered. But there's not. Ridgely got me the paperwork piecemeal over an 18-month period. Every time something new was added to his file, she made a copy. One other time, she photocopied some pages from his journal. And the 3 phone calls. That was it. And you're telling me it was a coincidence that both Ridgely and Runk just happened to end up with burner phones? Completely. I had nothing to do with Sharon getting a second phone. That was all her. She was trying to be careful. Gonzalez is going to want to look at your phone records all the way back to when Gallagher was first arrested. He's welcome to. I have nothing else to hide. I hope you're telling me the truth this time. I held up my hand like a Boy Scout. I swear I am. You know, I would have gotten those things for you, if you'd asked. Not the unsupervised calls, but the rest of it. I did ask. You said no. Her forehead wrinkled. When? Back when all this started. Right after the first time I interviewed him. We had way too many eyes on us in the beginning. Namely the governor and his ass-kissing sycophants. You should have waited a few months and asked again. I didn't know. Well, you're an idiot. That I do know. The mailman swung into the driveway and stopped behind the lieutenant's car. He got out and walked over to us. Sorry to interrupt. I have a package you need to sign for. He reached out with his handheld scanner. I took the stylus dangling from the side and signed my name on the dotted line. He handed me a large envelope and went on his way. You all have a nice day. You too. I glanced at the label. It was from Kristen, my literary agent. I looked up, and the lieutenant was staring at me. Promise me one more time that it wasn't all for your book. I promise, I said. She took a deep breath. Gonzalez is going to hate it. But you know what we have to do now. 3. I'll have you folks back on the ground in just under an hour, Lieutenant. If I'd needed a reminder of the urgency with which the Maryland State Police were pursuing this case, I was currently riding in the back of it. I watched out the window as the Forest Hill Air Park grew smaller. It was 9:55 a.m., and Lieutenant McLaren and I were sitting in the back of an EC-135 helicopter en route to the Cumberland Penitentiary. We were both harnessed in and wearing headphones with built-in microphones. Our pilot's name was Ronald. He looked all of 20 years old. For the first time since all of this started, I felt like the investigation had some sort of forward momentum. I regretted every second of going behind Lieutenant McLaren's back, and I was devastated to learn that Sharon Ridgely was going to lose her job. But I still couldn't help but think that maybe something good might come of it. Because I'd been busted, the police had discovered Gallagher's burner phone and confirmed his involvement. Now they had somewhere to start. It had also led to me telling the lieutenant about Henry Matheny. An immense weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I knew it was a selfish thought, but I couldn't help it. 39 years was a long time to walk around with such a deeply buried secret in your heart. I looked over at McLaren in the seat next to me. You mentioned that Runk did other favors for Gallagher? You don't have to shout, she replied, giving me that annoyed teacher look again. The mics are very sensitive. Sorry. The other perks of their little deal included extra time in the yard, access to online crossword puzzles in the library, girly magazines, postage stamps, that sort of thing. The burner phone was the main prize. And there's no way to track who he was talking to? Not without that SIM card. That's where you come in. You really think he'll tell me? You certainly have a better chance than the rest of us. I stared out the window at the passing countryside. He had to be talking to whoever's doing this. The timing's too perfect. I'd bet on it. She looked at me. Do you feel like he betrayed you? I thought of the note card I kept in my truck. He's wearing a mask underneath his mask. No, I knew what he was capable of. I readjusted the headphones so they'd stop rubbing against my bandage. I no longer had a splitting headache, but the stitches were itching like crazy. Anything else come in about the people who own the Myers house? Just what I told you before. She opened the notepad in her lap. Casey and Eleanor Sherman, both in their late 70s. They bought the house 19 years ago. He's a retired judge. She used to be a nurse. 2 adult children,
Both live out of state. No known connections to Joshua Gallagher or his family. They were living in Cecil County when the original murders occurred. I wish you could ask him about the song he was humming. Me too. But I can't exactly say you overheard him while you were hiding in his goddamn window well. I said I was sorry. You're lucky you didn't get the both of you killed. It was fine, I said, wishing I hadn't brought it up. But you didn't know that then, did you? I shook my head. How positive are you it was the same song? 100%. Her eyes remained locked on me. I'm going to go against Gonzalez's very strong wishes and share two things with you. Don't make me regret it. I swear I won't. Do you know a man named Sean Phillips? I thought about it. I don't think so. She held up her cell phone. On the screen, there was a photo of a white male, 20s, with several facial scars and medium-length hair that was almost white. He was missing half an eyebrow. Never seen him before. I would have remembered someone who looked like that. He worked on your home in April of this year. I was on the road for most of April. According to the owner of the HVAC company, Sean Phillips was a temporary fill-in for an employee who was hospitalized with a bleeding ulcer. For 2 days, April 27th and 28th, he had access to your house and home office. So you think he's the one who took the items we found in the window well? It's starting to look that way, she said. The owner had forgotten to tell us about Phillips during our initial questioning. We spoke with him again late last night, and he brought it up then. We ran Phillips's name right away. He's got an interesting record that he lied about to his employers. Gonzalez said he was definitely hiding something during our questioning this morning. What's his connection to Gallagher? We haven't found anything yet, but we're still looking. We're also checking out his alibis for the nights of the murders. Is this like some kind of cult? I asked. Joshua Gallagher's followers doing his bidding for him? An interesting angle. It wouldn't be the first time it's happened. Charles Manson, Jim Jones. It's a long list. I watched as a train crossed over a trestle bridge spanning a muddy river thousands of feet below us. It reminded me of the miniature railroad my father and I used to build in our basement during the holidays. If he had known about what I'd done, and all the people I'd lied to, he would have been ashamed of me. The second thing I have to tell you, the lieutenant said, is a bit more sensitive, and you cannot repeat it to anyone. I won't. This is strictly confidential, Rich. You understand me? It cannot come out. Understood. Okay. We're still figuring this one out. The bite marks we found on Ann Riggs and Peyton Bear were difficult to work with. They were sloppy, tentative. In each instance, the skin was broken and bruised, but there weren't enough precise indentations to measure or compare. We chalked this up to the killer being in a hurry, something you noted as well. Right. But the marks on Mallory Tucker are different. They're deep and distinctive. And somehow, I held my breath, waiting for her to finish. They're an exact match to Joshua Gallagher. 4. My favorite guard, Elgin, escorted me down the hallway. He was uncharacteristically quiet and didn't hit me with a single joke, dirty or otherwise, which made me wonder if he knew I'd helped cost Sharon Ridgely her job. He left me alone in the interview room for almost 15 minutes before the other guards brought in Joshua Gallagher. They'd been instructed to pay special attention today, in case the prisoner tried anything. I'd told the lieutenant that I planned to really push Gallagher, something I'd never done in all these years. Even now, I didn't want to give too much thought as to why that was the case. To ease my mind, McLaren assured me that she would be right next door watching from behind a two-way mirror. Earlier, the lieutenant had told me that Joshua Gallagher's cell had been thoroughly searched overnight, turning up the burner phone and a handful of other less notable contraband. All his reading and drawing materials had been confiscated, as well as the photographs of his family he kept taped to his wall. I'd expected Gallagher to be furious at this invasion of privacy, or at the very least, seriously annoyed. But as it turned out, I was wrong. When I heard the door to the interrogation room open, I put down my notebook and looked up. Joshua Gallagher was smiling. 5.
The following is an unabridged conversation between Richard Chismar and Joshua Gallagher, inmate number AC4311920. It took place at the Cumberland Penitentiary on Sunday, June 19th, 2022. Chismar: What are you so happy about? Gallagher: I wouldn't say I'm particularly happy. Amused, maybe. Chismar: I'm not in the mood for games today, Josh. Gallagher: I should think not, especially with that bandage on your head. That must have been terribly painful. Who's the copycat killer? I already told you. I don't know. You're lying. I absolutely am not. We already know you talked to him on the burner phone, so stop bullshitting me. That doesn't mean I know who he is. You're saying you don't know his actual identity? I do not. Is he local? Where does he live? Well, sure. Close by, of course. Edgewood? What do you think? What else do you know about him? Not that much. Why don't you just come out and tell me? Gallagher pauses. I'm unaware of his actual age. I believe he's neither young or old. He's well-spoken and well-traveled. A man of letters, so to speak, and very devoted to his cause. Which is? You and me, of course. And history. How so? Immortality. How often did you talk to him? I spoke with him on 2 different occasions. Both times, he called me. How did he manage to do that? Through a friend. Chismar pauses. What's his friend's name? I actually don't know. I asked him not to tell me. So it's a him. You've spoken with this friend on the phone? Gallagher nods. Numerous times. And? This friend is working hand-in-hand with the copycat killer. The friend knows who's doing this. No more than I do. You're barking up the wrong tree here, Rich. He was contacted anonymously and was only too happy to pass along my information. I don't understand this at all. How did the copycat killer know this person, this friend, had access to you? I'm afraid that's rather complicated. I don't fully understand all of the details myself. I think you're lying to me again. I think you know better, Rich. I grew up in a different time, as much as you did. There are things I don't understand. Did you speak with anyone else on the phone? Not anyone related to this situation. What the hell does that mean? It means I may have used it to satisfy my own curiosity about certain things and certain people, but nothing that had anything to do with what's currently happening in our beloved hometown. Would your friend's name happen to be Sean Phillips? I'm sorry, but I told you already. I don't know. Or maybe Sean Phillips is the copycat killer's real name. Gallagher shrugs. If you say so. I have no idea. Was it your friend who stole those things from my house? Gallagher smiles. Oh, you found them? Chismar nods. Yesterday. I told him you would. I knew it. I always knew you were smarter than the police. You told who I would? My friend, of course. He thought it was a waste of time. I, however, insisted otherwise. Thank you for proving me right. All this time, the police, the public, they were right about you. You love all this. You're fucking crazy. It's all about gamesmanship for you. That and feeding your enormous ego. You're nothing but a cheap carnival barker. Cheap, huh? You might ask Peyton Bear or Mallory Tucker how cheap I am. Gallagher smiles. Oh, that's right. You can't. You know, I used to feel sorry for you. Everyone warned me not to, but I didn't listen. I never once asked for your pity, Rich. That's not the point. Josh, every time I came here, I tried to find something redeemable in you. Something still human. But there's really nothing to find, is there? Gallagher uses a mocking voice. Richard Chismar, renowned author and honorable family man. You know, I wonder what people would think if they knew about some of the things we've talked about. I wonder what they'd say if they knew about some of the dreams you have.
Fuck you. Go ahead and threaten me all you want. I don't care anymore. I'm ready for the truth to come out.
Well, if that is indeed the case, then perhaps it's time for my little media blackout to come to an end.
Chismar's voice rises. Do you know what the guards say about you?
Are you referring to the guards that you've bribed, or the other ones?
Chismar says something unintelligible.
Ah, I see I've touched the proverbial sore spot.
They say that you're nothing but a tired old man who naps too much and harasses the other inmates to play cards for nickels.
You forgot about chess and backgammon.
That's right. And online crossword puzzles, thanks to Runk. Don't forget about that. Although they must not bring you as much joy, since you're only competing against yourself.
I think you'd be very surprised at how much joy they bring me.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and then I'm leaving. And I won't be coming back after today.
Gallagher laughs.
Do you know who the copycat killer is?
I do not.
Do you know how to contact the copycat killer?
Gallagher pauses. Maybe my friend could. But I'm not sure I remember the number. Plus, by now, I'm not even certain he'd take my call anyway.
Gallagher pauses.
Or if he even exists, for that matter.
Chismar slams his fist down on the table. Enough! Guard number 1. Everything okay, Mr. Chismar?
Chismar.
It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm sorry.
To Gallagher.
I hate that I've allowed you to waste so much of my time.
Gallagher. And yet that so-called waste of time has led you to a life of fame and fortune.
Chismar. Only because people don't know the truth about you. No matter how hard I try to tell them. They think you're what? Special? Mystical? Powerful? So much so that you've started to believe it yourself. Chismar mimics him.
I'm changing. Tell McLaren to recheck my DNA. I want the whole world to see. It's time.
Yeah, I've seen that movie too, Josh. It wasn't that good the first time around. You want the whole world to see what? That you've gotten old and fat and...
I could have taken you any day. Do you realize that?
Not just in the summer and fall of '88. Any day before or since.
Gallagher leans forward. You think you're so smart, huh? You don't think I watched you over the years? Rosedale? Abingdon? That little house with the basketball court out back? Do you remember the tree you always touched when you went jogging? The big oak in the courtyard of that apartment complex on the hill. You tapped it 3 times and turned around and headed for home. The same route every evening. And when you bought your first house, the way you mowed the lawn in a different pattern every time, or how you taught Billy to shoot free throws. You know that Kara rarely locked the doors when you left back then? You think you're better than me? Please. I could have taken you any day I wanted. It would have been so easy.
Chismar says quietly, Then why didn't you sick fuck?
I answered that question 34 years ago, the first time you sat down with me. The day we played basketball. Horse. I beat you 2 games out of 3. And when we were finished, you told me to keep the ball.
I remember.
That was the last time I felt anything resembling normal. The last time I believed that kind of life was possible for me. And it was because of you.
Then why, Chismar spreads his arms, all of this? Why are you punishing me? Why are you tormenting my family?
Who's tormenting? I adore your family, Rich. Do you know that I'm one of Billy's original Patreon supporters? He's quite the talent. Takes after his father. And Noah. I spoke with him at Birdwood just last week.
You what?
I used my own name to reserve an afternoon tea time, and he didn't even ask me to repeat it. Just wrote it down and asked for my credit card info. He's very good at his job. If you ever fucking hurt them, I would never, ever hurt them, Rich. How could you think that of me? I love you.
Oh, my God. Chismar pauses. Then, why do you want to hurt me? Tell me.
Gallagher stares at something in the opposite corner of the interrogation room. Sometimes it gets all mixed up, you know? Love and hate. Sometimes it begins to mean the same thing. He stares directly at Chismar. I only know what they show me. What they tell me. What who shows you, Josh? Them. Chismar glances over his shoulder. There's nothing there. Do you want to know something, Rich? Chismar nods. The stories are true. I am the darkness. I am the Boogeyman. Chismar shakes his head and sighs. No, you're just plain old Joshua Gallagher. You're a 57-year-old man. Your brain scans show a number of abnormalities. You see visions inside your head and believe them to be true. I love you, Richard Chismar, even more than I loved my sister and my father and all of the others. Chismar's voice rises. Then help us stop whoever's doing this. I'm taller now. Stronger. My wisdom teeth have grown back. Did you know that? Make McLaren look at my DNA. It's almost time. Josh, for Christ's sake, none of that is real. None of it makes any... I want the whole world to see. Soon. Josh! Guards, I'm ready now. I'm tired and would like to return to my cell. Talk to me, Josh. Please. Just for a little bit longer. Not today. Another time, perhaps. I told you already. I'm not coming back. I mean it. Gallagher stands. You always come back. Guard number 1. Mr. Chismar? Chismar looks at the two-way mirror and sighs. Go ahead, take him. I'm so done. Guard number 2 places a hand on Gallagher's shoulder. Okay, let's go. Gallagher gets up from the table and smiles. Goodbye for now, Richie Rich. Gallagher shuffles out the door. 6. Are you going to tell me what's wrong? The lieutenant asked. You look like you just saw a ghost. Not here. I pushed open the door and started across the parking lot. I don't trust anyone in that place. Slow down, damn it. I walked a little farther, stopped, and turned around. My chest was burning. I could barely catch my breath. He called me Richie Rich. Okay, I heard that. Besides the kids in my first grade class, there's only one other person who has ever called me that. Who and why does it matter? Hank Matheny. Her eyebrows went up. The guy you told me about this morning? I nodded. So he... Wait a minute. What are you trying to tell me? That Gallagher and Matheny have fucking been in contact with each other. Something invisible stabbed me in the chest. I don't know when, and I don't know how, but it's both of them doing this. Rich, this morning, after you told me what happened, I ran a quick check on Matheny. He's been locked up in federal prison in Georgia. I know that. Just wait. There's more. 2 weeks ago, Matheny slipped into a coma. The doctors have no idea why it happened. He still hasn't regained consciousness. 7. We were back in the air and on our way home when my cell phone buzzed. I considered not answering it. My brain was still scrambled from what Josh Gallagher had said to me. Goodbye for now, Richie Rich. Not to mention what the lieutenant had just told me about Henry Matheny. Sliding the phone out of my pants pocket, I checked the caller ID. It was Carly Albright. She knew where I was and what I was doing, which meant it had to be important. I took my headset off and placed it onto my lap. Hello? I finally figured it out. I winced and pulled the phone away from my ear. Figured what out? I've been watching this damn security footage all morning. And I was right. Something was familiar about this guy. He has one leg shorter than the other, just like my Walter did. He's wearing an insert in his shoe, Rich. If you watch closely, you can just make out a little overstep. I'm telling you, I'm right about this. Excerpt from telephone interview with Stephen Wise, M.D., staff physician at Ware State Prison, conducted by Detective Anthony Gonzalez, recorded on June 23, 2022. Detective Gonzalez: Can you describe Henry Matheny's current physical state? Stephen Wise, M.D.: Henry Matheny is in a coma at Jefferson United Hospital. He's unconscious and does not respond to light, sound, or stimuli. His brain is functioning at its lowest state of alertness. Detective Gonzalez: I have to ask, is there any chance he's faking this condition? Stephen Wise, M.D.: Matheny has been completely unresponsive for 21 days. He's not faking. How did this occur? On Thursday, June 2nd, Matheny ate dinner with the other inmates. Nothing unusual was observed. Later that night, at approximately 9:45 p.m., one of the guards spoke with him. According to the guard, Matheny was sitting on his bunk reading a magazine. He sounded and appeared to be fine. Shortly after lights out, at 11:05 p.m., another guard observed Matheny while doing his rounds. He appeared to be asleep in his bunk. The next morning, Matheny failed to respond to a 6:30 a.m. wake-up for exercise and hygiene. Guards found him in his cell, examined him, and found him to be unresponsive. A short time later, I examined Matheny with the same results. He was immediately moved to the infirmary. Later that afternoon, he was transferred to Jefferson United Hospital, where he has remained under guard ever since. Any idea why this happened? Testing thus far has been inconclusive. Matheny may have suffered a head injury in younger years. His brain scans exhibit multiple abnormalities. My theory is that these issues contributed to his current condition. 19. Reckoning. It's like a house of cards, falling apart all at once. 1. Ronald, our youthful-looking helicopter pilot, had us back on the ground in Forest Hill in just under 50 minutes. On the way, I told Lieutenant McClernand what Carly had said about the man in the mask, and then I showed her the text I just received. Carly Albright: Played the video for Kara, twice. She agrees. Insert in left shoe. Who's the ace investigator now? Carly's late husband, Walter, following a 9-year career in the NFL, ran a successful physical therapy practice just outside of D.C. for more than 2 decades. Before she retired 5 years ago, Kara worked as a full-time physical therapist in a variety of professional settings, including private practice, hospitals, and home health. When it came to things like shoe inserts and walking with a hitch, or however Carly had described it, I had full confidence in my wife. She knew her stuff. The lieutenant was a bit more skeptical. We looked at the possibility of a limp. We even ran a simulation with one of the detectives. In the end, we decided that the weight of the garbage bag the man was carrying was throwing off his gait. She promised that she would make some calls just in case, but I was doubtful. Once we landed, it was only a 5-minute drive from the air park to my house. Someone must have tipped off the press that we were coming. The photographers were waiting for us, crowding the narrow shoulder of Southampton Road like spectators on a parade route. As we hurried inside the house, a reporter shouted, "Is history repeating itself, Mr. Chismar? Do you know the copycat killer? Have you—" I slammed the door, cutting him off in mid-sentence. An excited Carly was waiting for us in the foyer. My husband, Walter, was a 300-pound, loud and proud black prince, she told Lieutenant McClernand, and I knew every inch of that magnificent body. He was a 3-time All-Pro and a Super Bowl winner, and all that with his right leg a 1/4 inch shorter than his left. I'm telling you, I'd recognize that walk anywhere. The lieutenant, looking like the proverbial deer caught in the headlights, nodded her head dutifully and mumbled a response. Then she turned to me. They just emailed the file. Where can we watch? Family room. I'll get my laptop. I started up the stairs. Kara met me on her way down with Cujo and Ripley trailing in her wake. Your iPad's on the dining room table if you want to use that. She squeezed my arm. What's going on? Did he tell you anything? That's just it. We don't know what the hell he told us. I turned around and we walked downstairs together. I'll fill you in on everything after we're finished watching. I grabbed my iPad and propped it up against some books on the ottoman. The lieutenant and I sat next to each other on the sofa. Carly walked into the room and stood behind us. McLaren turned and looked at her, and sighed. Why not? The more the merrier. The lieutenant hit the play icon, and we watched Joshua Gallagher shuffle into the interrogation room, the shackles around his ankles clanking, and that wicked-looking grin practically dripping off his face. Over my shoulder, I heard Carly gasp. 2. Go back again, I said, to when he says it's complicated. The lieutenant tapped the screen, waited a few seconds, and tapped it again. I'm afraid that's rather complicated. I don't fully understand all of the details myself. I think you're lying to me again. I think you know better, Rich. I grew up in a different time, as much as you did. There are things I don't understand. I pointed at the screen. There are things I don't understand. Do you think he's talking about technology? The burner phone? Maybe, but it's still just a phone. Nothing really complicated about it. No. There's something there, I said, jiggling my leg with nervous energy. It's one of the few times I've felt like he was telling the truth. Even though 5 minutes later, he as much as admits that he made up this friend of his. That's what he does. You know that. He's all about keeping us off balance. She lifted her chin toward the screen. You really got to him with the carnival barker dig. That's the first time I've seen him lash out like that. I let myself get angry and react. I don't usually do that. We watched the next few minutes in silence. He's a masterful liar, the lieutenant said, but I didn't get the impression that he knew who Sean Phillips was. At least not by name. Does it surprise you that he watched you all those years? I glanced over my shoulder to see if Kara was anywhere nearby. Yes and no, I said, struggling to find the words. I'm ashamed to admit it after everything that's happened. But in a way, he always felt close by. She didn't say anything to that. On the video, Gallagher, a wistful expression on his face, reminisced about beating me in a game of horse. I asked the lab to retake his DNA. I looked at the lieutenant in surprise. You did? I must be getting senile in my old age. The stories are true. I am the darkness. I am the Boogeyman. Holy Mother of Moses, Carly whispered from behind us. He's batshit crazy. I slumped back on the sofa and closed my eyes, searching the distant corners of my mind for the missing puzzle piece. A moment later, from deep within the darkness, I heard his taunting voice. Goodbye for now, Richie Rich. 3. Lieutenant McLaren asked me to walk her to her car so we could talk in private. The press across the street was still humming with activity. Cameras flashed. Reporters shouted our names repeatedly until we were forced to sit inside her unmarked sedan to finish our conversation. I still feel like we missed something in his fan mail, the lieutenant said, starting the engine and turning on the air conditioner. That has to be how initial contact was made. A short time ago, the same pair of grumpy detectives had picked up the cartons of mail from our house and returned them to the station. According to the lieutenant, they were already back at it, once again combing their way through the stacks. It wouldn't surprise me, I said. I know you told me that nothing of importance was discussed. But what exactly did you and Gallagher talk about during those 3 unsupervised phone calls? I've been waiting for that question since earlier this morning. It's kind of embarrassing. She made that tisking sound in her throat. You're already in enough hot water as it is. Don't let that stop you. I cleared my throat. At first, we just talked the way we always did. I told him how I was doing. He told me the same. And then I eased into the important stuff. Or tried to, anyway. Where was he on this date or that date? Did he have anything to do with this missing person or that unidentified body? I thought he might open up more, knowing that he wasn't being recorded. And did he? No. It didn't seem to matter to him. I watched as a car cruised slowly by the house, blowing its horn at a couple of photographers who'd strayed too far into the street. The driver was Ken Klein. He turned onto Runnymede and swung into his driveway. About halfway through the second call, I started asking questions. About me. What kind of questions? That's the embarrassing part. I took a deep breath. I asked when he'd first noticed me, and what he'd thought. I'd known him for years, gone to school with him, saw him at parties, and at church and around the neighborhood. I shrugged. I guess I wanted to know if I'd always been marked somehow, or if it really was all about us playing basketball that day. Did he answer you? He said that I'd always reminded him of himself. I was quiet. I read a lot and kept to myself. I wasn't much of a follower. But at the same time, I was also athletic and popular. He said my parents were always nice to him. How did that make you feel? Even more confused, to be honest. I've been thinking about it for almost 35 years, and I felt no closer to getting an answer than I did back when I started. So all of this angst was because you felt like lightning had struck for a second time with Gallagher, and you didn't know why, and it was eating you up inside. I've always believed in destiny. I remember back when Kara and I were dating. We were walking down by the water one night, and I told her that I felt like I was meant to do things that no one else had ever done. Good things. Maybe even great things. And because of that, people everywhere were going to know my name. I looked at the lieutenant, half expecting her to be laughing. She wasn't, so I went on. I know most kids probably think the same sort of thing, and they're just too smart to say it out loud. But the thing was, I really believed it. In fact, I never stopped. And I guess, in a way, it kind of came true. I was starting to sweat despite the air conditioning. I readjusted myself in the seat. So, yeah, when it came to Gallagher and Matheny, I needed to know why. I needed to understand. Understand what, exactly? I thought about it, searching for the right words. Why they were the way they were, and why I fell so strongly into their orbit. And now? I shook my head, just once. I'm done looking for answers where there are none. 4. When I walked into the house, Carly was coming out of the guest suite wearing a bathing suit. It was a one-piece, bright yellow and black with big fluffy fringes. She looked like a bumblebee. I stopped and stared at her in astonishment. Loud and proud black prince. Really? I was only speaking the facts, Richie Rich. I grabbed her arm. Don't call me that. Eyes wide, she said, Hey, ow! That hurts. I immediately let go and backed away. I'm sorry. It's fine, she said. I didn't mean to. Then we're even. I didn't mean to upset you. I couldn't believe I'd hurt her. I felt terrible. Get that look off your face, Rich. It's fine. You just surprised me is all. I'm sorry. You already said that. She gazed into the family room. My iPad was still propped up on the ottoman. That video was intense. I don't know how you did that. She shook her head. I know I couldn't. That was the last time. She looked at me. For real? For real. Well, make sure you tell your wife that. She walked past me and gave my shoulder a gentle punch. It'll be like an early Christmas present. 5. TMZ, checkmark, at TMZ, 19 minutes ago. In a scene straight out of The Silence of the Lambs, best-selling author Richard Chismar visits childhood friend and confessed serial murderer Joshua Gallagher in prison to help police track down copycat killer before he claims fourth victim. Full story below. 6. The three of us spent the afternoon decompressing by the pool. Kara made a salad and cut up some watermelon. I cooked chicken and hamburgers on the grill. Billy took a short break from writing and came down to join us. While we ate, Carly entertained us with stories of her overseas adventures, including the first time she'd tried authentic Indian food. I won't go into the sordid details, but suffice to say it involved an overflowing toilet on a crowded cross-country train ride. Billy almost peed his swimsuit laughing. Normally, I would have been right there with him, but I wasn't in the mood for silly stories. All I could think about was how I'd cost Sharon Ridgely her job at the penitentiary, and how the media was going to go ballistic once they learned I'd bribed a prison guard for classified information. The whole thing sounded so scandalous. And let's face it, it was. The press was going to eat me alive. And then there was Joshua Gallagher. What was he going to think about what I'd done? Would he be angry? Amused? I honestly had no idea. And finally, like an anvil strapped to the center of my back, there was the almost suffocating reality that I'd yet to confess to Kara. She'd already commented earlier this afternoon about my lack of appetite. I'd led her to believe that my visit with Joshua Gallagher was weighing heavily on my mind, which just happened to be the truth. Goodbye for now, Richie Rich. But if only she knew the complete story, something I couldn't put off telling her for much longer. There would be hell to pay. I dreaded with all my soul the inevitability of that conversation. I wasn't entirely sure that my marriage would survive it. After lunch, I slipped in my AirPods and found a raft to float on. I closed my eyes, and the warmth of the sun on my skin felt like a lover's embrace. I dipped my hands in the cool water, wiggled my fingers, and tried to will myself to relax. So much had already happened today, and it wasn't even 3 o'clock. I just wanted to lie here and sleep for the rest of the week, or even longer. I'm not sure how much time passed before I dozed off. 7. Oh my God, I said, staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I look like a fucking lobster. Kara peered over my shoulder, which was approximately the same bright red hue as volcanic lava, and tried not to laugh. We have sunscreen, you know. You told me not to get my bandage wet. I didn't hear a word about sunscreen. I turned away from the sink and carefully slipped on my pajama top. Ow, ow, ow. You want me to put on more aloe? No. I just want to lay on my back in the dark and not move. My cell phone buzzed on the nightstand. I slowly made my way toward it, my arms held out in front of me like the mummy from the Abbott and Costello movie. Hello? You okay? It was Lieutenant McLaren. Your voice sounds strange. I fell asleep on a pool float this afternoon. I'm fried. You should have worn sunscreen. Suddenly, everyone was an expert. Yeah, well, I forgot. What are you, 12? I didn't even bother to hide my annoyance. Why are you calling me at 10 o'clock at night? I thought you would want to know that we've already located 2 individuals with leg issues similar to what Kara and Mrs. Albright described. Both wear inserts, according to insurance paperwork. Who? I looked at Kara and made a face. Your mailman Daniel Kelly and Scott Peacher, the guy who built your screened-in back porch. Don't get too excited, though. Both of them have squeaky clean records, and detectives already spoke with them after Ann Riggs's remains were found. My heart sank. I'd known Daniel and Scott for a couple of years now, and they'd never been anything less than pleasant and polite. Another dead end. So what happens now? We'll send someone out to talk to them again, and keep looking. See who else turns up. I thanked her for the update and ended the call. After relaying the news to Kara, I turned off the lights and eased myself onto the bed. The sheet was pleasingly cool on my back, which did little to offset the fact that the skin on my stomach and chest felt like it was on fire. I closed my eyes and imagined that I could feel blisters forming on the top of my feet, telling Carly that she was right about the shoe insert, an admission I was certain would result in another, "Who's the ace investigator now?" We'll just have to wait until tomorrow. 8. The Boogeyman Lives message board. June 19th, 2022. Thread. Suspects. Started June 19th, 2022. Page 3 of 44. Jennifer Tuttle. My stepfather knows someone in the Bel Air Police Department. He told him today that there are two main suspects. One's a teacher. The other one's some kind of artist from the city. The cops are staking out both of their houses and jobs. Ted Lasso. The butler did it. Bonnie Darkness. What if it was Chismar's wife all this time? Could you imagine? Lisa Hyde. I can't even imagine being married to him. Poor woman. 9. The three of us were eating breakfast at the island in the kitchen when I told Carly about Lieutenant McLaren's phone call. Yesterday's visit with Joshua Gallagher was the lead story on Channel 11's morning broadcast. There was even video of Lieutenant McLaren and me walking across the tarmac to her car. To make matters worse, true crime mega-celeb Nancy Grace had announced on her show the night before that she believed Gallagher and I were working together to withhold crucial information from the authorities. In my heart of hearts, I think they're both complicit, she'd spouted with that snooty, head-tilted-to-the-side look of hers. And overnight, the clip had gone viral. And then some. A pinned post this morning on the Boogeyman Lives message board read, Gallagher and Chismar, partners in crime? It was due to this particularly egregious assault upon my integrity, at least this was my theory, that Carly didn't gloat when I told her what McLaren had said. In fact, she was downright gracious about the whole thing. Completely unlike her. After giving Kara a high five over a platter of bacon, she'd merely added, My Walter comes through again. And then she never mentioned another word about it. Kara and I were loading the dishwasher when the dogs began barking in the backyard. A moment later, we heard the clank of the gate being opened and closed, and then Lieutenant McLaren was standing at the breezeway door. I waved her inside. Sorry to interrupt, she said, stepping into the mudroom. Want some breakfast? Kara asked. There are leftovers still warm on the counter. Thanks, I grabbed something at the station. She looked at me, and I could tell by the expression on her face that she was excited about something. Unlike Carly, who'd taken to calling me Mr. Tomato Head all morning, she didn't even mention my sunburn. Rich, do you know a woman named Alicia Fetterman? She sometimes goes by Alice. I thought about it. The name sounds familiar. She's from Edgewood, 6 or 7 years younger than you. If it's the same person I'm thinking of, her family used to live on Bayberry. Her brother, John or Jake maybe, was a few years behind me. I remember he had a little sister. That's her. Why? Alicia Fetterman is your mailman's girlfriend. She and Daniel Kelly live together in a house in Edgewood that Alicia rents under her name. Do you want to guess where? She was talking so fast I was struggling to keep up. Where? 920 Hanson Road. I dropped the dish towel I was holding. My old house. Holy shit. You're kidding me. Nope. And Daniel Kelly might not have a record, but Alicia Fetterman sure does. She lost custody of her kids 15 years ago, and it's been a steady downhill slide ever since. Wait a minute. You think Alicia's the copycat killer? We think she and Daniel may be working together. And before you go stomping your feet and hollering about how you were the one who first brought up the possibility of two people working in tandem, yes, I remember. And? I said, unable to stop the shit-eating grin from taking over my face. The lieutenant sighed. And I'm sorry I called you Joe Hardy. 10. As soon as Lieutenant McLaren left, I grabbed my iPad from the family room and did a social media search for Daniel Kelly and Alicia Fetterman. Alicia came up blank, but Daniel had a Facebook page. From what we could gather, by this time Kara and Carly had joined me on the sofa, Daniel Kelly was quite the bowling enthusiast, twice divorced, and until 2 or 3 years ago, lived with his parents in Abingdon. Mindhunter was his favorite television show. Van Halen, with Sammy Hagar at the mic, his go-to band. And when he wasn't binge-watching the Lord of the Rings or Star Wars movies, he was rooting for the Philadelphia Phillies. There were numerous photographs of him wearing his mailman uniform, and even more, dressed in a black and white bowling shirt with a red lightning bolt stitched across the front of it. We only found one photo of him and Alicia together. They were eating steamed crabs and corn on the cob at a picnic table by the water. They made an unlikely couple. Daniel Kelly was tall and athletic-looking, with a gentle-featured, thoughtful face. He could have passed for a high school guidance counselor. Alicia Fetterman appeared much older and worn down by the world. Her round eyes were a startling deep blue and didn't match the rest of her face, which was as long and lean as a butter knife. Neither of them was smiling in the picture. Drawn by the sound of our excited voices, Billy came downstairs, J.J. trotting at his side, and quickly took over control of the iPad. I watched in amazement as he tapped away on the screen and within minutes was able to access Alicia Fetterman's arrest record from a public website. Driving while intoxicated, driving without a license, possession of a controlled dangerous substance, breaking and entering, petty theft, felony theft, threat of bodily harm, assault and battery, trespassing, vandalism, solicitation, possession of stolen property, passing bad checks. Almost all of them multiple offenses. At a glance, Alicia Fetterman appeared to be Edgewood's own version of Bonnie Parker, or even worse. There was little doubt that the woman was bad news. A short time later, the mood in the room dramatically shifted when a giggling Billy almost gave me a heart attack by pretending to send Daniel Kelly a friend request from my Facebook account. Exasperated, I chased him off the sofa and into the living room. He scooted around the coffee table, grabbed a steel poker from the fireplace, and attempted to fend me off. I quickly wrestled it out of his hands and whacked him on his backside with the handle. He collapsed to the floor in faux pain, and the dogs immediately mobbed him, smothering his face in sloppy kisses. The more Billy laughed, the more frenzied their affection became, the dogs pinning him to the floor, tails wagging in tight little circles. And then we were all laughing, and it felt like we couldn't stop. And as I stood there watching, it occurred to me what we were experiencing. Hope. For the first time in what seemed like forever, there was a feeling in the air that the nightmare might finally be drawing to a close. The bad guys, and girls, were going to be captured and punished. The good guys, and girls, were going to win the day. And in the end, we would live happily ever after. Hope. 11. After a while, Billy lost interest in our snooping and returned upstairs to the story he was writing. Kara loaded the dogs in the back of her car and headed to the McGurk's for a hike, and Carly left to go shopping at the Hartford Mall. In a matter of minutes, I was left alone on the sofa, without even the pups to keep me company, and I couldn't help but feel abandoned. For the next couple of hours, I did my best to stay busy so that I wouldn't be tempted to call Lieutenant McLaren for an update. I answered emails on my laptop, shot a game of pool in the garage, watched the Gallagher interview for the second time, fixed the loose doorknob on the mudroom door, made myself a ham and cheese sandwich, ate the sandwich, watched the Gallagher interview for the third time, surfed the internet for any leaks regarding Alicia Fetterman and Daniel Kelly, read the last few chapters of a Linwood Barclay novel, took a walk around the pond, did a load of laundry, and tried to take a nap. Finally, at a few minutes past 3 p.m., unable to sit still for even 1 second longer, I grabbed my car keys and drove to Edgewood, and was shocked by what I found there. 12. Tupelo Road was blocked off, a Harford County Sheriff's cruiser parked diagonally in the middle of the street. A half-dozen police cars lined the shoulder in front of 920 Hanson Road, including Lieutenant McLaren's unmarked sedan. A crime lab van was parked in the driveway behind an old Ford pickup. For just a moment, I felt a stab of anger inside my chest. What happened to keeping me updated? I thought, recalling McLaren's parting words from earlier this morning. I've only been waiting by the phone all goddamn afternoon. But then, just as quickly, Common sense prevailed, and the anger went away. After all the shit you pulled, Chismar, you're lucky she's even talking to you, and not leading you away in handcuffs for all the world to see. Across the street, a cluster of neighbors had gathered on the sidewalk, cell phones aimed at Alicia Fetterman's house. Most of them were smiling and laughing. In a nearby driveway, two little girls in pigtails chanted, "Birdie, birdie in the sky, why'd you do that in my eye?" as they took turns jumping rope. There didn't appear to be an adult anywhere in sight watching over them. I spotted only a handful of camera crews in the crowd, which meant that the rest of them were on their way. I didn't have much time. Lowering my baseball cap to hide my face, I pulled away from the curb where I was parked, swung a left into Tupelo Court, and backed my truck in between two other cars. Slouching down in my seat, I watched a Maryland State Police trooper exit the house carrying a stack of Tupperware containers. A minute later, a second officer appeared in the doorway, a pile of what looked like old shoeboxes balanced in his arms. My cell phone buzzed on the seat beside me. Glancing at the caller ID, I answered right away. "Lieutenant? I'm at the house on Hanson," she said. "I only have a minute." "What's happening?" "There are a lot of moving pieces right now. We picked up Alicia Fetterman at Winter's Run Inn about 45 minutes ago. Drunk as a skunk and twice as nasty. A short time later, Detective Gonzalez's crew caught up with Daniel Kelly on his mail route. He saw them coming and bolted into the woods. Took them about 10 minutes to bring him in. He's got to be guilty if he ran." "Guilty of something," she said. "We also discovered that before he was transferred to Bel Air, Daniel Kelly delivered mail to Edgewood Meadows for almost 6 years. Both the Bear and Tucker houses were on his route, which meant they probably knew him, or at least recognized his face." "Correct. Which could possibly explain the lack of a struggle when Peyton Bear disappeared from outside of the swim club." I was babbling now, but I didn't care. I was too excited to stop. "And hey, that could also explain the—" Someone banged on the passenger window. I let out a startled squeal and jumped at my seat, knocking my cell phone to the floor mat. Heart hammering in my sunburned chest, I peeked out from beneath the brim of my hat and saw Lieutenant McLaren standing there. She motioned for me to lower the window. With a great deal of reluctance, I did. "Hello," she said, mock-friendly. Hi." "I watched you park from one of the upstairs windows," she said. "You're not nearly as clever as you think you are." "I'm sorry. I didn't think—" "You can say that again. Do you have any idea what'll happen if the press sees you?" I forced myself to meet her eyes. I was bouncing around the house like a crazy person all morning. I swear, I mean it. I was just going to drive by and keep going. I didn't know anyone would be here. Never in a million years did I think you'd get a warrant this fast. We've been watching them since last night. They've been very busy. At 1:35 a.m., they did a drive-by of your house. Between 2 and 3:30 a.m., they drove past the duplex on Landers Avenue a total of 4 times. First thing this morning, we confirmed that a 17-year-old girl with long brown hair lives there. Wait, you knew last night and didn't tell me? She ignored the question. The judge signed the warrant first thing this morning. We waited until we had them both in custody so they couldn't warn each other and get rid of any evidence. How long have you been here? 30 minutes, maybe less. You find anything yet? She met my gaze and lowered her voice. Yeah, it's bad. Something inside my stomach began to ache. Can you tell me if... Go home, Rich, now, before someone recognizes you and it turns into a shitstorm worse than it already is. I glanced at the crowd on the sidewalk. In the past 10 minutes, it had grown nearly a third in size. A half-dozen camera crews were set up on the narrow strip of grass bordering the road. A state trooper was trying to move them back. A blonde woman wearing a bright yellow pantsuit and holding a microphone was interviewing a middle-aged couple. Several teenage boys stood behind them, mugging for the camera. I wasn't entirely sure, but the blonde woman looked an awful lot like Nancy Grace. You hear me, Rich? The lieutenant said. Go home to Kara. And she started to walk away. I slid the key into the ignition. Hey, Lieutenant! She stopped and turned around. What?
Something Gallagher said yesterday is bugging the hell out of me. I just can't figure out what it is. Text me when you do." And she was gone. 13. On my way home, the news broke. To my surprise, it wasn't CNN or Fox News or one of the national networks. It was a small local radio station, WHGM out of Havre de Grace. As I merged onto Route 24, the afternoon disc jockey cut away from Tim McGraw's latest smash hit and breathlessly announced that earlier today, 2 longtime Edgewood residents were taken in for questioning by members of the Maryland State Police Department in connection with the murders of Ann Riggs, Peyton Bear, and Mallory Tucker. A search warrant is currently being served at their Hanson Road residence, which in a bizarre turn of events is the exact same house in which acclaimed Boogeyman author Richard Chizmar once lived. There's been rampant speculation that Chizmar and... I turned off the radio. A few miles down the road, while waiting in line at a traffic light, I snuck a peek at Twitter and TikTok. Sure enough, the story was everywhere. TMZ and Radar had already posted photographs of the house. In one of the photos, Lieutenant McLaren could be seen talking to a pair of uniformed officers on the front lawn. Neither of the suspects' names had been released yet, but it was only a matter of time before one of the neighbors spilled the beans. A Salon article confirmed that the blonde woman in the bright yellow pantsuit had indeed been Nancy Grace. She was hosting tonight's show from an outdoor set across the street from the courthouse. Before today, I hadn't believed that the Boogeyman copycat story could possibly gain any more traction. But I was wrong. For the first time, the press sensed that an arrest was imminent, and they were all scrambling to find the best angle from which to cover it. Toss in the absurdity of the Hanson Road connection, and you had a bona fide blockbuster. A media storm, unlike anything I'd ever seen before, was brewing just over the horizon. And Joshua Gallagher and I were trapped in the eye of the hurricane. 14. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," I said. "I just want to talk to you." Carol was waiting out back with the dogs when I got home, and she was in a mood. The hike had gone well, she told me. She and Juliet McGurk had chatted the entire time, and not once did the Boogeyman, or his protege, invade their conversation. They walked for nearly 2 hours in the woods and fields surrounding the farm, the dogs chasing deer and squirrels to the point of exhaustion, and even saw a baby beaver swimming in one of the creeks. Then she'd driven home, and everything had gone to hell. As soon as she'd noticed that the field across the street was practically empty, she'd checked her phone to see what was happening. After skimming several articles about the search underway in Edgewood and seeing that my truck was missing from the driveway, she'd immediately put 2 and 2 together. She was just about to call and give me a royal ass-chewing when the dogs heard me pull up. "Talk about what?" she asked. "Did they find something at the house?" "Just come with me," I said, taking her hand. "Please." We sat in the shade by the koi pond. The grass itched my sunburned legs, and the mosquitoes were out in full force. But I didn't care. I'd made my decision on the drive home from Edgewood. It was time to tell the truth. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked. "I want you to know that I'm done." She stared at me in surprise. "Just like that? After all this time?" "I mean it. You were right about everything. All these years, I was looking for something that didn't exist." "That's wonderful." She looked as if she was waiting for the punchline. "But why now?" "When I met with Gallagher yesterday morning, the things we talked about, the things he said, it's like my eyes suddenly opened, and for the first time I saw everything clearly. And I realized that I've been wasting my time. So much damn time." I picked up an acorn from the grass and rolled it between my fingers. "You've always tried to tell me that some things aren't meant to be understood, that sometimes you just have to accept things the way they are and move on. Otherwise, you lose the best part of yourself by never allowing yourself to be happy, or content, or at peace. I think I did that for longer than I'd care to realize. I lost that part of myself." "What did Gallagher say to you?" "It wasn't what he said.
I stopped and thought about it. Later, when all of this is over, I want you to sit with me and watch the video of yesterday's interview. I want you to see and hear and feel for yourself. And then I want to delete the goddamn file and never think about it again. Okay, we can do that. I've done some bad things. Some truly foolish things. And when I tell you, you're going to be super angry and disappointed. I know I am. I'd almost reached the point of no return. But I want you to know something. I thought I was trying to help. I really did. I told myself that over and over again until I finally started to believe it. But I should have known better years ago. I know that now. I stared down at the ground. All this time I was nothing but a pawn in his stupid, pointless games. She scooted closer. Honey, tell me what happened. I need to start at the beginning, which was a long, nothing but a pawn in his stupid, pointless games. Time ago. A pawn. It hit me then like a bolt of lightning from a crystal-clear summer sky. A pawn? I looked up at my wife. I'm really sorry to do this. I promise we'll finish this conversation later, but right now I need to call McLaren. 15. My film agent, Ryan Lewis, had been after me for years to play online chess with him. He mentioned it at least every other time we spoke on the phone. One evening, not long after the COVID shutdown, I finally relented and bombed miserably. The game lasted barely 15 minutes, and he teased me mercilessly the entire time in the comments section that appeared at the bottom of my computer screen, right underneath the digital chessboard. A few days later, as a sort of mea culpa, I received an email invitation from Ryan to sign up for a popular crossword puzzle website. He knew I loved the New York Times crosswords and wanted to partner up to compete against other two-person teams from all around the country. I accepted, and for about a year, we chalked up a pretty impressive win-loss record. We even won a handful of tournaments. But then, as was often the case with computer games, we eventually grew bored with it and gave up. The final puzzle we completed together consisted of very few correct answers. Instead, we'd filled in the squares with a variety of inappropriate language and childish insults. I still had a screenshot of it saved somewhere on my laptop. All of those memories had rushed back at me the moment I mentioned the word pawn to Kara. Something in the back of my brain had been nagging at me since yesterday morning. When I'd met with Gallagher, I'd taunted him about his affinity for online crossword puzzles because Lieutenant McLaren had mentioned them as one of the perks he'd received in his illicit dealings with Carl Runk. And online crossword puzzles, thanks to Runk, I'd said. Don't forget about that. Although they must not bring you as much joy since you're only competing against yourself. I think you'd be very surprised at how much joy they bring me. Joshua Gallagher loved playing games. Pawn, chess, cards, crossword puzzles, online crossword puzzles. Hank Matheny worked in the prison library, where he almost certainly had access to computers. When I explained all this to Lieutenant McLaren, she practically hung up the telephone on me in her hurry to contact the authorities at Ware State Prison. 45 minutes later, she called back. That's how they did it, she said, her voice buzzing with excitement. I still think we missed the initial contact somewhere in his mail, but this is how they communicated in real time. This is how they traded phone numbers and started the whole damn thing in motion. While waiting for the lieutenant to call back, I'd explained everything to Kara and Carly. Between the two of them, they'd asked a dozen questions I had no answers for. Now they were sitting with me on the back porch, listening to our conversation on speakerphone. You found their numbers in the crossword puzzles? I asked. Phone numbers and a whole lot more. I heard the engine of her car roar to life. Including Wint Singleton's email address. Who? Wint Singleton, the mass shooter from the furniture store. I felt my mouth drop open. You've got to be shitting me. I wish I was. We're sailing in uncharted waters, Rich. What's next? She laughed. Isn't that enough? I can barely keep up.
It's like a house of cards, falling apart all at once. Gonzalez is about to sit down with Daniel Kelly and Alicia Fetterman. I'm on my way there now. We're also looking at guards at Ware State Prison in Georgia. Someone's dirty down there. Henry Matheny had to have help. Did you talk to his physician? Both Kara and Carly were staring at me. Kara mouthed, "Who's Henry Matheny?" I waved away the question. Tell you later. Twice. There's been no change in his condition. I think I figured something else out. Christ, I'm going to be out of a job soon. What now? The hangman on Peyton Bear's hand. 7 letters. Metheny. Like a house of cards, she said, and hung up. 16. Harford County Sheriff's Department, Deputy Lucas Foster, badge ID number AC41736, Monday, June 20th, 2022, 3:41 p.m. The following report depicts Deputy Foster's body camera footage upon entering 920 Hanson Road, Edgewood, Maryland, on the noted day and time. It's reprinted here with Deputy Foster's permission. Bright sunlight gives way to a dimly lit interior. Shaky images emerge of a residential living room. Make sure you glove up, Foster. A pair of hands covered in latex gloves swim into view. Already done. The hands are lowered out of frame, and we get a good look at the interior of the room. Outdated sofa, faded yellow flower pattern, 2 upholstered sitting chairs, dark green, a pair of dark wood end tables, a matching coffee table, and a floor lamp missing the shade. There are framed photographs of an elderly couple, as well as ashtrays on the smaller tables, and a stack of magazines on a larger table. The room is neat enough. No clutter. From somewhere off-screen, a male voice, "Take a look in the garage. You're not going to believe it." The angle immediately shifts as the deputy swings around to face an open doorway. The doorknob has been removed. The sound of footsteps as the deputy approaches the doorway, and then we are inside a single-car garage, pivoting in a slow circle. For fuck's sake. The garage has been soundproofed. Lime green egg crate insulation panels cover every inch of the walls and ceiling. There are 2 digital video cameras affixed to the ceiling in opposite corners. In the middle of the room is a large stainless steel embalming table. A narrow trough for collecting fluids is centered beneath it. As Deputy Foster moves closer, we see that thick metal shackles have been affixed to the table. A pair meant for a person's wrists, and another pair meant for their ankles. There is also a metal bracket equipped with a thick leather strap designed to hold a person's head in place. Lined up against the back wall of the garage are 4 life-sized mannequins, adult males, Caucasian, and unclothed. They've been placed shoulder to shoulder in the standing position. Each of the mannequins is wearing a burlap mask with the eye holes cut out. 17. The following interrogation between Detective Anthony Gonzalez and Daniel Kelly, age 37, took place at the Maryland State Police Department's Bel Air Barracks on Monday, June 20th, 2022. Detective Gonzalez, please confirm that your full name is Daniel Ray Kelly and you have already been Mirandized. Daniel Kelly nods. Detective Gonzalez, we need a verbal confirmation for the audio. Daniel Kelly, yes. How long have you resided at 920 Hanson Road? For about 7 months. And how long has Alicia Fetterman lived there? 3 or 4 years? I don't really know. And who does Alicia Fetterman rent the house from? An old family friend, I think. His name is Todd. I've only met him once. And your relationship with Ms. Fetterman is romantic in nature? Kelly murmurs something unintelligible. I wouldn't say romantic. You're more than just friends? Yeah. Kelly clears his throat. Yes. Was the interior of the garage at 920 Hanson Road soundproofed when you moved in? No. Do you know who soundproofed the garage? I did. When was this work completed? A couple months after I moved in. Late February, I think. Or maybe March. Did you make any other alterations to the home? I installed cameras in the garage, by the ceiling. For what purpose? So she could record whatever it is she does in there. She, meaning Alicia Fetterman? Yes. What does she do in the garage? I don't know. You understand that you're under oath, Mr. Kelly? Kelly nods. I don't know what she does. I'm not allowed to go in there anymore. We found something very troubling in the freezer in the kitchen. Do you know what that is? Kelly nods. Can you tell me? Kelly pauses. Years. We found something else in the basement bathroom sink. Can you tell me what that is? Teeth. Fake teeth. And do the fake teeth belong to you or Miss Fetterman? Both of us, I guess. Do you know where the fake teeth came from? Kelly shakes his head. She got them from somewhere. I think she had them made. She, again, meaning Ms. Fetterman? Yes. Just a couple more questions and we can take a break. I'm very tired. I know you are. Just another minute. Upstairs in the corner bedroom, all over the walls, we found photographs and newspaper articles, and even some drawings related to Joshua Gallagher. Did you do this, or was it Miss Fetterman? Both of us, but mostly her. She started before I moved in. Do you know a man named Sean Phillips? Kelly pauses. Yes. What is your relationship with Mr. Phillips? Relationship? He's a friend, I guess. I met him through Alice. They've known each other since they were kids. Is he a frequent visitor at 920 Hanson Road? Yes. What's a rough estimate on how many times Mr. Phillips has been to 920 Hanson Road? A lot. At least 20 or 30 times. Can you recall the last time he was there? Kelly pauses. 2 nights ago, maybe. And when did these visits begin? A while ago, before I moved in. Have Ann Riggs, Peyton Bear, or Mallory Tucker ever been inside 920 Hanson Road? Kelly starts to get upset, says something unintelligible. Were Ann Riggs, Peyton Bear, and Mallory Tucker alive when they were inside 920 Hanson Road? Not. I don't want to talk anymore right now. You need to answer that last question, please, and then we can be finished. Kelly takes a long pause. Okay. Were they alive, Mr. Kelly? Not all of them. The following interrogation between Detective Anthony Gonzalez and Alicia Fetterman, age 49, took place at the Maryland State Police Department's Bel Air Barracks on Monday, June 20th, 2022. Detective Gonzalez, please confirm that your full name is Alicia Marie Fetterman, and you have already been Mirandized. Alicia Fetterman, fuck you, cunt. I want a lawyer. 19. I was sitting in my office above the garage, trying to summon the courage to go back inside and finish my conversation with Kara, when Lieutenant McLaren called to fill me in on how the interrogations went. Hearing firsthand the atrocities that Alicia Fetterman and Daniel Kelly had committed inside my childhood home was almost more than I could bear. As soon as we hung up, I crossed my hands atop my desk, lowered my head, and said a silent prayer for the victims and their families. And once again, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief that my parents weren't here to learn of any of the details. They would have been devastated. Alicia Fetterman's and Daniel Kelly's identities had finally been released to the public, and as expected, the media was in a state of hysteria. Family members, old friends, and acquaintances were dragged in front of cameras and interviewed. Jacob Fetterman, Alicia's older brother, had been located in Sarasota, Florida, where he was living with his second wife and working as a carpenter. Ambushed by reporters at a job site, he looked like a deer caught in the headlights while explaining that he hadn't seen his sister in almost 20 years, not since their father's funeral. Shirley Deerdorf, Daniel Kelly's elderly aunt, who lived in a double-wide trailer on the outskirts of Joppatown, invited a camera crew from Fox News into her living room, where she showed them several photo albums dating back to the mid-1970s. In one of the photos, a faded black and white,
Mrs. Deardorff's young son Andy is standing on a porch dressed in a Zorro costume and holding a plastic pumpkin. Right next to him, an 8-year-old Daniel Kelly is wearing a long black cape and a pillowcase mask with the eye holes cut out. Margaret and Jacob Enderley, the suspects' next-door neighbors on Tupelo Drive, swore that it was all a big mistake. Both Alicia and Daniel were kind and giving people. They'd even dog-sat for the Enderleys on several occasions. Marty Higgins, one of the weekend bartenders at Winter's Run Inn, claimed that Alicia Fetterman had slashed 2 of the tires on his truck not long ago, and all because he'd cut her off a month earlier for getting too rowdy on the dance floor. Higgins claimed he would have pressed charges, but he didn't have any real proof. A veteran reporter from CNN surprised one of the members of Daniel Kelly's bowling team in the parking lot outside his Abingdon real estate office. Tom McConvey offered several curt "no comments" before almost running over the cameraman with his car as he sped away. And of course, there were already a number of distasteful memes making the rounds. The most popular, with almost 500,000 views, was a cartoon mailman featuring Daniel Kelly's Photoshop face. He was skipping down the sidewalk, carrying a blue mailbag over his shoulder. Someone had added rivulets of blood dripping from the bag into a large puddle on the ground. The caption read, "Rain or shine, the mailman always delivers dead bodies." Disgusted, I swiped out of Twitter and put my phone down. I knew that Kara was waiting for me inside the house. I knew what needed to be done. It was now or never. Before I walked downstairs, I did something I'd never done before. I turned off my phone and left it in the desk drawer. 20. "So let me get this straight," Kara said, following me into the bathroom. "You worked with Harold Matheny at APG back in high school," Henry Matheny, "and it was right after high school," I said, "the summer of '83. So, he remembers you after all these years and contacts Gallagher, and they set this whole thing up with some of Gallagher's, I don't even know what to call them, groupies? And they kill those girls and torment us. Why?" I could tell she was getting angry again. Because they're sick and they idolize Joshua Gallagher and want to be just like him. And because if enough people hear about their story, they'll achieve a kind of immortality. She stared at me in disbelief. "It's all so twisted and sad. McLaren thinks that Daniel Kelly most likely killed the girls, but it was Alicia Fetterman who was pulling the strings. If there was no Alicia, then Daniel Kelly would still be walking around just fantasizing about hurting people. And Danny Riggs, Peyton Bear, and Mallory Tucker would still be alive." I nodded. "And everyone in that furniture store and the 2 police officers who died in the explosion afterward." Letting that sink in, she began brushing her teeth in front of the mirror. She looked exhausted. We both did. It had been a long and eventful couple of days, and for the past hour and a half, we'd sat in the dark on the front stoop, exactly where Lieutenant McLaren and I had sat and talked yesterday morning. And I'd held her hand and told her about Henry Matheny and Sharon Ridgely and why I'd done the things I'd done. She'd cried. I'd cried. She'd gotten angry. I'd apologized. And then we'd both cried some more. In the end, she'd hugged me tight and told me that she loved me and Billy and Noah more than anything else in the world, and made me promise to never keep secrets from her again. I crossed my heart and promised, and purposely left out the hope to die part. Kara started the water and stepped into the shower. I stood there for a while, watching the mirrors fog over, thinking about life and death and the ghosts that haunted us all. For a moment, I considered joining my wife, but decided to give her space to process everything we just talked about. Instead, I locked the dogs in the bedroom and headed downstairs for a bottle of water. The family room and kitchen were dark. Carly had gone to bed early. During dinner, she'd told us that she planned to head back to D.C. first thing in the morning. She was thinking about stopping by the Post to talk to her boss. Maybe start with a couple of feature articles to get her feet wet. I was thrilled for her, but I had to admit I was going to miss having her around. Go figure. After grabbing a water from the fridge, I checked the breezeway door to make sure it was locked and punched in the code to engage the alarm system. I was halfway to the stairs when I saw the mannequin sitting in my recliner. The water bottle dropped from my hand and rolled away into the foyer. Suddenly, I could hear my heart beating inside my chest. I thought of Kara in the shower and sprinted for the staircase. I never made it. Out of the darkness, hands of amazing strength gripped my shoulders. They yanked me backward and slammed my head against the wall. A fireball of pain engulfed me as my stitches ripped open. My legs wobbled, then stopped working, and I felt myself slumping to the floor. Before I could reach up and wipe away the blood from my face, I was jerked to my feet and pinned against the wall. Sean Phillips's dead eyes swam into view, piercing my soul, his mottled skin and long white hair greasy with sweat, his hands closing around my neck, dirty fingers squeezing, crushing my windpipe, squeezing harder, choking the life out of me. "The Boogeyman is real," he whispered, and I could taste his fetid breath. Darkness swirled and closed in around me. My body went cold, and my head no longer ached. My eyes began to close. "I'm sorry, Kara. I'm so damn sorry. For everything." And then the hands around my throat were suddenly gone, and I could breathe again, and I realized I was sitting up on the floor with my back against the wall. I slowly raised my head and opened my eyes. Kara was standing in front of me, looking 10 feet tall. Her hair was wet, and she was wearing a bathrobe, the fluffy pink one I'd given her for Christmas last year. Sean Phillips, the wannabe boogeyman, was sprawled on the floor at her feet in a widening puddle of blood. The fireplace poker protruded from the back of his misshapen head, his lifeless eyes staring back at me. 21. "You must have a guardian angel watching over you." I was sitting in the back of an ambulance with Lieutenant McLaren at my side. A physician's assistant was leaning over me, repairing the stitches in my head. Thanks to the lieutenant's intervention, there would be no hospital visit for me tonight. We'd both agreed that my injury, which was relatively mild, wasn't reason enough to turn Upper Chesapeake into a media zoo. Sew me up, slap on a clean bandage, and I'd be as good as new. Almost. If you say so," I said, wincing as she snipped another suture. I didn't know much of anything about guardian angels. All I knew was that for the second time in less than a week, someone I loved, someone I'd sworn to protect, had swooped in at the last minute and saved my life. I didn't know whether to feel grateful or embarrassed. Truthfully, I felt a whole lot of both. "There you go, Mr. Chismar," the PA said, giving my shoulder a pat. "You're all finished." "Thanks, Doc." I started to get up, but she stopped me. "Not so fast. You need to sit here for another 10 or 15 minutes so we can keep an eye on you." She pushed open the back door of the ambulance. A sea of camera flashes blinded me. The mass of reporters across the street all began shouting at once. "Oh, my God, I'm so sorry," she said, as the lieutenant scrambled to close the door. "I thought the fresh air would be good for you. I didn't think—" "It's okay," I said. "You can leave it open." Lieutenant McLaren gave me a surprised look. "You sure?" "I just want to get this over with and get back to my wife." The lieutenant stood at the rear of the ambulance, blocking the photographer's view. "Kara's inside with Detective Gonzalez and one of our counselors. Billy and Mrs. Albright are there, too. They're all taking good care of her." "Thank you." My shoulders sagged with relief. I can't even imagine what she's feeling right now. "You need to make sure she gets all the help she needs." The lieutenant rubbed her eyes and looked around. "It's going to take a very long time to clean this up." I knew she wasn't just talking about the crime scene. "What happens next?" "I'll do my best to keep you out of it, but no promises. We have a lot of eyes on us now." "That's not what I meant. I was asking about the investigation." "Daniel Kelly's a talker. He's our best hope. Alicia Fetterman lawyered up from the get-go. And Gallagher's not saying a word, of course." "Fuck him." I tried to sit up, but my head suddenly felt like it was made of concrete. I'm done with Joshua Gallagher.
Mr. Chismar, I need you to calm down. The PA was staring at the monitor I was hooked up to. From the look on her face, I could tell she didn't like what she was seeing. Please just try to relax. I sat back and closed my eyes, slowly steadying my breathing. When I opened them again, Lieutenant McLernan was kneeling beside me. Rich, listen to me. You've done enough. She reached out and put her hand on my knee. Take care of your family now. And yourself. We'll handle the rest. I'm sorry. I can't do it anymore. She shook her head. You don't have to. 22. Later, after Lieutenant McLernan and Detective Gonzalez and the coroner and the ambulance all left, and Carly and Billy returned to their bedrooms, Kara and I sat in the dark on the back porch. Neither of us said anything for a long time. Until finally, she broke the silence. I've never seen so many fireflies before. When I was a kid, I used to believe they were magic. She squeezed my hand. Maybe they are. We could use some magic right about now. Tears stung the corners of my eyes. Are we going to be okay? It'll take time. But yeah, we'll be okay. The world doesn't make much sense right now, does it? No, it doesn't, she said. But we do. She snuggled her head against my shoulder. Me and you make perfect sense. After a while, with the crickets and the bullfrogs serenading us, and the dogs curled up at our feet, we fell asleep in each other's arms. Excerpt from telephone interview with Cole Roberts, age 38, correctional officer at Ware State Prison, conducted by Detective Anthony Gonzalez, recorded on June 23, 2022. Detective Gonzalez: According to Dr. Wise, you spoke with Henry Matheny on the night of Thursday, June 2nd at approximately 9:45 p.m. Cole Roberts: Yes, sir, I sure did. Detective Gonzalez: And he appeared to be fine? Cole Roberts: He was in a good mood that night. Real chatty. Hank the Tank. That's what some of us called him on account of him being such a big dude. Could be real moody. He'd go days without saying so much as a peep. And then wham bam, thank you ma'am, he'd talk your ear off the whole next day. When that happened, what did he usually talk about? Oh, with Hank? It could be anything. Old cars, fishing, a bird he saw flying around in the yard. He wasn't real particular on the subject matter. One day he told me all about the secret treehouse he'd built at his grandparents' house when he was a kid. Did he ever discuss the crimes he committed? Or his victims? Not to me. Maybe some of the other guards, but I doubt it. Most prisoners don't talk about that stuff with us. What was your overall impression of Henry Matheny? Roberts pauses. Hank was a weirdo, but he never gave me any trouble. He mostly kept to himself and did his own thing. None of the other prisoners bothered with him. How exactly was he weird? Roberts pauses. He just wasn't all there, if you know what I mean. At first, I thought he was slow or something, but then once he started talking, I realized he was actually pretty smart. He was always drawing weird symbols and stuff in the dirt or on colored paper he got from arts and crafts. They looked like kid drawings, but he didn't care. He hung some of them up in his cell. He also said weird stuff sometimes. He'd be right in the middle of talking about how much he missed New York-style pizza or something normal like that, and then all of a sudden, it was like a switch got thrown. He would stop talking nonsense. Did you ever feel that he was dangerous? Not right on the surface or in the moment, but underneath? Oh, yeah. Some of the inmates have a kind of vibration about them. It almost feels like when you stand too close to a transformer and your little hairs start tingling. There's a buzz there, a nasty one. Matheny was like that. After. July 2022. 1. It's a postcard-perfect summer afternoon, and I'm cutting the grass on my riding mower,
breathing in the sweet tropical scent of suntan lotion and singing along with Bruce Robeson on my AirPods when my cell phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out and check the caller ID. Lieutenant McLernan. I turn off the mower and immediately hear laughter and shouting coming from the swimming pool, where Noah and his friends are playing volleyball and talking about girls. Billy's upstairs writing a story. I can see his bedroom window from where I'm sitting. Kara's working in her vegetable garden by the backyard fence. She looks over at me and smiles and gives me a wave. I blow her a kiss. I haven't spoken to Lieutenant McLernan in nearly a week. Not since the joint press conference we held in front of the barracks. Other than my family and Carly Albright and a few of the Hanson Road boys, I haven't spoken to much of anyone lately. Not even my literary agent or my publisher. It's been a much-needed break amid the chaotic aftermath of what the media is hyping as one of the most diabolical killing sprees in modern history. I answer the phone. Hello? I'm afraid I have some bad news. The reception is weak. The lieutenant sounds far away. I climb down off the mower and walk to the edge of the pond. A baby turtle, frightened by my shadow, disappears beneath the sun-gilded surface. Josh Gallagher. He's dead, isn't he? Rich. He escaped. The ground tilts beneath my feet. I lean back against the picnic table, praying that I misheard, but knowing I didn't. What? When? This morning. We don't know how yet. He was locked up in a maximum security prison under 24-hour guard. What do you mean you don't know how? There's fury in my voice. What do you know? We know he left his cell block with the other inmates at 6:45 a.m. After exercise and cleanup, we have him on security footage at 8:05 entering the corridor that leads to the cafeteria. But he never got there. Somewhere between 8:05 and 8:10, he disappeared. Into thin air, I say. Kara is standing at the fence now, staring at me. If he disappeared into thin air, then so did a guard named Elgin Matthews. He signed in for his shift at 5 a.m. and hasn't been seen since. He's either dead and stuffed in a closet somewhere, or he helped Gallagher escape. Elgin. My favorite guard with the big smile and the dirty jokes. He's not dead, I say. They're together. How do you know that? Call it a Joe Hardy hunch. A couple of troopers are on their way to your house. I'll be back in touch as soon as I disconnect the call, cutting off the lieutenant, and hurl the phone across the lawn in disgust. After a moment, I begin walking toward my family. 2. A carefully drawn hangman figure had been left on the wall of Joshua Gallagher's cell. Underneath, there are 7 blank spaces. They are broken up to signify that the correct answer is composed of 2 words. 3 letter spaces, and then 4 letter spaces. 3. Later that afternoon, when Lieutenant McLernan hands me the photograph, I barely bother to give it a glance. I already know the answer. ITSTIME. It's time. Author's note. When I turned in the final draft of Chasing the Boogeyman to my publisher in early 2021, I had no intention of writing a sequel. In my mind, the story was complete. Joshua Gallagher had finally been captured and was locked up in prison where he belonged. The families of the victims were traveling the long and twisting road to healing their broken hearts. And the rest of my hometown of Edgewood had moved on with their lives, as had I. Or so I thought. Fast forward to the summer of 2022. It's a gorgeous afternoon, and I'm outside mowing the lawn. For the curious among you, yes, we really do have a pond in our side yard. And yes, I've really driven my riding mower into the pond on more than one occasion. But I digress. Anyway, I remember it like it was yesterday. I was mowing the tall grass by the edge of the woods, listening to Bob Seger on my headphones, when it hit me like a thunderbolt. 35 years after Joshua Gallagher's Edgewood killing spree, A monster emerges from the shadows to take care of Gallagher's unfinished business, beginning with his sole survivor, Annie Riggs. Right away, I knew that the idea was a novel, and the Annie Riggs reveal would serve as the opening chapter's gut-punch conclusion. Almost as quickly, I knew something else. Just as I'd done with chasing the Boogeyman, I wanted to play it straight, as though the entire story had actually happened, and once again I'd been caught right in the middle of it. Only this time, the stakes were much higher. I was no longer a fresh-faced college graduate living in my old bedroom on the second floor of my parents' house. I had my own home now, and a wife and a family and a successful career. How far would I go to chase the story? How much was I willing to risk? Something pretty wonderful and unexpected began to happen once Chasing the Boogeyman hit bookstore shelves. I started hearing from readers all around the world. There were emails, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter messages, social media posts, even a handful of letters in my mailbox. The vast majority of these readers were kind and generous. Many of them mentioned that they'd grown up in small suburban towns very similar to Edgewood, Maryland. Others claimed that they'd forgotten much of their youth and that the book had brought back a number of precious memories. At the top of the list, popping tar bubbles on the road, jumping ramps on bikes, and hurling dirt clods at passing cars. Some charitable readers even praised Chasing the Boogeyman as the scariest book they'd ever read. But above and beyond all of these amazing comments, there was a single common theme running through most of the letters and posts. Because of the personal nature of the story, as well as the true crime format and the series of photographs that appeared at the end of each chapter, many readers believed that Chasing the Boogeyman was based on actual events. A large percentage of these readers were downright shocked when they stumbled upon the author's note at the end of the book and discovered that while the town of Edgewood really did exist, and a 22-year-old Richard Chismar really had moved there in the summer of 1988 with the hope of launching a writing career, Joshua Gallagher and his grisly murder spree were nothing more than figments of a particularly twisted imagination. Perhaps even more astounding, a number of readers admitted to knowing that Chasing the Boogeyman was a work of fiction when they first started turning the pages, only to eventually find themselves taking a break in order to Google names and places and incidents to verify their actual existence. For the kid who'd grown up obsessing over Orson Welles' 1938 radio broadcast of The War of the Worlds, and watched The Blair Witch Project a half-dozen times at the movie theater, this kind of reader reaction was a dream come true. Now that I've invited you behind the curtain, allow me to tell you a few secrets before I go. As was the case with Chasing the Boogeyman, much of what you just read was taken from my actual life. My wife and sons, our friends and neighbors, our dogs and house with the 2 front doors and the sleepy neighborhoods that surround us. They all exist, and in most cases, very closely resemble the manner in which they've been portrayed within these pages. The nostalgia-filled passages from Edgewood looking back that appear between many of the chapters. Almost all of them are the truth as I remember it. The house I grew up in on Hanson Road, the water tower at the top of Cedar Drive Hill, the old wooden bridge at Winter's Run with Kara's and my initials carved into the handrail, all cherished landmarks from the road map of my youth. And finally, the Myers house, with its twin-gabled peaks and dozens of windows that watch over the town. It still stands proudly today and lingers in my dreams. After that, well, that's when things start to get a little blurry, and it becomes increasingly difficult to decipher memory from imagination, fact from fiction. I can tell you this without a glimmer of doubt. My wife, Kara, is every bit as smart and as tough as she's portrayed in this story. And then some. Is Carly Albright a real person? Sadly, she is not. Carly is an amalgam of several spirited women in my life. Where in the hell did all the photographs come from? My oldest son, Billy, and I took most of them, using friends and neighbors and a handful of local actors as our subjects. Annie Riggs is played by our next-door neighbor, Molly Keel. Peyton Bear and Mallory Tucker are portrayed by the teenage daughters of some longtime friends. The man in the mask, captured on security footage walking along the shoulder of Southampton Road, is none other than Bill Karn, my childhood friend and former college roommate, who I wrote about in great detail in the chapter Chisapalooza. Billy handed over the camera and filled in for the man in the mask behind the spring house because he was the only one of us who was agile enough to balance on a jumbled pile of rotting firewood. And then there was Mallory Tucker's dead body, staked up beneath a white sheet on a hillside. Actually, that was me under there. A 6-foot-long fence post duct-taped across my shoulders, sweating like crazy and cursing the entire time for Billy to hurry his ass up and take the picture before I passed out. I could go on. I could tell you about the time I tried to reenact my childhood by crawling into a storm drain on Hanson Road and almost got stuck. Or I could talk about the Hanson Road boys and how much of their immature behavior I detailed in Chisapalooza was based on reality or fantasy. Or I could even reveal what was really inside the black garbage bag we photographed by the fire hydrant. But listen, I don't want to give away all of my secrets. Not yet. After all, as you just recently discovered, there are more stories to tell. The Boogeyman isn't finished. I hope you'll join me for the rest of the journey when that happens.